9 games available on the BBC Sport website, so you can flick between, stick with us, go somewhere else. First yellow lorry of the day. Should be a red one following that, shouldn't it? As Leach is in around the wicket again and bowls. This one is guided backward of square on the offside by Lewis Rees. He's going to come back for the second run this time, so 4 without loss. With 1 ball of the first over of the day remaining, Worcestershire winning the toss and deciding that they'd have a bowl first on a green-looking pitch. But the sun is out. I don't think it's warm enough to dry it out too much, in all honesty. Leach in again from the City end. Ball strikes the pad and he's gone. Lewis Rees is out. First wicket of the day. LBW. Yes, we just had 1 over here this morning so far, and Derbyshire are 4 for 1. They lost the toss and were put into bat. Lewis Rees led before wicket to the Worcestershire captain, Leach. He made just 3, so not the start that Derbyshire were looking for after that lengthy wait to return to the county ground. 1 over gone, Derbyshire 4 for 1. Lewis Rees was pretty adjacent. He didn't look massively happy with the decision, I think it's fair to say.
No, I think you're right, he didn't, but whether that's just disappointment or disgust, we can't really tell, can we? Did notice that Billy Godalming was taking guard about, I mean, a lot of batsmen have taken guard on off stump these days. He was about 18 inches outside off, showing his leg stump to the bowler.
Tempting him to bowl down the leg side.
Yeah, extraordinary the way that stances have changed. It's not middle and leg or leg stump anymore. It's a lot of batsmen taking guard on off stump, and the Godalming way across. But a great start for Worcestershire with Rees trapped by Leach, and interesting that Joseph isn't getting the new ball. Dylan Pennington's going to start from this end. What do we call the ends now that the ground's
We're at the racecourse end,
and
it's the City end at the far end.
Right.
Yeah. And I haven't got the. I know the Worcestershire team's been announced, but I haven't got the numbers in front of me, so I have no idea what's going on.
Well,
but there's no change there.
I'll help you out with the IDs.
I'll write them all down at lunchtime.
Slips are if there's 2 slips, it's always Vessels at first and Mitchell at second. Here's Pennington outside the off stump with that one through to Cox. Are we going over?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So Pennington begins his first over from the racecourse end. We are sitting high at that end, over mid-off with the left-handed Godalming. Be mid-on when there's a right-hander at that end, and we're watching Pennington, who's moving away from us. Godalming's stance against him is more conventional. He's more about off stump. And this one from Pennington, good pace, and hits Godalming on the thigh pad and runs down to long leg for a single.
There's a big test now for
Frank,
for Leas Deploy, who got a pair of Warwickshire first bowler in the second innings, leg before wicket, and he was there for 22 deliveries, I think, and the thick end of 35 minutes for naught in the first innings as Derbyshire limped their way to 7 for 3 in the opening 40 minutes at Edgbaston. So a big test here for Leas Deploy.
Pennington aborts his run-up, having started, realises that the batsman isn't quite ready. Third left-hander in succession. Deploy on strike now, waits as Pennington is in and bowls to him, and edges this one and is not caught at third slip, diving forward. Fourth slip, actually. I think it's Gareth Roderick there. Got his hands to it, but don't think it carried.
No, I don't think
bit
so.
of a shout, bit of excitement, but yeah, the nerves continue then for Deploy, one imagines. Good pace from Pennington, and I thought it struck me in Leach's first over as well that this pitch, which is very green, it has to be said, there's quite a lot of carry in it, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's a good pacey surface, and this is going to be a testing.
It'll get easier to bat on after lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get through to lunch, which is a big if.
Here's Pennington again, 22 on his back, moves away from us, passed on by Baldwin, bowls, and again, good carry through to keeper Cox. That one left alone by Deploy. Good leave, actually, and climbed quite high, just outside off stump, and through to Cox. So Worcestershire have made a good start, picked up a wicket in the first over, and they're quite chirpy out there. 4 slips in place. Vessel's first slip, Mitchell second, fell at third, Roderick fourth. And then 2 fielders on either side in front of the wicket, saving 1, plus the long leg. It's Pennington in again, straight run up, bowls to Deploy, who pushes up to mid-on, where Joe Leach does the fielding. And I say they're chirpy, you can probably hear it on our effects mic. There is quite a bit of noise out there, quite a bit of encouragement for Pennington. Young man, still making his way in the game, but he's probably played over 30 first-class games now, I think, and I think the Worcestershire hierarchy are hoping that he can produce a little bit this year in terms of numbers. He's in again now, bowls to the left-handed Deploy, over-pitched and driven nicely through extra cover. Is it going to go all the way? Joseph in pursuit, stopped it. No, it stopped it just an inch inside the rope, I think. Dave Fletcher next to me calling for a steward's inquiry.
Well, it bounced on the rope. You could see it bounce on the rope.
I honestly think he got his hand to it and stopped it about an inch inside. Well, anyway, VAR called for.
Did Derbyshire lose by a run?
Yeah.
Which is unlikely.
Yeah, 3 off it. Anyway, Deploy off the mark. He's on 3. And Godleman has 1. And after 2 overs, 8 for 1. We've had a wicket. We've had Dave Fletcher getting.
Yeah, no, that's
upset.
the last time I'll get upset. It looked to me like it. I think you're probably right, though. I think Alzari Joseph got
just
that,
an inch.
and he flicked it up with his finger. That was what it was, not the rope, wasn't
just
it?
Just an inch,
absolutely.
and the fielder that was pursuing him immediately seized on it. Which I don't think
there
he
wasn't
would have
any.
done.
Yeah.
Anyway, Deploy's off the mark.
We've seen one wicketkeeper do something fairly dodgy already this season.
Me.
That's appalling.
Dear.
I'm not suggesting that Hampshire wouldn't have beaten Leicestershire very comfortably anyway, but that wasn't great.
I have strong views about that one. Actually.
Yeah, excellent. So have I.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I really have.
Leach begins to due over from the city end, and this one is sliced away in between the slips and the gully, and this one has hit the rope. I've seen it go over the rope. So it's the first boundary of the season for Leas Deploy, who all of a sudden, having got a pair in the first match he played, has now got 7 off 5 balls. He's absolutely racing along. And it'll be good for him because he's a fine cricketer, but he hasn't had an awful lot of... he had 1 knock in the middle in pre-season, and that was it, because he got picked up a bit of a knock. Went down to Edgbaston and looked horribly out of sorts. 12 for 1 now, Derbyshire, who were put into bat this morning, unsurprisingly, by this man, Joe Leach, who bowls. That one's in the air, and it's in between the man at mid-off, Alzari Joseph, and the man at mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 more. But that was slightly aerial for slightly too long, I would respectfully suggest. He picks up 2 more, though, and it's 14 for 1. I'm going to start writing these players' numbers down. It's a pretty good idea, that one. I might actually have some idea of who they are. I can run you through. Well, you don't need Cox's number, do you? 99 is Vessel's always first slip. Tell you what,
always wears the sun hat.
In your next over, I'll write the names down and I'll try and work it out. But yeah, Vessel's at 99 at first slip. This one is beaten Leas Deploy. All ends up. And it's not the first one that's gone past the edge of the bat from the bowling of Joe Leach. It's his 95th first-class match today. 332 wickets now at 26. I mean, that's astonishing, isn't it? What an operator. What an operator. 4 slips and a point who's pretty much square of the stumps as Leach bowls. That one has beaten Leas Deploy again, and Leas Deploy isn't entirely sure what this ball's doing, where it's going. at the moment, the South African. Just wanders off to square leg and has a bit of a fiddle about, try and get his concentration up to speed. Surprised he didn't do a bit of dancing there, because he likes to get his legs and his feet moving pretty quickly early in his innings. Sun just disappeared momentarily. There's plenty of blue sky up above, and the forecast is good for the next few days. It might get as warm as 12 degrees as Leach is in, and this time he uses his feet just to move forward a couple of paces towards the bowler there, deploy, and pushes it up towards mid-off. And there's no run. I imagine they're underway everywhere today, because it's that kind of day. Although I like to chip the ice off my windscreen this morning, which is never great, is it?
As well.
Never a good thing in April, that. And I've been pretty nippy this month. A couple of football matches where I don't believe I've actually been colder. But we're behind glass here, and even though the windows are open, it's pleasant enough. As Leach, completing his over, is driven very nicely by Leicester-Ploy down towards the long off boundary. There's a long chase for the fielder from mid-off, and then the ball wins the race. And Leicester-Ploy gets his second boundary. He's moved on to 13. Billy Godleman has 1. He's hardly faced any deliveries so far. And Derbyshire, after 3 overs, 18 for 1. Well, who'd have thought?
Interesting over it. Joe Leach will be walking away thinking, I've gone past the edge 2-3 times.
Yeah, really good.
Well, twice, and once he's chipped it in the air on the onside, and yet I've gone for 8. But yeah, it was a good way to finish the over for Deploy, and he looks to me to be that kind of player, really. If he bats for any length of time, he will score runs, because he's quite positive, isn't he? He's not put off playing and missing. He's not put off going for the next one if it's there to hit, as it were. Anyway, Godleman on strike now as Pennington starts his second over from the racecourse end. In now bowls, and Godleman just pushes this one out square on the leg side, where Jake Libby is the fielder, wearing number 2. 18 for 1 then in the 4th over. Worcestershire won the toss and not surprisingly chose to bowl this morning, given the colour of the pitch, which is very, very green. A bit like a Trent Bridge pitch in the days of Hadley and Rice, for those with long memories.
Back when Nottinghamshire used to win games of cricket. No.
When you turned up and you had to find the white paint to find the pitch. Is Pennington in, bowls down the leg side to Godleman, who's tickled that one. Has he gone for it down the leg side? It's hit something, taken by Cox. Big shout from the slips, but don't really think they thought they were in with a chance. It's the pad. Umpire Baldwin says not out. Godleman goes for a little stroll. And it's much ado about nothing, but he is taking guard on off stump against Pennington when he was facing Leach. I made this point earlier, he took guard way outside off stump. I've hardly ever seen any batsman take guard so far across as Godleman did to Leach. It's mind games, I think. Anyway, Pennington in again now, bowls to Godleman, and again this one's on leg stump, a little bit short of a length, and rises up, takes him on the thigh pad, drops down in the crease. Quite good pace from Pennington, good carry on this pitch from both ends, and a testing start for the Derbyshire batsmen, who have we've already seen one of them depart. Lewis Rees, LBW to Joe Leach in the first over, having made 3.
So you half-hourly updates. Excellent. That's okay. I've got to.
Yeah. I'm bound to miss one.
Well, I can actually just about hear the studio in my ears.
Here's Pennington in again, bowls to Godleman again on leg stump, and a repeat of the first ball of the over, just tucked away square on the leg side. Libby the fielder. Newly appointed Red Bull vice-captain for Worcestershire, Jake Libby.
Very good.
This year, having joined the side last year and celebrated in style, didn't he, by playing one of the longest innings in the history of Championship cricket, indeed. Apparently. Although I think such measures are always quite difficult, given that measuring the length of innings has changed over the years in terms of, balls and minutes, and whether you count the intervals and that kind of thing. Pennington in again, bowls to Godleman. Good, accurate delivery, middle and off. Godleman just drops it down on the offside. Worcestershire's debutant, Alzari Joseph, coming in from mid-off to do the fielding. Hasn't got a number, Joseph, just blank white top for him.
So who's number 30? Who's at point?
Right, that's Bard, who will
Excellent, thank you.
usually be seen in the ring, diving around, and he's a very, very good fielder. Leach is 23, he's at mid-on.
Yeah, got him.
As Pennington moves in. And bowls again to Godalming. This one, he plays nicely, just riding with it as it bounces up to his thigh and turning it behind square on the leg side for a single, which means he'll keep the strike, and it'll be interesting to see where he takes his guard against Leach this time. 19 for 1 after 5 overs.
Steady start, isn't it?
A steady start.
Steady start. Steady given, as I say, there was 7 for 3 after 40 minutes at Edgbaston. It was all going horribly, horribly wrong. So 19 for 1. Untold riches. There was 17 for 3 second time around. So this is a definite improvement. Billy Godalming waits now with 4 slips in place as Joe Leach is in again and bowls, and he just, as Billy Godalming does, looks very hurried when he plays the shot, but that's very much his style. So they continue with 4 slips, which is excellent. And they need to attack. They need to probably pick up. They'll be looking to pick up 3-4 wickets before lunch as a minimum requirement, won't they? Having decided to put Derbyshire in, which, as I say, as we said, is a no-brainer.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It is. He's an extraordinary man. Godalming waits a long way outside off stump and drives that straight into the hands of the man at point, Ed Barnard, and I think it was into the ground first.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't know anymore. I've changed my mind.
Yeah, he's cursing himself.
He
It's
is,
as though he
isn't
thinks
he?
he might have dropped one.
I think he has dropped one, you know.
Good fielder. Probably the best fielder.
It flashed at him, didn't it?
D'Oliveira is the other one that I would put in that class, really.
So Billy Godalming gets a life on just 2. It's moved on to 3 now. Deploy waits and leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Again, as you said earlier, Frank, good carry.
Good carry, really good carry.
Yeah, looks like a decent pitch actually.
And as you say, when the sun's on it and that green tinge disappears, it looks like it's going to be a good pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the
I
word.
think the groundsmen around the country have just done so well, haven't they, to get these pitches so good in April. Some of the pitches last week were like August pitches.
Yeah. We were in the middle.
Yeah.
But not I wasn't in the middle, but we were in the middle of Edgbaston, which is very unusual for Derbyshire. As Leach bowls, that one's into the ground and played back to him. He threatened to throw the stumps down there. Joe Leach has deployed, just advanced slightly towards him, but he decided it wasn't worth it because Deploy had turned around and got his bat back in the crease. And 20 for 1 it remains. Halfway through the 2/3 of the way. I know the sun. I'm going to see if I can brighten that screen off because I've got a laptop with a screen on it as Leach bowls outside the off stump. That one just left Deploy a touch.
We can't see it.
Well, no, we can't really see it. Which
it looks a really, well, I say we can't see it, and then I say it looks, but it looks a very good stream as well. Good camera.
Right, well, that wasn't it because I need to press the blue one at the same time. Look. Oh, there we go. How about that? See, when you turn the brightness up, you can see the screen. Who'd have thought? With modern technology is amazing, isn't it? When you turn the brightness up, you can see things. It's a bit like the television in my lounge, which keeps defaulting to a very dark setting, and I can't quite work out how to stop it doing it. Here's Leach again in and bowls, and again he advances Deploy, turns this nicely backward of square on the leg side, where Dylan Pennington comes in to do the fielding from he's a deep backward square leg, and now he's got to go back to the boundary because that was the final ball of the over at 21 for 1, 14 to Deploy, 3 to Godalming, and poor old Pennington has to go and very village cricket style throw his cap and his sweater over the boundary's edge because of course the umpires aren't allowed to touch them even now.
And Leeches are being brought on every.
Well, that's well, he's the
12th
captain. He's
man.
the captain. You see, he's got
12th man
got
wearing blue gloves and a mask.
It's staggering, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all a bit
2021. Yeah. Right. So we're getting there, though. We're getting there. And,
well, we're here, aren't we?
yes. Well, we were there last year.
Yeah, we were.
Very, very belatedly.
We were there, we were here.
In August and September. I did hear Ryan Duckett, the chief executive on BBC Radio Derby this morning with Andy Twigg, talking about the reintroduction of fans, which would be great.
Yeah, here's Pennington moving in to bowl to deploy, who's slightly squared up by this one and steers it down off the splice. Square on the offside where Ed Barnard comes in to do the fielding. Good, it's good cricket this at the moment, I think. We're in the 6th over. We had a wicket in the 1st over. The ball's beaten the bat. Both batsmen trying to be positive. Worcestershire on the attack. Pitch with a bit of carry in it. There's a lot of interest out there at the moment.
I think there's only Lewis Rees who doesn't think it's good cricket at the moment.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He's probably sitting in a corner somewhere.
Deploy, waits, bat raised. Pennington bowls. First real attempted bouncer of the day and banged that one in, and it climbed high and over the right shoulder of the left-handed deploy, taken goalkeeper style by Ben Cox high to his right. A lot of effort for little result really from Pennington's point of view, because when you bang one in like that on a pitch like this, you want to direct it just a little bit better. But nonetheless, a reminder to deploy that it's in his armoury, I suppose.
Yeah.
Moves in again now, past umpire Baldwin. He's in, bowls, and he's not got him. I was going to say he's nearly got him. Really, really good piece of bowling. Climbed as it went across deploy, took the shoulder of the bat and flew high over 3rd slip, where Tom Fell jumped and got hands to it, I think, but couldn't hang on. And it's gone down to 3rd man for 4. That was really travelling, that one. That
Sharp,
was a good bit of bowling
from
Pennington, and he'll feel pretty disappointed that he hasn't picked up a wicket. But no real blame for Tom Fell. It was a really, really difficult one, I think, flying away over his head. But good bowling. Deploy moves on to 18 out of 25 for 1, and Pennington in again. Bowls, and that one's down the leg side. Again, good pace, good carry. Taken by Cox, moving away to his right, but not so well directed. But the one before, the one that took the edge, was a real snorter. And good to see Alzari Joseph wandering over from mid-off just to have a little word with Pennington. I bet they've had a little chat and said to Joseph, you know, you can help some of these young seamers here as well, even though he's not the most experienced overseas player. It's good to see him getting involved. Here's Pennington again. In now, bowls to deploy, who gets an inside edge. Didn't know a lot about that. Squirted away behind square on the leg side. Probably a single there, but Godleman decides he wants to stay at this end. Well, turned it down.
They ended up having a bit of a discussion, didn't they, almost halfway down the track there between each other, because it was a stop-start effort from both batsmen, and in the end they were probably right not to take it, but there was a single there.
I think
so. There's any question.
Libby did the fielding. I think one of the problems was Deploy didn't know where it had gone, did he?
No.
When you push at one and get an inside edge like that, sometimes you don't quite see it early enough, although it was Godleman's call. Anyway, here's Pennington from the racecourse end. He bowls now. Good delivery outside off some, but a nice leave from Deploy. Taken by Cox. End of another eventful over, which sees Deploy on 18. Godleman quietly on 3. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. The one man out is Lewis Rees, LBW in the 1st over to Joe Leach, having made 3. That was 4 for 1. It's now 25 for 1.
So they're going to sanitise their hands. I'm reaching for my little bottle.
Yep.
There it is.
The 6.
Got it.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Got it. Got to do it.
We're doing it here as well.
I feel far be it from me to apologise for Andy Twigg on the breakfast show this morning, but I feel the need to apologise to him, for him rather, not to him. I would never apologise to him. When he described the bit between the 2 sets of wickets as the wicket, if I hadn't been driving, I'd have been on the phone to him. That is, of course, the pitch. He was talking to Ryan Duckett about the the 100 and the change of wickets to outs and that kind of thing. Ryan Duckett, who also said this morning rather brilliantly that it was very cold out there, so the players would have to have their hands in their pockets between balls. Here's Joe Leach, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Billy Godwin, and there's a shy at the stumps at the end to which Lears Deploy was running, but the ball didn't hit the stumps, so he gets through comfortably enough in the end for the single. Frank's gone next door to do an update. I believe my update's at 11:35 this morning, if I'm not very much mistaken. 26 for 1. Deploy has 18. Billy Godleman has 4. Start of the 7th over of the morning after Derbyshire were put into bat. And Leach bowls, and it's left alone by Lears to play outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Then Coxon, there's no run. Leach, the skipper, of course, of Worcestershire. They go with Mitchell, Libby, Fell, Roderick, D'Oliveira, Vessels, Cox, Barnard, Joseph, Leach and Pennington. Derbyshire, Reese, Godleman, Deploy, Dahl, Madsen, Critchley, Hussain, Hudson Prentice, Cohen, Aitchison and Connors, exactly the same team as played at Edgbaston, as Leach is in again and bowls. That's driven very nicely indeed for 4 runs by Lears Deploy out to the extra cover boundary. It'll hit the rope now. It was a forlorn chase. It was more of a go and fetch it for Brett D'Oliveira in the end, and 4 more to Lears Deploy, who somehow has moved on to 22 not out. He's edged his first ball to the slips. I don't think it carried. And he's also had one hit the shoulder of the bat and be tipped over the bar by Tom Fell at 3rd slip. So making the most of the let-offs that he's had so far. Worcestershire still with those 4 slips in place. And Deploy turns this next delivery from Leach down towards long leg for a single. Pennington does the fielding down to our right-hand side. Great to be back at the Incora County Ground. Hope you're enjoying what you're either listening to or watching, and listening to, although you do have the option when you're watching to turn the sound down, of course. I'm afraid there isn't an option where you can just have the atmosphere and no commentary. Why would you want that? In comes Leach again from the city end around the wicket. Bowles and Godleman just is a little hurried, playing one that climbed a bit on him outside the off stump. He pushes it down into the ground, and again there's no run. As Frank was saying, it's been a really absorbing opening half hour's cricket here this morning. It's what you want, isn't it? You want a good contest between bat and ball, and we've certainly got one of those at the moment. Derbyshire battling hard here in the tricky conditions after being put into bat. So far, just lost the 1 wicket. Lewis Freeze trapped leg before wicket by Joe Leach from the final ball of the first over of the contest. Leach turns at the top of his mark at the far end, sets off and bowls to Godleman, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. 31 for 1. Latest score after 7 overs. Dominic Cork listening again in Mumbai. Good to have you along, Dominic. Going slightly better today than it did last Thursday when you were with us. And it is indeed cracking the flags from behind this pane of glass. It's quite chilly out there as Pennington begins a new over, and Deploy goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the onside. And there's no run. Dominic will, of course, be with us for the T20, which is good news later on in the campaign. Currently out sunning himself in the subcontinent, watching a bit of IPL cricket, I imagine, as well. Not my bag, really. Watched a very fine international T20 game yesterday. There was Pennington. He's in and bowls down the leg side. I don't think anything got anything on that. Leas deploy. He didn't. It's going to be 4 byes, and it swung down the leg side and kept going, which gave Ben Cox no chance of stopping it as he dived away to his right-hand side. And Derbyshire move on to 35 for 1 in the 7th, in the 8th over. I beg your pardon. Oh, he's coming back to me now. It's always a concern. So 4 more to the total from those byes. Frank's back.
Yeah, I'm back. Excuse me.
Dominic Cork, who's out in Mumbai watching the IPL, has just been in touch. I suggested he might have been sunning himself. He's objected. In comes Pennington and bowls outside the off stump this time, and it's left alone by deploy. Goes through to the keeper. Working every day. Well, I didn't hear his voice on our commentary yesterday. Look at that. Thank you very much.
Was that on Twitter? Has he been in touch on Twitter?
No, he's WhatsApped me. I don't want to sound all big time. So I didn't mention that.
No, I was just going to say I always welcome a little bit of feedback.
Yes, well, absolutely. What are you on?
I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58, all lowercase. Do feel free to get in touch if you've got any observations.
Pennington's next delivery is wide of the off stump. Now you can't hear the feed that I can hear, Frank. So if I do that, because I've got an update.
Yeah, no problem.
Just do that with the.
Yeah. Okay.
We're slightly later this morning due to some.
Well, you carry on.
Political discussion of some description, as far as I can work out. But yeah, we'll be doing an update into Ian Sky's show very shortly for BBC Radio Derby FM and AM listeners. Pennington just circles at the end of his run up here at the racecourse end, and then runs on the spot, a couple of little steps on the spot, and sets off. In and bowls to deploy, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump when it goes through to keeper Ben Cox. So yeah, at Fletch Sport as well if you want to. If you want to.
At Fletch Sport and at FrankWatson58. Somebody just followed me actually on Twitter. Oh, somebody I used to teach and coach. Yeah.
So you first joined Twitter when you were 58 then? Is that how it worked?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's right. No, actually, I'm not sure if it was that or if it was the date of my birth, the year of my birth.
Pennington's in, and bowls to deploy outside the off stump. Update coming up very shortly.
But it actually could have been when I was 58 as well. It could well have coincided.
Yeah. See.
But it was the year of my birth. End of the over then from Pennington. Are you going to carry on? So you can go straight
just
to your
a couple
update,
of seconds. Yeah,
otherwise
it's
not going to work.
That's
is it?
okay.
Yeah, fine.
I'll have a quick chat with Ian Sky.
Just think Worcestershire might be a tad disappointed with the fact they haven't got a second wicket yet.
Joe Leach to bowl. Absolutely, Ian Sky. Yeah, 575 days. Of course, they didn't play at home here last season at all, Derbyshire. It was a COVID-secure venue for initially Pakistan as they prepared for that Test series against England, and then for the England women in their series against South Africa as Joe Leach bowl. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here, and it's not going to work clearly. I'm afraid. Derbyshire doing okay though today. In the glorious sunshine, it's slightly nippy out there, but if you just look out of the window, as we are, and I'm sure you can do there back at the studio, it's absolutely glorious. Just a few wispy white clouds up above and plenty of blue sky. But the pitch is very green, and Derbyshire were put into bat after losing the toss and lost Lewis Rees to the final ball of the first over. 4 for 1 at that stage, and it was flashbacks to 7 for 3 last week at Warwickshire as Godalming pushes one out into the offside. And at that stage, you're thinking, uh-oh, this is going to be a very tricky morning. Lewis Deploy then edged his first ball straight into the slips. It hit the ground before it got there, of course, so he wasn't out. And he's gone on very nicely to 23 now. Billy Godalming's on 4, Derbyshire 35 for 1. I'll get that sorted out at some point, where I half talk to Ian and half keep you up to date with what's going on out there. I don't think we missed any deliveries necessarily in the end.
Got a good tweet from the cricket guy here.
Oh, excellent.
Somebody I follow, I quite like his stuff, and he's made a good observation. I'll just say after this ball from Leach.
In balls, and Goldman has a real fish at that one outside the off stump, and it flashes through to Cogs. That somehow doesn't take the edge.
And the cricket guy's obviously watching the stream, and he says Godleman making it look like it is a difficult pitch, while Deploy making it look like a featherbed.
Wow.
Very good battle between bat and ball. He didn't make it look like a featherbed when he edged that one from Pennington.
It's his first delivery down into the ground, isn't he, to the slips,
yeah.
and then he flashed one over third slip.
I know what you mean. What he means really is that he's playing some shots, isn't he? When it's up there, he's on 23, and Godleman is on 4.
Gottleman on strike now with those 4 slips, crouching down. He gets squared up by that one, gets a really big outside edge on that, and it goes down towards the vacant third man area and picks up a couple of runs for it. It'll just say 2 in the book, and it won't explain that it was off the edge of the bat. He moves on to 637 for 1, but it was a false shot from Godleman.
It's great watching. I love it. Billy Godleman, for those of you who can't see the stream, he's taking guard against Joe Leach about a foot outside off stump. I imagine Leach can see leg stump as he runs up, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman. And then he moves in odd ways as well.
Oh, yes.
It's really strange but fascinating contest at the moment.
Fiddly batsman. This one was down the legs. Well, I was going to say down the leg side. It probably bounced straight over middle stump as he goes behind Billy Godleman. Of course, if he's standing that far outside off stump, the chances of Leach getting a leg before wicket are slim.
Yeah,
when Godleman's
especially
batting.
around the wicket.
Yeah, but I mean, he got one as he got Lewis Rees in the first over, final ball of the first over. But no wickets have fallen since then, which is good news for Derbyshire. 37 for 1 as Leach again over the top of middle stump, and he stands there halfway down the pitch, stroking his chin with his right hand and with his left hand on its hip, trying to work out how he's going to dismiss Billy Godleman. It's a fascinating duel, isn't it, in that sense, in that if he bowls to aim or to hit the stumps, then it may well be that Billy Godleman can just turn it away down leg side. Alzari Joseph looks like he's coming on for the first time for Worcestershire on his debut, which is going to be quite exciting to see the West Indian quick.
Yeah, so Pennington comes off with a spell of 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 8. Pretty tidy spell from Dylan Pennington. Well, economy isn't his strong suit really, but he's been harder to hit because he hasn't quite pitched the ball up as much as Joe Leach, but possibly unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. But here we go, Alzari Joseph, West Indian Test pace bowler, moves away from us now to bowl his first ball for Worcestershire, and it's short of a length to deploy and tucked away from sort of rib height round the corner on the leg side for a single. But a bit of a loosener, but good pace, and it's a good service. I like this pitch. I think it's a bit green. I don't know if I'd like it if I was opening the batting, but I might like it if I was keeping. But good carry through to Cox, good pace in it, and every likelihood that as it dries out a little bit and loses its greenness, it'll flatten out and become a good batting surface, which is why Worcestershire will be a little bit disappointed that so far they've only picked up the 1 wicket, that of Lewis Rees, out in the first over. Joseph is going round the wicket to Godleman, who stands a win way outside off stump, and Joseph bowls this one way down the leg side, and it's taken by Cox. The extent to which Godleman is outside the off stump is now amply illustrated to Dave Fletcher and I as we sit up here. We are high up over long off, fairly straight long off, and when Joseph begins his run up, we cannot see the stumps.
No. It must be quite off-putting for the bowler.
That's it. I think it
thought.
really, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it just knocks them out of their rhythm a little bit, doesn't it? They're trying to think of a way to get round this Godleman stance.
I cannot see the stumps now as Joseph's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and he's going to get runs here, Godleman. Just flicked off his hip, got a bat on it, 4 runs signalled by umpire Baldwin, and Godleman is asking questions to the bowlers, and I'm sure most bowlers would tell you that it would upset them a little bit if they can't see what they're aiming at.
Well, you know what it was like as kids. Was like when you were batting as kids, they would say, "No, move out of the way. I can't see the stumps."
Absolutely.
Can't see the stumps. Well, that's your
That's
problem. That's your problem. Try and find a way around it. And when he bowls straight, as he did that last delivery, then Godalming can just clip it away. Of course,
side.
if he misses it, he's in danger of it crashing into his stumps behind his legs, which will be slightly embarrassing.
42 for 1. Godalming on 10. Joseph is in, bowls, and again he's whipping this one away down to fine leg for 4. So Joseph's got a problem here. He's come round the wicket and he's angling across Godalming. I say across him. It's the opposite of across him, if you know what I mean. You think he was bowling across him if he was over the wicket.
Yeah.
But he's into Godalming, but it's going right across his body. He's standing so far outside of stump. He's flicking balls down to long leg that might be on middle and off. And it's forced a change in the field. Gareth Roderick is going from 4th slip to leg slip.
Oh, good luck trying to catch either of the last 2 deliveries that have gone that way. No chance. I'd be wearing a helmet there, I think.
But it's fascinating. It really is. Cricket always throws up these interesting scenarios. And here's Joseph again. He bowls, and again it's down the leg side. He's not happy about this at the moment, I don't think, Joseph. Good pace, good carry, but I think the key... I picked up on this last week in the game at Essex when I looked at Westley when he made his double 100. He batted on off stump all the way through and didn't allow the bowlers to see the stumps. It's clearly... You've just got to imagine it, haven't you? You've got to visualise it as the bowler. You've got to
bowl as though there isn't a batsman there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's Joseph again, round the wicket, bowled, gets it right this time. That's a good ball off stump and hits the bat hard. Godalming drops it down on the leg side. It was a no ball though. That's signalled by umpire Baldwin. So
you remembered one bit, but forgot the other.
Right. Yeah. It's a tough ask, but no doubt he'll be thinking hard about ways to deal with this, but it might not be what he expected. Again, Godalming takes up that position way outside off stump, not showing any stumps to the bowler at all. Joseph is in, bowls, and bowls probably as though he was imagining there were 2 sets of stumps there, and that one was just outside. Well, it was on middle of the 2nd set, so it was about 5th stump as Godalming just played it down. So, end of the over. Interesting over. Testing over from Worcestershire point of view. Godalming has 14 with those 2 boundaries. Deploy has 24. And Derbyshire, having been asked to bat, are 48 for 1.
Nice, 11 runs off that first Alzari Joseph over. So we'll be looking to improve on that, and I'm sure he will, no question. I forgot to look at Twitter for 44 minutes, which appears to have been a huge mistake. So I'll try and work through some of these during the course of this next Joe Leach over. He's going to continue from the City end. He'll be bowling initially to Lewis Deploy. Deploy on 24, Godalming on 14. 48 for 1, and Leach bowls. And there is the half century for Derbyshire, because he's going to come back for at least 2. It might go all the way to the boundary for 4. No, not quite. They'll come back for a 3rd very comfortably indeed. It's filling out there in the deep. And Derbyshire's 50 has come up in the 11th over, which is a very decent at the start of the 11th over, which is a really good lick.
The cricket guy says, watching the stream from sunny Cape Town.
Oh, beautiful.
And he says, in my defence, I did miss the first couple of overs of the day. That's when we said Deploy was struggling a bit. But he's right. He's right, the cricket guy. 4 more for Deploy, or 3 more.
That one's turned into the leg side.
He's busy, isn't he? Busy cricketer.
He must have only got 2 that last time.
Yeah, that's quite lazy running then, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought there was 3 there, and he's picked up another single. They move on to 53 for 1. Hugh Lloyd, great to have cricket back at Derbyshire. Absolutely, 575 days. Vic says county ground in the sunshine. There's a lot of people watching the stream, and I've got some very kind comments to make about the stream. Alexander's been on about the 100. Don't get me going.
Don't get us going.
Do you have to water down the sport to make the audience look foolish in conversation?
Don't get us going.
In comes Leach again. There's just 3 slips now as Godleman fiddles that one out to backward point.
I did read that there'd been a survey,
Yeah.
which by various media outlets, that suggested that one of the problems that people found with cricket was not understanding the terminology,
Yes.
and therefore
Outs.
they wanted to simplify it. But surely, if you want to get into a game, you'd learn the terminology.
Yeah. Is it too painful for an audience member to understand what a wicket is? Asks Alexander. Well, no, I don't think it is really. Pitch looks amazing, says Gary. Wish we were there. They're in sunny Mablethorpe listening. This next delivery beats Godleman and goes through to the keeper. Vessels with his arms up aloft, but there was no nick on that.
That's the thing, you know. Maybe we didn't pick. Neither of us really said this, but you know when we were talking about where Godleman was standing, maybe what you should do is not aim at the stumps, but just imagine that you're still
that he is
trying to
standing in his normal stance. Yeah.
Bowl a little bit wider.
Yeah.
That was a good one, wasn't it? But that would have been a good one wherever he was standing, I suppose. In terms of what I mean is, it was angled in at him, and then it left him a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah. He waits now, Godleman. Leach bowls 2 minutes, turns it into the leg side. There's no run as it's fielded there by Jake Libby. So it was Jake Libby who batted the longest anybody's batted for many years.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the extent of my research. It means as well, because Worcestershire are bowling, that Jake Libby must be the only county cricketer to have been on the pitch for every single minute of county cricket this season.
He hasn't had a minute off.
He didn't have a minute off down at Chelmsford. Leach is in again and bowls, and he's going to do some more fielding here, Libby, as it's turned into the leg side, just gently by Godleman. At the 11th over, 53 for 1 Derbyshire. Godleman 14, deployed 29. The man out, Lewis Rees, leg before wicket to Joe Leach. Final ball of the first over of the match for 3. At that stage, Derbyshire were 4 for 1, so these two just a run away from a half-century partnership.
There was an interview with Jake Levy after the game, and I saw a quote that had been taken out of it, just highlighted on Twitter the other day, and it said, "I don't think I've ever carried my bat before," or that I think it was the first time I'd ever carried my bat. I think I'd know if I'd carried my bat before.
Yes, I would. Yeah.
He must have played a few long innings if he's not sure if he'd ever carried his bat before.
Well, having never opened the batting at any level, I can categorically say I've never done it, but batting was never my thing, really. Hand-eye coordination, very poor, very poor.
Alzari Joseph is about to start his second over, the 10th of the innings, from the racecourse end. He's standing down below us in his short-sleeved shirt with no number. They haven't had time to give him a number yet by the look of it, and he's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Deploy, who's on 29 and waits now as Joseph is in and bowls, and that's full and driven for 4 through extra cover. No nonsense, half volley, and a pleasant shot from Deploy, who's busily moved on to 33. He's been out there since the first over, and he's got on with it. 33 off 33 balls in these conditions. Not a bad effort. 57 for 1.
Half-century stand comes up for these two somehow.
Frustrating from a Worcestershire point of view, I think. Frustrating,
I think
and probably just a little bit messy in the last few minutes, I think. And Godleman with his stance, taking guard a long way outside off stump, has disturbed the bowler's line a little bit. Maybe not Leach, but certainly the other two. Anyway, Joseph in to the more conventionally standing Deploy. Bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery this time. Just on a length, and a good leave from Deploy. He got a pair in the first game of the season, but hasn't let that bother him, and he's now on 33. Had a good few responses on Twitter. Very nice to hear from you. At Fletch Sport is my colleague Dave Fletcher's handle, and I'm at Frank Watson 58. Always good to hear from people who are listening and where they are. Nice to hear from the cricket guy in Cape Town, and maybe there'll be 1 or 2 listening in the West Indies as Joseph comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone and taken by Cox.
We quite often we Well, it is we. It's Radio Derby. We quite often have listeners in South Africa.
Yeah.
The Madsons often
Yeah.
tune in, and Mikey Cohen's mum was with us last week.
Yeah.
I posed a question about Cohen and Deploy. One was born in Cape Town, the other one was born in Pretoria, I think.
Right.
They probably wouldn't have come across each other growing up. They played in the same team.
There you go. Here's Joseph again, round the wicket, bowls to Deploy short, and he pulls it, and he didn't quite get hold of it, but he's going to pick up 2 runs down to long leg. Pennington, the fielder down there, sends his return in. Deploy back for a second. He's got a little bit bigger on him than he thought, I think, and he got it kind of high up on the bat, but he's moved quickly on to 35, 59 for 1. And Joseph so far, quite a bit of pace, but perhaps just not quite consistent enough in his line. Moves in again there, very straight approach. He's in and bowls, and Deploy just drops this one down on the offside, and fielded by Barnard coming in from cover point. Beautiful day here at Derby. Some Simpsons clouds, I always call
Yes.
them. The cumulus clouds.
Is that what they are?
Yeah.
Very good.
Got my cloud badge in the Scouts.
Excellent.
And
I had my head in them for most of my time.
Stratocumulus when they're in layers like that at the far
Okay.
end over the city. Here comes Joseph in. 3 slips, bowls outside the off stump, a little bit wide, and this one just carried on a little bit as it went past the bat and just moved a little bit in the air away from the left-hander, and Ben Cox had to scamper across those little side steps that wicketkeepers do to take it about shin height. End of the over, 59 for 1, and Deploy has 35, Godleman has 14, and it's time for another
too much gel. I've got
gel break,
Too much
and,
gel.
and the players have to gel their hands after every 6 overs, and Dave Fletcher, the first commentator I've ever worked with, is so concerned in the health and safety of his colleagues that he provides gel here in the box as well.
Some
We've been
wipes,
alcohol
some
wipes.
alcohol wipes here.
Fantastic.
I don't know what they're for.
59 for 1. Derbyshire going well. They'll be pleased with this. They'll be really pleased with this, which will be a little bit disappointed, but equally they'll be thinking, you know, pick up a couple, and it's suddenly very different.
Yeah,
but I agree
back
with
on
you.
again,
You win the
isn't it?
toss on a day like this, pitch looking a bit green, and you think, we've got to get 3 before lunch.
Yeah, I think so. FletchCricket@gmail.com as well. If you wanted to send us an old-fashioned email, and if you do want to write to us, care of the Incora County Ground. I'll pick it up during the Notts game in a week, 2 weeks' time. 3 slips in place as Joe Leach begins a new over from the city, and he bowls to Godleman, who pushes this out into the onside.
Is that a separate email you have for cricket, Dave?
I've been known to log on to things using it, but
I think I'd be a bit wary about giving my email address.
yeah.
To get,
Oh no.
get too much criticism.
Greg's watching in Stafford. He says he's watching at work. Don't tell the boss. Oops. He said, with the radiator on, it feels like summer. Yes, absolutely, Greg. Absolutely. Here's Leach in again. Balls to Godleman, who pushes this out to the man at backward point. And there's no run.
It is nice to hear from people, though, because I think sometimes people wonder why we ask them to get in touch.
Why we do this.
Well, why we ask them to get in touch. I think it's just it helps us to feel that we are actually talking to somebody, doesn't it? Because otherwise we just feel like we're talking to each other sometimes, I think.
A lot of people commenting on the stream, which is a first for Derbyshire, because they didn't have it last year because they weren't here. So there was no need for it. Here's Leach, bowls, and Godleman gets a full delivery and pushes it up to mid-off. FPL Seaway, no idea what that's all about, what kind of twist handle that is. A brilliant quality on the stream.
It is great quality, isn't it?
Chalk and cheese from last year. Well, there wasn't one last year, but I know what you mean. There's a lot of them just using single camera angles. Lancashire last year, they had virtually a full production team there. It was
Somerset
astonishing.
Well. Yeah, Somerset did too.
But they still used our commentary because it's the best in the business. Here's Leach in. Oh, strikes the pad. There's no shot offer, but he was probably a yard outside off stump by the time the ball actually thumped into his pad. So just for a moment I thought, oh, hang on, that might be interesting. But no, not very interesting at all. He's
when they say it wouldn't have hit another stump.
no, it wouldn't have got anywhere near, would it? Wouldn't have got anywhere near.
No.
So
well, when they say it's the best commentary in the business, Dave, you can you can show them your awards, can't you?
well, I don't like to talk about them, frankly, if I'm entirely honest. But you're absolutely right. Well, it was more of a commendation than an award this year, but
It'll come.
Nice to be recognised. Well, it's already been, I'm afraid. That one's pushed out into the offside. I fluked it in the first year that I did it, and
well deserved. Well deserved.
Which well, it sets the bar too high. It's like a batsman on his debut making 100, isn't it? I mean, you never want to do that.
You want to do what Lewis Deploy did, make a pair, and then come out
and now we'll all be clamouring to speak to him at the close of play today, won't we? Which is good news because he's a really nice kid. Lewis, I hope he does do well again this season. He's a fine batsman. It also gives me the opportunity to mention something as in comes Leach again, and Godleman on the move pushes that one up to mid-off, and there's no run under the over. 59 for 1 after 13 overs. Godleman 14, Deploy 35. Yeah, I'm contractually obliged to mention the victory over Notts in August last year, which was set up by a brilliant first innings knock from Lewis Deploy and seen over the line by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Who's that against, Dave?
Against Nottinghamshire, yeah. I mean, it's nothing extraordinary about beating Nottinghamshire these days, is there? But it was the first time Derbyshire had done it for a good while at Trent Bridge. I'm just living in fear for what happens this year. That last year will all just seem like a dream. But what a day! What a 4 days that was at Trent Bridge.
Alzari Joseph begins his third over from the racecourse end. He moves away from us and he bowls full to Deploy, who tucks this one away off his toes. He's going to pick up 2 runs just behind square on the leg side. Long run round for Pennington from the long leg. Returns to Cox, and with that I'm going to have to leave you again and nip away to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester, excuse me.
No, Frank will be back. Don't worry, everybody. You won't be stuck with me. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Derby as well in the next few minutes. It's amazing what a few runs on the board does for a batsman. Deployed just looks very comfortable out there at the moment as he waits, and Joseph bowls. He dabs it down into the onside where it's fielded by Joe Leach, the Worcestershire skipper, and there's no run. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a look and see what's happening elsewhere, shall I? For the first time today in the second round of County Championship matches, elsewhere in this group initially, if I can find the games. I may have promised you the earth and delivered absolutely nothing. Nottinghamshire, who chose to bat first to 33 for 1 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge as Joseph bowls, and that one is pulled around the corner quite violently by Lewis Deploy, who picks up 4 runs down to the square leg boundary. Really nice shot. A little punch of the gloves with Billy Godleman as well for good measure. Essex chose to bat first at Chelmsford against Durham. You remember they had that, well, Worcestershire supporters will have been listening and watching, but last week it was run after run after run. Well, Essex are 36 for 5 against Durham. Derbyshire go up to Chester Street next Thursday to begin match 3. So Durham doing really, really well down at Chelmsford. Those 2 games in this group, of course. Alzari Joseph, more scores in a moment, sets off at the racecourse and bowls a short ball that is brilliantly claimed by Ben Cox behind the stumps at full stretch, one-handed. Deploy tried to get some bat on ball but couldn't quite do so, and it was magnificently claimed by the Worcestershire keeper. Hampshire 29 for 1 against Middlesex at Southampton, having chosen to bat. Lancashire, they chose to bat as well at Old Trafford against Northants, and a 48 for 1. Yorkshire going nicely down in Canterbury, a 90 for 1 against Kent, having decided that they would have a bat first. Joseph is in and bowls another short one, and this time it's parried by the wicket keeper, and it's going to go all the way for 4 byes. He did brilliantly the previous delivery, couldn't do anything about this one. Short delivery, tipped it over the bar and down to the boundary, and Derbyshire move on to 65 for 1. Glamorgan were put in by Sussex at Cardiff. They're 52 for 3. And Somerset 49 for 2. A having been put in by Gloucestershire at Taunton. Leicestershire 27 without loss at the Oval against Surrey, having won the toss and decided to bat. You bang up to date with all the scores from elsewhere as Joseph is on his way in and bowls. This one's a foolish delivery and it's turned into the leg side by Duploy, and he picks up another single. He moves on to 42. Derbyshire 2, 70 for 1 now. It's the end of the over. 14 overs gone in the first hour, just a little bit touch over. Godalming 14, Deploy 41. Lewis Rees, the man out, leg before wicket to Joe Leach. Final ball of first over. He was out for 3. Looks like we're going to see a change of bowling here. Joe Leach, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. So I imagine that we might see Ed Barnard now. Update for Radio Derby listeners. Yeah, good first hour for Derbyshire after 14 overs. They're 70 for 1. They lost Lewis Rees in the first over for just 3. But since then, Billy Godalming is on 14, and especially Lewis Deploy, who's made 42 from 44 balls, have batted nicely. There were a couple of early scares for Deploy. He got a pair at Edgbaston last week, but he's going along nicely in Derbyshire, 70 for 1. First delivery of the new over. Being bowled by Ed Barnard is pushed out into the offside by Deploy. And there's no run. Partnership currently worth 66 from just 80 deliveries. Most of those off the bat of Deploy. This next delivery's pushed out into the offside. And there's no run again. When they got to their half-century stand, Godalming had scored 13 of them from 29 balls. Deploy, 33 of them at a run a ball. So he's the man at the moment who is making hay. A bit early for that, I know. 70 for 1 is a very fine recovery from 4 for 1. As Barnard is in again and bowls it across the left-handed Deploy, who leaves alone, and it's collected by Cox behind the stumps, and there's no run. He's been continuing to get in touch. Alcohol wipes, says Tim Singleton, for when you spill your pint. Alexander in America is enjoying the live stream, the replays. Loves the radio announcing, as they call it in America, with the pictures. As Barnard is in again, and Deploy takes a couple of steps towards the bowler and then pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Tim Chambers also watching while at work, he says, unless the boss is reading this, of course, and he's far too busy. Good to see Lewis Deploy bouncing back from the pair. Full marks to Derbyshire for the excellent stream. Now Nick Owen. See the number of celebrities we have watching and listening. Nick Owen. Good afternoon to you, Nick. He's listening to us and watching the stream. Wonderful way of coping with a year without seeing live cricket in the flesh, he says, and quite right. As Deploy just clips this nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's not quite going to have the legs to get all the way to the East Midlands demolition stand as it's hauled in, but they do get back for 3 this time. That's much better running from this pair. 73 for 1. Deploy moves on to 45. I think we're up to date with, are we? Possibly not. Anybody told Lewis we're not playing T20, says Gary.
It's all on Twitter, David.
Yeah, all on Twitter. Popular, see? Popular, Frank.
Yeah,
Popular.
well, the award will have helped.
Well, it certainly won't have done any harm. No, again, I really don't want to talk about it. Yes, Barnard from the City end balls to Godalming. And it does look like 2 different games when Deploy and Godalming are batting, and they're both left-handers, and one's very stylish and the other one's Billy Godalming. He's on 14, Deploy has 45, Derbyshire 73 for 1 after 15.
Bowling figures so far for Worcestershire. Joe Leach, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Dylan Pennington, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Alzari Joseph, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24, and Ed Barnard just that 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 3. And Alzari Joseph is going to continue. Expensive so far, slightly wayward, good pace. I think he banged that one in the previous over, and Ben Cox made a great take high above his head. And I think Joseph thought, I can get it higher than that. He ran in and he bowled the next one, and he cleared Cox, and it went down for 4 byes.
He did brilliantly to get that first one, didn't he?
He's very
one-handed.
He's very agile gloveman, Ben Cox. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Harvey Hussain, because I haven't seen Harvey keep for a while. And when I used to run the cricket at Repton, Dave, and the Derbyshire age group squads used to come down in the evening and do their training, I can remember the first time I saw Harvey, he was about 4'6", with the under-12s group or something like that, with Howard Dytham there doing the training. And I remember thinking he had great hands, you know, really, really capable, but he's so tiny, and just wonderful to see him now playing first-class cricket and doing so well. Yeah,
he batted beautifully. Second innings at Edgbaston.
Yeah, really good cricketer now.
Cliff wonders how cold it really is this morning. It looks positively balmy on the stream. It's chilly.
Yeah,
it is chilly.
It is. It's chilly even in here, because we've got all the doors and windows open, as you can imagine, for safety reasons. I'm feeling a bit left out. At Frank Watson 58 is my Twitter handle. If you're a Worcestershire fan and you're on Twitter, do get in touch.
Or you could get in touch with me, and that'd really hack Frank
at
off.
Flex Sport, you could get it. That would. If you're a Worcestershire fan, you get in touch with at Flex Sport. You cannot call yourself a Worcestershire fan. No, I'm only joking. You haven't missed anything, because Billy Godleman's been changing his gloves.
I think he's got a new bat as well.
Joseph round the wicket to deploy down the leg side. A little bit of swing as he let go of that one, but started outside leg and went further down. And Cox, who's been a busy man, he'll be quite enjoying it, Ben Cox, keeping to Joseph with good carry in the pitch. It wouldn't be much fun if it was round your ankles all the time, but it's all quite high and quite good fun for a wicket-keeper, that sort of thing. Takes that one, no run, 73 for 1. Seems a while now since that wicket went down in the first over, and we thought, here we go, win the toss on a green top and roll them over, but it's not happened. Joseph decides to go over the wicket to deploy this time, which I think is a good move, because since he's gone round to both left-handers, he struggled with his line, and that one is much straighter, and deploy hurried by that. He's got some pace, no doubt about it, and no doubt he'll warm to his task. It can't be that easy coming from sunnier climes into conditions like this, but he's in a short sleeve shirt, he's not wrapped up in sweaters. Moves in now past umpire Baldwin and bowls to deploy. Oh, and that's a good one. That's a really good lead from deploy, because it's angled across the left-hander, and if anything, a little movement off the seam back in, climbed over the stumps, but left on length, really. Good batting. Good bowling, good batting. Good contest.
It's like his confidence is returning in spades at the moment for Leas deploy. Paul, just confirming what Mikey Cohen's mum had said last week. He and Leas deploy played together for a South African Invitational 11 against Bangladesh.
Right. In comes Joseph again and bowls to deploy. Drives nicely on the offside, but Libby moves smartly to his right at mid-off, and there's no run. It's just picked up 3 Twitter followers, just like that.
Yeah, it should be in double figures, frankly.
Well, you're right. I think, I might get past 20 at this rate. 73 for 1 here. Deploy, the busy deploy on 45. Godleman much more watchful, less fluent on 14, but it played his part, no doubt about it. Joseph is in, again bowls to deploy, drives nice in. Really good piece of fielding from Joe Leach at mid-on. He's quite close at mid-on, a bit closer than he needs to be possibly, but he's a big man and he got down really well there, made a good diving save away to his right. Jake Libby runs across from mid-off and gives him one of those little low fives. Says, well done, Skip. Good stop. And it was. So it stays at 73 for 1. Lovely bright day, but it is chilly. 3 slips waiting as Joseph comes in again and bowls to deploy. Again, angled across him, but a much better over from Joseph, and not coincidental, as far as I'm concerned, that he went over the wicket, although he is now being told by the umpire that he's back in danger of running down the pitch. So it's not going too well for the new signing, but he looks happy enough as he walks off down to his fielding position at deep backward square leg. Deploy 45 now, Godalming 14. The man out, Rees, LBW in the first over to Joe Leach for 3, 73 for 1 Derbyshire.
Alzari Joseph's first maiden over of this spell, his fourth. 0 for 24, his figures. Ed Barnard to start his second over from the city end. Godalming gets a thick edge on that one, down into the ground, and it's really, really nicely stopped by Brett D'Oliveira at backward point. And he hasn't got very far to get down, in fairness, but he got down well. D'Oliveira.
Interesting one here from Chris Everton, who says, always think Joe Leach overbowls himself. Any comments? He seems a bit of a commentator's favourite.
Who's that?
Joe Leach.
Oh, okay.
Well, given what you said about his figures,
well,
it's quite interesting, isn't it?
He's been an astonishing servant to Worcestershire. Barnard's next delivery is pushed up to mid-on by Billy Godalming. Yeah,
331 wickets at 26. That's possibly, Chris, why you might perceive him to be a commentator's favourite. I don't know. Does he overbowl himself? It's possible. I think that year, 2 years ago, when he got a back injury, it was because in the previous season he had possibly overbowled himself. But it wasn't a selfish thing. It was through lack of options, I think, at that time. Probably bowled more than he should have done.
Godalming is beaten by this next delivery from Barnard. Immediately tucks his bat under his arm, wanders around a bit, goes to do a little bit of gardening. Yeah, I mean that can happen with a captain who's a bowler, and it's relatively unusual. Usually, captains of cricket teams, they're usually batsmen. Sometimes they're all rounders, but I think all rounders have probably got enough to do anyway. And very rarely is it the opening bowler who's the captain, is it? So Godalming waits and turns this into the leg side, and there's no run.
Going back to that, Chris, I don't think in the last season, certainly in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, I don't think you could say that Joe Leach overbowled himself. And in the previous couple of seasons, I think, as I say, he was out for a long time with an injury. Since he's been back from that serious injury, I don't think he has overbowled himself.
Barnard in again, and Godalming goes for an attempted drive. Got very much the toe end of the bat and the inside edge of the toe end of the bat as the ball dribbles up to mid-on. Here's a score. Essex are 45 for 5 against Durham, having won the toss and elected to bat. And Chris says that Essex score must be one of those mismatches that everyone was concerned about when they let Division 2 teams play Division 1 teams.
Yeah.
Very good. Barnard balls driven by Godalming, not timed particularly well. He'll come back for a second as the ball is chased down there by Gareth Roderick, and they do complete a couple of runs as Derbyshire move on to 75.
Yeah, it's a good point.
For 1. But yeah, Durham, they did okay last week at Nottingham, and potentially the home side was fortunate to get out of that one with a draw. And now they're doing well against Essex. They've certainly got a good batting lineup, and it looks like the bowlers are doing the business today, which is interesting.
Is it Chris Rushworth?
Yeah, still. I don't know who's got the wickets today. I shall have a look now. I mean, what a servant he's been.
Oh, what a bowler he is!
Yeah.
What a bowler. You can imagine in the right conditions, he's as good as anybody in the country.
Bryden Cars has got a couple of them, 2 for 8 at the moment. Chris Rushworth got the first 2.
Alzari Joseph over the wicket again to Lewis Deploy. Drops this one down in front of him, and there's no run.
Yeah, 2 for 9, Rushworth.
Yeah, 2 for 9. He bowled brilliantly at Worcester a couple of years ago. Just superbly.
Matt Salisbury with the other wicket, 1 for 18 from his 6 overs so far. So a good start for Durham, who Derbyshire will play in 7 days' time.
Josh Cooper's been in touch. He says, loving the stream, I would have liked us to have a bat first. Well, yeah, none of us were surprised when Worcestershire chose to bowl. As Joseph again bowls, and Deploy just covers up to this one defensively on the back foot, no run. Joseph seems to be on edge a little bit in his urban exchanges. Hopefully he can find some rhythm. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to describe it. A little bit on edge, not quite settled. But I've been happier since he's gone over the wicket to these two. He bowled his first ball over the wicket, immediately went round, and he struggled with his line, but it seems a little bit better now. Anyway, here he comes. Early days, early days. He comes in now and bowls, and that's good pace. Goes across Deploy. Didn't really play at it. I think he just dropped his hands underneath it in the end, and it went through to Ben Cox. Yeah, he didn't really play at it, just watching the replay. Probably not a replay for... Maybe it was. Maybe the stream's a little bit behind. 75 for 1. Deploy 45, Godalming 16.
You could sort of underestimate how much, not pressure, but how much he feels there is on him as an overseas player as well, can't you, with Joseph? So he wants to do well.
He's in again now. Bowls to Deploy. Gets a fuller one and squeezes it wide of Joe Leach at mid-on, but he moves to his left and fields, and there's no run. Absolutely agree. You know, he's flown in. He's had to be in isolation for it and done a few tests and whatever, and he's had, I think, a couple of days of training in cold conditions, and he's gone out there, and he's doing his best, I think. Hasn't done badly, just needs, like you say, a bit of rhythm, like Josh says, and he comes, bowls, and that's quick, and again it's climbed over Deploy. Cox has punched it over the bar. They've gone through for a bye, and Ben Cox will be a bit fed up that he didn't manage to hold on to it, but it was a good effort, good save. He just tipped it over, didn't he? 76 for 1. It was pacey.
He's been given a workout as much as the batsman have by Alzari Joseph.
He needs it's that word rhythm, isn't it? He just needs to get a bit of rhythm, get his line right, get that sort of pace and that lift, but maybe just a little bit fuller to start with, and he'll be a handful. Billy Godalming taking a more conventional guard now, I notice, against Joseph. He's in, bowls 2, and he pushes out on the offside. 76 for 1. Derby should be very, very pleased with this morning. I think having lost a wicket in the first over, they might have feared the worst. And they'll look at this and think, yeah, we've done really well here. Deploy has been the main reason for that. He's on 45, Godalming 16, but certainly the home side's morning so far, 76 for 1 after 16, 12, 16, 18 overs. Can't see the overs on the board, is it? Have to add up.
Just underneath batsman.
Ah, yes, I see it.
On the left-hand side.
Yeah.
But you can't
it looks like 8, doesn't it?
Well, you can't actually see most of the numbers because the sun's shining straight on the board.
The other thing I don't particularly like about this scoreboard is that the number of the number on the batsman's shirt on the left of his name is the same, exactly the same size as the number of runs that he scored on the right of his name. Do you know what I mean? So if you look and you don't quite,
not happy with that.
I'm all right as long as I remember which colour is the runs.
Next time you come, Frank.
Different colours I'd like.
Well, no, different scoreboard there's going to be. Put a new scoreboard up just to the right of the media centre here, which we won't be able to see. But I'm told we're getting little monitors to give us the score. How exciting is that? Here's Ed Barnard. I'm excited. This one is a play and a miss from Lears Deploy. He might tell you that he pulled the bat inside. I'm not sure that he did.
I think he played and missed it.
Ball goes through to the keeper. He's played at that.
He didn't do the little Alistair Cook curtain rail one where they pull the bat inside and everybody thinks they've played.
Yes.
But that was a play.
It looked like a play from here. He's got his back to us, of course, because Barnard is bowling from the city end. Roads noticeably quieter than they would be in normal times. As Barnard bowls again, he takes a couple of steps towards the bowler there, Lears Deploy. Obviously feeling relatively confident now. Moves on to 46 as he picks up a single out to Jake Libby at mid-wicket. He moves around to square leg to do the fielding. 77 for 1 now. Hang on, somebody's tickled Frank.
Great one from on Twitter from Peter Klasnick Glynn. Peter Glynn. It says, it's so cold watching the stream in the garden. I've had to add an extra pie in the oven for lunch.
Good man.
Yeah.
Looking forward to our lunch fairly shortly as Godleman gets his bat down on this one from Barnard and plays it out to Libby at mid-wicket.
Your battery is very low.
Is it?
Apparently.
Well, it's plugged in.
It's on our monitor. I was just looking to see, because there was a lot of excitement amongst the fielders after that last ball. I think that they clearly thought if he'd missed that, there was a big shout, I think. But he didn't.
Yeah, we might have lost it for the time being. Sorry, Frank. I blame the equipment. Barnard's in and bowls, and Godleman drives square on the offside. There's a parry by the man in the covers.
Libby, I think. No, it's not Libby. Beg your pardon.
He seems to have hurt himself there, Roderick. Is it his ankle? He's landed in some footmarks where the practice pitches have been. He looks all right, actually, to be fair now. He just momentarily.
He's a keeper, you see, so he really wish he had his pads and gloves on.
Yes.
It'd be a bit warmer if he had. Extra pie in the oven, I love that. Great response. I think you're absolutely right.
And our balls, this one's whipped into the leg side for 4 runs by Billy Godleman out to mid-wicket. It really was a whip as well. It's gone underneath the covers in front of the old scoreboard, which then became the old commentary box. And Godleman, who hasn't hit too many boundaries, that's only the 3rd of his innings, moves on to 20. Derbyshire to 81 for 1. Sorry, Frank.
Peter Klasnich, some people would say put a coat on, but I think an extra
I
pie for
I'd
lunch
go for the pie
psychologically much better
pie
way of dealing with
all
it.
day long.
And he is in Bolton as well, so it'd be a good pie.
He's in Bolton?
Yeah.
That's where I live. Bolton?
Well, no, he's not in Bolton. I beg your pardon. He's in Denby, but he's a Bolton Wanderers fan.
Oh dear, well I've gone off him then. I've gone right off him.
He's had a tough time, hasn't he?
Well, no, they're going up now. They're going up. My son's a Bolton Wanderers fan. I'm a Tranmere fan, and they've just put a bit of gap between the two for anybody who's interested in League Two football.
They've done
which is nobody, clearly.
They've done well, but it's been a torrid year or two, hasn't it?
Godleman drives this time out into the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary, and that's going to race away as well. Leach is chasing it, and gets there. That's good effort from Leach. Roderick had gone out there to help him and hurls the ball back in, but the batsmen get back for a 3rd run, and Billy Godleman pinches the strike as well. He's on 23, deploys on 46, 84 for 1 after 19 overs now. And Kirk says it's cruel watching Derbyshire at home on such a beautiful spring day. We should be at the ground. Great cut. Oh no, I can't read that out. The stream is superb. No, I can't. I just can't bring myself to read that kind of thing. It's very kind of you though, Kirk, and I do appreciate it, and so does Frank, I'm sure.
Brett D'Oliveira's coming into the attack.
I just saw him on the floor.
Yeah, at the racecourse end, and I think in a way, I mean, he bowled really well at Chelmsford last week, and he might well have come on 5 or 10 minutes before lunch. But in a way, I would think Billy Godleman, we're thinking that's really not what Worcestershire would have been planning this morning. So it's a feather in our cap. I'm not saying it's not a good move, but at 84 for 1 after 19 overs, when you've taken a wicket in the first over, I think we should be a bit disappointed. I feel personally, and I might be wrong, that they bowled all right for about an hour, but then it got a little bit scrappy for 20 minutes. And maybe this is an attempt just to pull it back and change the emphasis a little bit, give the batsman something a bit different to think about. D'Oliveira's going to bowl round the wicket to Billy Godleman. 1 slip, the only close catcher, as he comes in and bowls, and Godleman pushes him away on the offside for a single. Strange offside field. Got a man out on the boundary at backward point, and then a extra cover and a wideish mid-off. Interesting line there. And then all the rest of the field, so it's just those 4 and then 5 fielders on the leg side. D'Oliveira goes past the outside edge with this one, didn't turn a great deal. But no run taken by Cox, 85 for 1 it remains. On the leg side we've got the sort of short fine leg, or man just behind square, as this one's pushed out on the offside, and then a deep mid-wicket. and a long on, and then a catcher sort of in the box, as they call it, where Ricky Vessels is with his 99 and his sun hat on, kind of straightish mid-wicket,
That's
and then
the
a
number,
conventional mid-wicket.
the number on his back. He's not holding an ice cream or anything.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
No.
He always has 99. He had it at knots as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, he fielded that one. There was no run. Deploy using his feet to D'Oliveira, comes down the pitch. If that might tempt him to throw a googly in. The left-hander coming down. Just checks there's only one ball left in the over. 85 for one. I'll be shooting off then to do an
get
update
this one in
for
front.
Goose.
Get this one in.
Get this one in.
Yeah, get this one in.
D'Oliveira in now. Bowls and deploys down the pitch. Pushes back to the bowler who throws into the keeper. End of the over. Deploy 46. Godalming 24. They're still going, these two. Derbyshire 85 for one.
Frank will be back very shortly. I prefer Ricky Vessels now that he's not a Nottinghamshire player than when he was, of course. So good to see him. Always good to see a former Nottinghamshire player, one who's seen the light. 85 for one. I know I'll get myself in trouble one day. Update for BBC Radio Derby FM and AM listeners shortly. Yeah, Derbyshire 85 for one. We've had 20 overs here this morning. They lost the toss and were put into bat. Lost Lewis Rees at the end of the first over for just 3. But since then, Leas Deploy and Billy Godalming have batted nicely. Deploy did have 1 or 2 scares early on, but he's moved on to 46, not out. Billy Godalming has 24. These two have added 81 between them, and Derbyshire 85 for one. Managed to do everything, I think. There we go. Ethan Calder's been in touch by email. Next delivery is... Oh, strikes the pad of Billy Godalming straight away. Tim Robinson, the umpire, just looks at the ground. He's not interested at all. You did email last week, Ethan. I do remember it. You're absolutely right. Well, you know you emailed because you sent it. Apparently I said that I had to read the email first because it was from a student and I didn't want to read anything untoward out. Nothing personal, Ethan. I always have to read emails out first because sometimes they can lead you down a bit of a path that you don't want to go down. Interesting question. I'm not sure of the answer, but I'll read the question in a moment as Barnard is in, and that's a good lead by Godalming. It goes through to Cox. Should be a good game, this, he says. Was moving Deploy to 3 planned before the game? Seems harsh to relegate Anashdale after only 1 match. I think it is harsh to relegate Anashdale after only 1 match. Personally, obviously, these decisions are taken way above my pay grade. In fact, they're taken by people who don't even pay me. So I think he's going to bat even lower. He might even bat 6 as Barnard is in and bowls another lead by Godalming. Cox moves across to his left-hand side to take it. Yes, it was planned. We were getting whispers before the start of play that, in fact, Deploy was going to bat 3, that Wayne Madsen was going to bat 4. We think Critchley will bat 5 with Dahl at 6, which puts him in the all-rounder position, but he hasn't bowled yet this season in first-class cricket. So I'd be interested to see if he's used as a bowler by the Derbyshire skipper, Billy Godalming, at some point. Here is Barnard again, bowls. That's a flash outside the off stump from Godalming that goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. Kirk Jones likes the reference to Tranmere. Not many people do, Kirk, in all honesty. Used to watch Tranmere on a Friday night when Jim Coombs was in goal. Absolutely, that might even be before my time. Good to hear from everybody. I tend not to read WhatsApps out though, so that you're safe. This one is striking the pad of Billy Godalming. I got permission from Dominic Cork to read his out. Got one here saying the cricket coverage is actually pretty good. It's being damned with faint praise by a colleague. And and all is good in reply to the latest WhatsApp as well. Bringing back some good memories for one of our viewers on YouTube. It's the end of the over, 85 for one. Godalming has 24. deploy, who'll be on strike, has 46 now. He's, as I said, batting very nicely indeed for a man who got a pair at Edgbaston. In comes D'Oliveira and bowls wide of the off stump, and he has a go at that one, does Lewis deploy, perhaps injudiciously. And as a result, it goes through to the keeper. And he is again, this one's turning into the stumps. He was very front on there, deploy, as he played it out into the leg side. There's no run. D'Oliveira's second over, only conceded the 1 run so far. And this time he uses his feet, deploy. Plays it back to D'Oliveira, who hurls it at the keeper, forcing the Derbyshire batsman just to duck out of the way as the ball was heading his way. Just the one slip in place for D'Oliveira, as you might expect, and this one is defended very watchfully by deploy. Back to the bowler once again. Fly on the outside. Is he on the outside? Yes, he is on the outside of the window. Good. I didn't want to have to damage it. I would have, but I didn't want to. It's D'Oliveira bowls, and that one's defended again. Back to the bowler by deploy. Good over so far from Brett D'Oliveira. Derbyshire remain on 85 for 1. It's the 22nd over of the day's play so far. Just that 1 wicket at the end of the first over. Lewis Rees, as into his stumps goes deploy, and he completes playing out a maiden over. That's back-to-back maidens by Barnard and now D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira only conceded 1 run from his previous over, so the runs have dried up, which is what Joe Leach would have wanted. But Derbyshire are in a fairly healthy position at 85 for 1, with Godalming on 24 and deploy on 46.
Yeah, whenever anybody asks me what I reckon a par score is on the first day of a championship game, I always think mid-80s for 2 or 3 at lunch is about par.
Okay.
I always think so. Therefore, I would say that puts Derbyshire quite ahead of par, really, or under par, depending on how you phrase it. But on top, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Because they're going to be over 100 by lunch, aren't they? And
well, they'd hope so.
you know, they'll hope not to lose another wicket. As Barnard begins a new over, bowls to Godalming. He's testing him, isn't he? Good last over, and this one turned him round, the left-hander, and he sort of squeezed it out on the offside. There was a big shout in the last over, early on in the over. Tim Robinson clearly decided it had pitched out the side of the leg because he didn't even look. And they all turned around and looked at the umpire, and he was just looking
He did that in the
ground.
previous over, yeah, just looked straight to the ground, Tim Robinson.
But Barnard, he probably does more with the ball than any of the other Worcestershire bowlers. Just lacks that little edge in terms of pace that some of the others have, as this one's pushed out on the onside. But he's a good technician, Ed Barnard. Does a lot with has a lot of variations in the white ball game as well. He's quite a skillful bowler, I think. But you know, if he had another yard, I think he'd be a real handful. Bowled well at Chelmsford last week, and he does because he tries to swing it. He does tend to get driven now and again because he overpitches slightly, as any swing bowler has to run that risk. But he's getting a nice rhythm going now as he comes in and bowls. This one's a little bit wayward, and Godalming just tucks it down to long leg. Zari Joseph, the fielder down there, returns to Cox, and they take a single. Godalming goes to 25, 86 for 1. Seems a long time ago, if you're a Worcestershire fan, since that first wicket went down. First over of the day. Joe Leach won the toss, said we'll have a ball, came in, first over of the day, got a wicket, must have thought, yeah, this is right. But
what a decision.
Still waiting. Here's Barnard. In now, bowls to deploy, who squeezes this one out on the offside, and there's a very uncharacteristic misfield at backward point by Brett D'Oliveira, one of the best fielders in the country, I would have thought, but probably it was just the old wicket ends that disturbed him a little bit.
He did look at them straight away, didn't he?
He isn't the sort that will make excuses. He's just indicating that it just bobbled through and went under his arm, really, as he went down with 2 hands. Anyway, 2 more to deploy. 48 to him, closing in on a 50, which would be very, very welcome after his pair last week at Edgbaston. and 88 for 1 as Barnard is in again past umpire Robinson. He bowls and Deploy gets in a bit of a tangle but just drops it down on the offside. Worcestershire coaches, Alan Richardson, the bowling coach, and head coach Alex Kidman having a stroll around the boundary. Alan Richardson just having a conversation with Alzari Joseph about how things are going.
Chilly.
Yeah. just talking about the line he was bowling at to the left-handers, maybe something like that. Barnard is in, bowls, and Deploy tucks this one away on the leg side. They take one, think about two. I think Godalming was encouraging Deploy to
Well, he
look
shouted
for two.
2-2, didn't
Yeah.
he, when he set off there, Billy Goldman? You could hear it in the effects microphone, and I don't think there was ever two there.
Joseph came in quickly, didn't he, and did the fielding. Maybe Godalming thought he's having a chat with his coaches down there. We'll get back for two, but they only got one. And Deploy keeps the strike. He's on 49, 89 for 1 off 23 overs.
Good afternoon to John Connaughton. As always, he says it's great to get the digs in about noisy knots. But just be wary, R.T. Robinson is out in the middle. We don't want him getting upset. Well, I don't think they've got a feed of our commentary. So that's the good news, John. And you're right, it is great that Lewis Deploy has got his season going after that pair that he got at Edgbaston. He looked a little bit shaky in the early stages here, in fairness, but
Pennington nearly got him, didn't he? With that one.
It's going very nicely now. He's on 49 as he waits for this delivery from D'Oliveira down into the ground and straight back to the bowler. Didn't score a run off D'Oliveira in his previous over. And his latest, which is his third, begins with a dot ball. This one's very wide of the off stump, and there's a half century for Lewis Deploy as he bats it out towards the cover boundary away to our right hand side. 50 to Lewis Deploy from 78 deliveries, 7 fours. And it's been a good knock from Deploy. Plenty of character shown by the South African. He got a pair last week and gave a couple of chances early on, but he's got to a half century as Godalming defends this next delivery from D'Oliveira back to the bowler. Well batted Lewis Deploy. And comes D'Oliveira again around the wicket bowls, and it's pushed very gently into the offside backward of square by Billy Goldman, who wants two this time, and he races back and gets there very comfortably indeed in the end. Tom Fell, I think that is, out there doing the fielding.
Yep.
Potentially.
Yeah, no, it is.
Could be. 1 in 11 chance.
Well, don't always get the fielders on the stream, do they? Which is good news for us.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
If you misidentify, you can get away with it.
I'll sort that out in a minute. Is this next one beating Godalming and goes through everything, and isn't collected cleanly either by Ben Cox. Best delivery that D'Oliveira's bowled so far, I would suggest. Godalming a little surprised by it in the end, but he survives. Which is clearly good news for Derbyshire. And he waits, and now he gets bat on this one. And there's no run, so the stream is now miles behind because the computer switched itself off. So what I'll try and do, how do you get it live? Oh, I know. Click on that. There, look at that. Brilliant. We're back. Frank, we're back.
We're back.
We're fully technologied up.
We're teched up, and there'll be no stopping us now.
No, I'm sure
the players are having a little break.
Of course they are.
The players are having a little sanitisation break, and so are we.
I should have brought more.
I'll bring some. I've got some in the car.
Yeah, no, I've got.
We're
about,
gelling our hands.
I've got about 3 bottles in various pockets and football grounds where you go, and it's everywhere, isn't it?
We're gelling our hands in the box. I don't think I've touched anything that doesn't belong to me since I last gelled my hands.
No.
But maybe a door handle. I went next door to do my
I reckon we're probably safe to shake hands at some point. 92 for 1 at the end of that over, incidentally. Got him at 27 to play 50. Can't remember.
No,
Can't remember.
Anyway, 92 for 1. Worcestershire, well, they would have wanted 3 or 4 before lunch. They'd be happy with 2 now, I should think. They want another one. Ed Barnard's going to bowl to Deploy, who's just gone to 50 off 78 balls with 7 fours. Worcestershire fans, do get in touch and tell us whether you're disappointed Excited, cold, warm, having 3 pies or 2 is Barnard in, bowls to deploy and he gets the edge. Doesn't carry to third slip, drops short, sort of sprawling stop by fell and they go through for a single. Takes him to 51, 93 for 1. At Fletch Sport is Dave Fletcher's Twitter handle. I'm at Frank Watson 58, all lowercase. Had a good bit of feedback from a few listeners this morning. Always good to hear from you. And be interested to hear your observations on the stream, the Derbyshire stream. We think the quality's been pretty good. Picture certainly looks very good to me.
We could do with straightening that camera though, because the slope here at the counter ground isn't as great as the picture makes it look, I don't think.
Right. Anyway, here's Barnard.
You do want to stand up on that one.
Here's Barnard in. Bowls to Godleman and hands on head again as that one is squeezed away. Thickish inside edge really, but he's bringing his bat down quickly and it went away at some pace down to Alzari Joseph at long leg and they get another single. Godleman moves on to 28. He's been fairly circumspect this morning. 94 for 1. So he's 28 coming up towards lunch, 15 minutes to go. I was looking at some cricket on YouTube the other day, and you know when the recommendations come up and it said you might want to watch this. And it was 1978-79, Australia v England from Perth. As Barnard bowls to deploy, he plays arguably the best shot of the day, that one. It's just short of length. He's gone on the back foot and punched it away beautifully through the covers for 4. Quite square, great shot, really good shot. 55 to deploy, 98 for 1. And it was during World Series cricket.
Oh,
so
yes.
It was a weakened Australia side. Rodney Hogg was bowling, but it was a weakened Australia side. Jeff Dimmock, Rodney Hogg, that sort of era. And a fairly weakened English side, although still familiar names. Here comes Barnard again, bowls to deploy, he pushes out on the offside, no run. And it was at Perth, so it was the whacker, so it was a bit seamer friendly. And England batted first. It was Boycott, Gooch, Randall's 3, Brearley. It was that sort of time. Yeah. Some of the best players were in World Series. And Boycott was 35 not out at tea.
Don't want to rush things, do you?
35 not out at tea. In comes Barnard. Bowls to deploy. Pushes up to mid-wicket. Libby the fielder. 98 for 1. And it was really attritional stuff. It really was. And then, of course, it prompted me to look up that series, and it was a series that England won quite comfortably, with Randall in particular scoring heavily.
Do well to avoid batting with Boycott, wouldn't
Really was wearing that little, do you remember that little skull cap thing he used to wear under his cap?
Yeah.
98 for 1, in comes Barnard again in deploy, pushes down on the onside end of the over, tidy one, and 98 for 1, deploy 55, Godleman 28. I'll just give you the bowling figures. We've so far seen Joe Leach pick up the only wicket. His figures 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Pennington, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Alzari Joseph, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 24. Ed Barnard, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. And D'Oliveira about to begin his 4th over. So far, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4.
D'Oliveira, his 4th over, he's in and bowls an absolute pie. And Billy Godleman has missed out completely as the man at backward square leg.
Great
fielding. That was an appalling delivery and not a very good shot either. I'm afraid he should really have launched that into the players' pavilion. He didn't, and he has to defend this next one out into the offside. Billy Godleman, 28 from 65 deliveries, deploy 55 from 83. So
Tony Pearson, is listening to us from Cape Cod.
Oh, Cape Cod?
Yeah, fantastic.
Back into his crease goes Godleman, pushes it up to Leach at mid-on. We've got a few listeners in America then.
Hello, Tony. Cape Cod. Wonderful. Great to know you're there.
Oliveira in again. This one's down the leg side. It's going to go all the way for 4 byes, I fancy. That's at least the second, if not third lot of 4 byes. Signal now from Paul Baldwin, the umpire. Godalming couldn't get anything on it. Cox couldn't stop it from going to the boundary. And the Derbyshire 100 rather anticlimactically comes up with 4 byes. It's come up in the 26th over. Godalming waits 102 for 1 bowls, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Godalming, and there's no run. So the next landmark in 3 deliveries, well, 2 deliveries time, will be a century second wicket stand between these two. Without wishing to jinx it, but then again I know that I can't, because if I had that kind of power I wouldn't be sitting here. This next one is pushed into the leg side by Godalming. It's Vessels who comes in to do, well, I wouldn't, would I?
No, you're right.
To do the fielding.
You're right. You're so right.
John Connaughton's given me full permission to bash Nottinghamshire now that he knows that the umpire can't hear, which is good news. 102 for 1 after 26 overs, just 13 minutes away from the lunch interval. Godalming 28, deploy 55. Can't smell the lunch yet, which is a slight concern.
Slight concern. You're so right about that, though, Dave. I often think, when you think about, superstitions and omens and everything, if I see a single magpie on the morning of a Norwich City match, is that really going to make them play badly?
Almost certainly not.
If I see 2, are they going to play well?
Yes.
Probably not. In comes Barnard and bowls to deploy. Pushes up to mid-on. Keeper's gone up to the stumps now for Barnard. He went up in the last over just to try and add a little bit more pressure, make deploy stay at home, can't use his feet quite as much. Still 3 slips. Worcestershire still fancy a wicket, but they've had to wait since the first over.
You must feel obliged to have the 3 slips in place when you put a team in, though, don't you, really?
Well, Barnard has done a bit with it, if anybody has, and he bowls, but he gets his line wrong, and deploy tucks that really, really neatly, timed it well. In front of square, Joseph goes around the boundary, and they pick up 2 more. I must say, since deploy edged that one from Pennington and was nearly caught at 3rd slip, he's looked more comfortable and almost a little bit calmer as well. I just thought he was a bit frenetic in the first few minutes of his innings.
It's the 100 stand in 25 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, 100 stand between these two, really good. 104 for 1. They've played really well. Barnard is in again, bowls, and deploy gets another run to the same area, just a bit further behind square this time, and Joseph does the fielding. 105 for 1, 58 to deploy. Godalming on 28, and I see Pennington going through some fairly rigorous loosening up exercises at mid-on, suggesting that he might be coming into the attack at this racecourse end again to replace Oliveira in the next over. We'll wait and see. Certainly Worcester fancy giving him a little blast before the lunch interval, as Barnard bowls again to Godalming, who pushes out on the offside quite firmly. No run. He's adopting a more conventional stance, Godalming now, having taken guard a foot, 18 inches outside off stump at times this morning to Leach particularly.
Round the wicket. If it's just for that or not, I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be it. He's a long way out of his crease now, I notice, isn't he? And he's opened up a bit, sort of Peter Willie style, as Barnard bowls. And he pushes out on the offside. I think he's just playing games a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think, people. You remember how Peter Willie used to stand? Ken Barrington did it as well. I mean, that is going back a long way.
Chanderpaul, who played here.
Yeah, Chanderpaul, I always thought was one of. I mean, even the way he held the bat, one hand at the top, one hand at the bottom of the handle, incredibly unconventional. But what I was going to say about the stance is, it doesn't matter how you start; it's how you finish, isn't it? Barnard is in and bowls, and Godalming drives on the offside. Good sprawling stop again by Leach at mid-off. They still get 2, which takes Godalming on to 30, and the total of 107 for 1. And what I mean by that is you could start with your feet pointing to mid-off, but as Peter Willie used to do, I mean, almost square on it by the end of his career. But when the bowler actually let go of the ball, he turned around and got into a more conventional position, as did Chanderpaul, I think, quite often. Although I do think his grip was was remarkable. But what a great player. What a
Indeed.
great player.
Oh, yeah. No
107 for 1. End of the over from Barnard, and Pennington is returning at the racecourse end. Probably have a couple of overs before lunch. If he's lucky, might just have one, actually. I think we'll get 2 more in now.
Yes.
2 more.
Good 9 minutes.
Three
Look,
more.
they usually go from the clock on top of the score.
Yeah.
The
old pavilion. That one,
no, they don't
No,
go by
no,
that
no,
one. It's
no.
too small. There's one away to our right on the groundsman's
Right.
shed's build. It's not a shed at all.
I know them, I can see it, yeah. And 9 minutes to go.
There is Pennington in and bowls. That's clipped very nicely backward of square on the leg side by Duplay. They're going to come back for a second. I was going to say might have to hurry, but the throw, when it eventually came in from Roderick, he got it away quickly, but in doing so just lost a little bit of accuracy, and as a result 2 very comfortable runs for Lewis Deploy, who moves on to 60, 109 for 1. Dave McCardle on the subject of, he actually sent this before we were talking about luck and magpies and all that kind of thing. I never watch when we're batting just because I bring bad luck. No, David,
you don't,
David,
Dave.
it's not you.
No.
It's not you, because I watch when they're batting. Sometimes, as this one's left hand side off stump. Sometimes I watch it from behind my fingers, because it's not as good as it might be, but it's definitely not you, David. That century stand when it came up in 25 overs and 2 balls, Godleman's had 27 of them from 68, and Lewis Deploy 57 of them from 85. Deploy's moved on to 60 now. Godleman's on 30. It's Deploy on strike. As Pennington bowls from the racecourse end. It's a nice leave by Deploy. Clearly wants to be there after lunch, and who knows, after tea as well.
Steady on.
Just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. We don't often get the chance to say, "Ooh, this is going well."
The luck conversation reminds me of cricketers are very superstitious. There's some ridiculous superstitions that cricketers have about, equipment and putting this pad on first and this, that, and the other.
As Pennington bowls and Deploy, a little uppishly plays it into the leg side out towards mid-wicket. The man out mid-wicket, Oliveira, can't quite get his hands to it. Around the boundary, though, comes, I imagine that's Roderick.
Yeah. In
the deep. And he throws it back in, and they get through for 3 more. So 63 now to Deploy, 112 for 1.
Yeah, Ron Headley, who Worcestershire fans of a particularly vintage era will remember, but his son Dean also played for Worcestershire. Ron was besotted with his bats, and they had to travel in a certain way. They couldn't be squashed in a bag or anything like that.
Travel first class.
Yeah, they had all sorts of things.
Godleman pushes this next Pennington delivery out into the offside.
And I remember Tim Curtis being asked, "Have you got any superstitions?" And he said, "If anybody," and this I like, "if anybody suggests any superstitions to me, I immediately do the opposite just
Excellent.
to prove." So if they say, don't put your left pad on first, I'll always put my left pad on first. Don't change your gloves, I'll always change my gloves. I think that's the way to deal with it.
Absolutely. Pennington in. Once again from the racecourse end, strikes the pad of Billy Godleman, but over the wicket to the left-hander, pitching outside leg stump. No chance of really of a leg before wicket unless he can get it to move in the air. It's the end of the over. Derbyshire 112 for 1, 63 to Deploy, 30 to Godleman.
Be a good one, that. Let's get in touch on Twitter. @Fletch Sport, @Frank Watson
Superstitions.
58. Superstitions,
Yes.
cricketing superstitions, right? Or whether any have ever paid off or not paid off.
Well, if they've paid off, it's nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. But we'd like to hear it.
Who was it? It was a South African who had a cricket bat taped to the ceiling of a changing room, and he got some runs, and after that he always had a bat taped to the ceiling of the changing rooms. I mean, what's that all about? He didn't know it was taped there until he came back.
Is Joe Leach coming into the attack to replace Ed Barnard at the City end, and he starts with a ball which squares Deploy up a little bit, and he slides off the face into the gully, where it's fielded by Ed Barnard, and there's no run. Deploy's played really well, 63 not out, He's had a couple of iffy moments early on, but I think he's played really well. 91 balls, 63 not out, 112 for 1. Joe Leach moves in again from the City end and bowls to him, and he pushes this one back up the pitch to the bowler. Leach, the only successful bowler so far from a Worcestershire point of view. And we're on the stroke of lunch. Probably get one more over after this for Pennington, but it's been a disappointing morning for the visitors after a great start. Leach again in, bowls to deploy, lovely shot, clipped away into the mid-wicket area where it's smartly fielded by Jake Libby. Good piece of fielding that. I was travelling, his hands are cold.
Just sounded right off the bat though, didn't it? Just sounded right.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, lovely shot. It's been really good deploy. I think Goldman's been good as well in his supportive role. He's the one that kind of disturbed the bowler's lines early on with his quirky footwork. In comes Leach again, bowls to deploy, pushes back up the pitch, fielded by the bowler. Kim Barnett would have approved, wouldn't he? He'd have approved. He'd approve of Billy Godleman's playing with the batsman's mind, because he was one who, I mean, by the end of his career, when he used to walk in from the leg side almost every ball, was just extraordinary, wasn't it? Yes, but he ended up in the right place.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, he's been director of cricket in my time here.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Leach bowls, good delivery, and deployed, gets a fortunate run here, squeezes an inside edge down to long leg where Pennington does the fielding. 112 for 1, 76. 64 to deploy, there you go. I looked on the wrong side of his name on the scoreboard. 64, 76 is the number on his shirt, and 30 to Godleman. Just get this over out of the way and I'll nip off to do my latest BBC Hereford and Worcester update. On the stroke of lunch, here's Leach into the left-handed Derbyshire skipper Billy Godleman, who awkwardly pushes this up to mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 113 for 1 off. 28 overs with 1 to go to lunch.
Thank you, Frank. Frank will be back with us on online via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Derbyshire County Cricket Club stream here from the Incora County Ground. After lunch, this will be the final over before lunch. It'll be bowled by Dylan Pennington. Can he get it in time for the 1 o'clock news update? Sincerely hope so. So Pennington turns, runs away from us, so he's bowling from the racecourse end to Leas Deploy, who turns this one into the leg side. An immediate no from Billy Godleman. Approaching lunch everywhere else, of course. Lancashire 97 for 2 against Northants at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 126 for 2 against Kent down at Canterbury. Glamorgan are 120 for 3 against Sussex in Cardiff. Nottinghamshire 70 for 4 now, approaching lunch against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Essex 74 for 5 against Durham, so just steadying things down at Chelmsford as this one is pushed into the onside by Deploy, and there's no run. Somerset 93 for 4 against Gloucestershire. That's the alarm. What is it? It's that. There we go. Right, now I know which clock it is. I'll try and sort that out. It's the second time it's interrupted. Leicestershire 75 without loss against Surrey down at the Oval, approaching the end of the 30th over. After choosing to bat, Pennington runs away from us again and bowls to Deploy, who goes back into his stumps and pushes it out into the onside. And there is no run. The other score, I can't remember if I gave it to you or not. It was only 30 seconds ago. Somerset 93 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Taunton. So 113 for 1 here, Derbyshire, doing very, very nicely indeed, having been asked to bat first. A century stand between Leas Deploy and Billy Godleman. They've now added 109 off 172 balls for the second wicket. after Lewis Rees was trap leg before wicket for 3 in the final ball of the first over. Pennington runs away from us again and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this up to mid-on. There's a bit of a misfield there by Leach. They're going to get 2 runs here as Alzari Joseph. In fact, they might. No, they'll only get 2. Billy Godleman very firmly shouts no as Joseph gets to the ball. He had to run all the way round from long or deep mid-off to do the fielding after the slight misfield from Joe Leach. Let's keep an eye on, or keep an ear out for Wesley Mallin, who's currently reading the 1 o'clock news. 2 deliveries to go this morning. Pennington is in and bowls. That one's clipped nicely into the leg side by Deploy. There's no run. He's moved on to 66 now from 100 deliveries exactly. And these two added 111 from 174 balls. So the final ball before lunch about to be bowled. Alzari Joseph just gives the ball a cursory polish before giving it back to Dylan Pennington. The final ball of his 6th over of the morning. 0 for 15 his figures so far. Liz Deploy just making sure it is the last ball, but it will be. 3 slips in place, and Deploy pushes this out into the leg side. They've gone for 1. Deploy will want to come back for a second, and he is coming back for a second. And that will be lunch at the county ground. Derbyshire 117 for 1. And we'll be back after lunch. Players just leaving the pitch now for lunch. Wesley, Derbyshire 117 for 1, having been asked to bat, losing the toss this morning. They also lost Lewis Rees in the first over for 3. They were 4 for 1 at that stage. But Lewis Deploy and Billy Godleman have batted really nicely after some early scares for Deploy. He's moved on to 68. Godleman has 30. The partnership's 113. And at lunch, having been asked to bat, Derbyshire 117 for 1.
Line, good accurate delivery on off stump, and Deploy pushes back to the bowler. I thought Pennington bowled pretty well this morning. Last season, if there were any criticisms of him, it was a lack of consistency, and perhaps he just went, his economy rate wasn't what it might have been. There's always been a lot of potential there. Good big lad, good action.
It looks like a fast bowler. He's got a great body, hasn't he?
But lacked a bit of, in terms of accuracy. That seems to have been improved, certainly on today's showing, as he bowls again to Deploy. He pushes out to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. So he's only gone for 17. He's in his 17th over. He's in his 7th over. He's only gone for 17 runs, so it's pretty tidy. And 4 of those was that edge that might have been caught at slip. So it may be the most impressive of the bowlers. I thought Barnard bowled pretty well too.
Yeah.
But Dylan Pennington, big season for him, actually, I think. Just beyond a newcomer now. He's got a few games under his belt. Bowls again to Deploy, who pushes out on the onside. And it's fielded by D'Oliveira. 117 for 1. And it was one of the points Alex Gidman made in a lengthy interview that Dave Bradley and I did with him for our podcast, which is called I'd Rather Be a Pair, if anybody wants to look it up and listen to it. And Alex Gidman said sometimes bowlers have got to realise that quiet periods are important periods. They're not, you don't have to be forcing it all the time, just building up a little bit of pressure. Pennington is in and bowls to Deploy, who gets runs this time, squeezing this one out behind square on the leg side for 2. Takes him on to 70 and a total of 119 for 1. And you're saying, you don't have to be forcing it all the time. You don't have to be thinking, I've got to bowl that magic delivery all the time. Sometimes just building the pressure through accuracy can bring rewards. So what might seem to be a quiet period of the game where it's just drifting is actually not a period where it's drifting. It's a period where one side or the other is building a little bit of pressure. Quite an interesting interview. 119 for 1. Pennington in again, bowls outside the off stump to Deploy, leaves that alone, negotiates the over pretty well, and he remains on 70. We've had 31 overs now, and it's 119. 32 overs, 119 for 1.
A tea this evening will be with 36 overs to go rather than the more traditional 32, because there's an extra 15 minutes today and an extra 15 minutes tomorrow and a half-hour extra on Saturday to offset the hour's hiatus in cricket during the funeral of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Here's Leach beginning a new over from the city end, pushed into the offside by Billy Goldman, into a little gap in between cover and the mid-off, and they scamper through for a very comfortable single. Derbyshire move on to 120 for 1. These two have added 116 in 188 balls. After Derbyshire were 4 for 1 earlier on this morning. Nick Buxton, apologies for missing this before lunch, Nick, but in my speed, you wouldn't have seen me for dust. But once the lunch had arrived, he said he's tried every superstition in the book for the last 30 years to try to get Derbyshire to play well, but to no avail. So, we were talking about superstitions earlier on this morning. I like to see. I've forgotten the name of the bird now. It'll come back to me. Here's Leach in bowls, and again Deploy just takes a couple of steps towards the bowler, then lifts his bat out of the way, and there's no right. It's not coming back.
You don't mean magpies?
No. The tall ones with the big beaks that look like pterodactyls. Herons, that's the word. Herons are very lucky. If you see a heron, if you see a heron flying over, it's very lucky.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, that's quite good for me. I live quite near some herons.
Near a heron?
Yeah. Well, near the River Avon.
Next door neighbour's a heron.
Near the River Avon.
Leach balls. That's turned nicely by Deploy out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Pennington is racing around and gets there with a good dive. And pulls the ball back. Libby completes the fielding, and the batsmen only get 2 runs for it. That's excellent work, an excellent commitment from Dylan Pennington to get around from long leg all the way around to mid-wicket, right on the boundary by the covers. and make sure that the ball doesn't go for 4, and he saves 2 runs, 122 for 1 deploy onto 72. I forgot to mention before when going through deploy's figures, it's his 32nd time he's passed 50 in first-class cricket. He's gone on 12 times to make 100, which is a pretty decent conversion rate from the young man. Well, they're all young men, aren't they? Let's face it. Leach is in, and again, a couple of steps down the track, and again, a leave from deploy, who allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. He's wearing the floppy sun hat now. So is Ricky Vessels. Ricky Vessels has always worn one, hasn't he? Leach quite often wears one. So they're a team of floppy sun hatters. Worcestershire, can't be doing with them myself. Matt Critchley often wears one, but I just think they look a bit untidy. Here's Leach in again, bowls, and this time he's dancing down the pitch and raising his bat out of the way, Elias deploy, to allow it to go through to Cox.
It's an interesting, I don't think I've ever seen Ben Cox in a cap.
No?
Ever.
Oh, okay.
No. It's really odd.
And
Ricky Vessels, like you say, always.
Oh, he's always worn, wasn't he? Always
Ben
worn.
Cox's isn't quite floppy. He's got the. I think he really likes to have the nice stiff brim to his. But Ricky's is a bit bendy, isn't it?
It is. Like the flower pot men standing there at wicketkeeper and first slip. As Leach comes in, left alone again by Elias deploy to pass by the stump. 3 runs from the over, 122 for 1. Deploy has moved on to 72. Godalming has 31. The partnership worth 118 between these two.
They've certainly got a full complement of wicketkeepers out there, Worcestershire, because Vessels, of course, is a keeper, and Gareth Roderick is a keeper. So I wonder if they've ever had 3 before. It's quite common these days for a team to have 2, because you sometimes have somebody who does it in a white ball game or whatever. But 3 proper, genuine wicketkeepers out there for Worcestershire.
Brooke Guest was named in the Derbyshire squad, but he hasn't appeared in either of the first 2 games of the season. He's a keeper from Lancashire. Harvey Hussain obviously has the gloves today, and Wayne Madsen has kept wicket, but I don't think he's a wicketkeeper necessarily.
Anyway, Dylan Pennington's not a wicketkeeper, he's a bowler, and he's about to start a new over from the racecourse end down below us. Starts in there, a few little steps and then lengthening strides, and he's in, and he bowls to Godalming and pushes this back to him.
It doesn't always follow that the bowler isn't a wicketkeeper, though. Darren Smith, who's now head of the pathway here, was an absolutely magnificent wicketkeeper, but also bowled leg spin and bowled a lot of leg spin in the Lancashire League and took lots of wickets.
There's been a few. One first-class player I can remember who sometimes took the pads off and bowled and took wickets. I'll mention him in a minute. A Warwickshire player. Here's Pennington. In bowls, and Godalming drives up to mid-on. Tumbling stop at mid-on by Leach, and there's no run. And that is A.C. Smith.
Oh, yes.
Played for Warwickshire, of course, skippered them after MJK, and then went on to quite a significant career in cricket administration. But AC, as they used to call him, used to bowl off the wrong foot, used to steam in and bowl off the wrong foot, big in-duckers, and in the old days of the Sunday League, he often used to do a bit of keeping and then take them off and then bowl a bit. And just sorry if younger listeners are wondering what we're going on about. It's Pennington in. Bowls to Godalming, who slices this one away through the gully for 4. Diving attempt by Barnard at backward point. But it was a sort of bottom-handed little punch through the offside. Odd shot, but 4 runs. And Godalming moves to
quite a flourish of the bat at the end of it as well, wasn't it?
The little bottom hand came in quite late, really, which is unusual on an offside shot. But he squirted it away, didn't he? And it's gone under the rolled-up sheeting down there in front of the East Midlands demolition stand, which makes it sound as though it's falling down, but it isn't. It looks fairly healthy.
My favourite stand.
Is it?
Yeah, well, that and the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground.
Right.
Which used to be at this end.
126 for 1 with that boundary. Godalming's gone to 35, deploys 72. And that initial enthusiasm that Worcester had after the first few balls after lunch seems to be evaporating again as we just get a hint of sunshine. Again now, as Pennington is in, and he bowls shorter this time, and Godalming whips that away on the leg side. He's going to pick up more runs here, 2 of them at least, as Gareth Roderick goes round to do the fielding at long leg. 2 more to Godalming. 130 for 1 now. Or is it 128? They already put them on. Sometimes they're quick.
It's 128.
Sometimes they're slow. They had put them on. 128 for 1. I beg your pardon. Godalming 37. Deploy 72.
Scoreboard operator refreshed by his lunchtime sandwiches.
Had a little boost. Sugar rush. Pennington in over the wicket. Bowls. And that's a bad delivery. Wide half volley. And Godalming hammers it away, square on the offside for 4, no nonsense, good shot, 4 more, 10 off the over. Godalming racing on to 41, sun shining, juice evaporating from the pitch. Derbyshire's early woes a distant memory, and looking good for the batting side now. 132 for 1, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Worcestershire really need a wicket. They really do. Can't quite see where it's going to come from at the moment. 132 for 1. Field spreads. We've got sweepers now on both sides.
A bit early for that, isn't it, really?
Yeah, well, he's gone for 10. He's not going to see another boundary in this over. Pennington in. Godalming bat tapping, waits, his bowls and pushes this one out on the offside. And clearly hear that call. Yes, 1-1. He comes through and keeps the strike. End of the over. Things looking good for the home side. 33 overs gone, 133 for 1. Deploy on 72. Godalming 42, and the 1-man out today. If you're just joining us, out to the last ball of the first over of the day with Lewis Rees, LBW to the Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach for 3.
Yes, it's been quite the recovery from Derbyshire. You might have forgiven them for being a little wobbly at the top, having been, as I said, 7 for 3 and 17 for 3 in the first and second innings at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Liz Deploy came in after a pair against Warwickshire. That's an AIR pair. Of course, here's Joe Leach in and bowls to Godalming, who crashes it away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Glorious shot from Billy Godalming, who's started to get into his stride here. He's moved on to 46 now. That's his 6th 4. These two have batted 133 for the second wicket.
It's his 6th 4 and 3 of them in his last 6 balls.
Yes, the ball, look how far it's gone.
That was a great
It's
shot.
gone to be fetched from the car park away to our left-hand side. It managed to get through the gap, past that little buggy and the bookshop, and all the way into the car park. I've just seen the replay thing pop up on the screen. I've not seen that before. Very exciting. Elliot excelling himself in the room 2 doors away from us. Frank's going to update listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. We shall be doing the same from here for listeners to BBC Radio Derby, as in comes Leach again, and that's just carved away delicately, really, in the end. So carving isn't perhaps quite the right way to describe it. It's 4 more to Godalming, and he's moved on to 46. Applause rings around. In fact, it's his half-century. I beg your pardon. That's Billy Godalming's half-century. I've done him a huge disservice. .50 coming up from 90 balls with his 7th 4. And I ought to concentrate slightly more rather than worrying about when they're going to come to me for an update. It's 50 from 90. Lears Deploy 72 from 112, and Godalming waits and just defends this one up to mid-on, where Joseph has found himself. Mid-on. You can get in touch with us, of course, at Fletch Sport and at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, the pair of us here in the commentary box at the Incora County Ground. There's Leach on his way from the City Ground in glorious sunshine. Bowls to Godalming, who just prods this out into the offside. And there's no run. So this is Billy Godalming's 63rd time. He's gone past 50 in a first-class match. He's got 21 centuries. Some way away from that at the moment. As Leach is on his way in again, and he plays at that one outside the arse stump. Knees bent, not really in control of the shot. Misses the edge. Goes through to the keeper. Be updated to the news with Sally Swinfen fairly shortly on BBC Radio Derby. Actually, it's probably about a minute away. As Leach goes back to his mark at the far end of the ground. This one is edged by Godalming and caught, and he's been given. So Godalming goes, caught by Ben Cox, and Leach has his second wicket, and the breakthrough has come early in the afternoon session as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Exactly 50, Billy Godalming and Derbyshire are 141 for 2. I'd be slightly disappointed not to have gone on there, Billy Godalming. I apologise for mentioning how many times he's gone up to 100. And they've just lost their second wicket, Sally. It's 141 for 2 now. Billy Godalming, the skipper, caught by wicketkeeper Ben Cox off the bowling of Joe Leach for exactly 50. Got to his half century from 90 balls. Lewis Deploy is still out there, though. He's moved on from his lunch score of 68 to 72. The only man out this morning was Lewis Rees for 3 in the final ball of the first over after Derbyshire had lost the toss and been put into bat. They're 141 for 2. And Wayne Madsen comes out to join Lewis Deploy. So he's gone from 5 to 4, which means that Anuj Dal is indeed going to bat down at 6. Matt Critchley likely to come in next. It's also the final ball of his over. Got to be aware of the final balls of Joe Leach's overs. 1 for 11 from his 3 overs since lunch. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41 overall. And it's going to be Dylan Pennington to continue from the racecourse end. Madsen just sorting his gloves out at the non-striker's end. As Pennington is in and bowls to Deploy, who pushes it out into the onside, and there's no run. He remains on 72. Madsen to get off the market to face a delivery. 141 for 2, Derbyshire. All 9 county championship matches available, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app. If you want to cast yourselves around the various grounds, I'll have a look at the scores for you in a few moments' time in the early stages of the afternoon sessions around the country. As Pennington, an aircraft going overhead, is in and bowls to Deploy, pushes it out to the onside, and there is no run. So elsewhere in this group, Group 1, as I believe it is, Essex are now 79 for 8 against Durham at Chelmsford, and Nottinghamshire are 87 for 4 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. So 2 of the fancied sides, potentially, if Nottinghamshire are indeed fancied, struggling a little bit with the bat. Hampshire are 100 for 2 against Middlesex at Southampton. Lancashire 107 for 2 against Northamptonshire at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 144 for 3 against Kent in Canterbury. Glamorgan 139 for 4 against Sussex in Cardiff. As Pennington is in again and bowls. This one's turned nicely into the leg side by Deploy. They've run one. Will they come back for a second? No, they won't, because it's reached fairly sharpishly there by Brett D'Oliveira. And as a result, it keeps them down to a single. Deploy moves on to 73 in Derbyshire to 142 for 2. It's raining in London, would you believe it? At the Oval, Leicestershire 86 without loss. And at Taunton, Somerset have moved on to 110 for 5 against Gloucestershire. So you bang up to date with what's happening around the country. Here at the Incora County Ground, Derbyshire 142 for 2. As Pennington is in and bowls, this one is guided out into the offside, and there's no run. It was a Ryanair flight that was leaving East Midlands Airport and arriving at East Midlands Airport. What's the point of that? Thanks, Ed. Just doing circuits and bumps. 142 for 2. So yeah. How strange. Here is Pennington again in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Madsen. Still to get off the mark. Aircraft just taken off from East Midlands Airport, Frank.
Yeah.
And it's flying to East Midlands Airport.
Really? Pleasure trip.
Very much short haul, that one. Very much short haul.
Well, they didn't come to me for my update.
Did they not?
After all that, they didn't come to me. I hate it when that happens.
Yes. But you were there.
I was there.
You were there for them.
I've got to text them now and tell them.
Furious text. Pen's gone. All sorts is happening here as Pennington is in and bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside. They think about a single to get Madsen off the mark, but in the end decline it, and probably quite correctly too. It's the end of the Pennington over, and he's spoken to by Leach, Joe Leach, the skipper, who is going to bowl the next over from the City end, and then tells whoever the 12th man was who was going to come on not to come on, and now he's being placed a good deal away from his sweater and his cap, so he won't be able to put them back on. Dylan Pennington, which is a bit of a shame for him. Might get a bit chilly. We're down to 2 slips now for Joe Leach. First 5 balls of his overs are okay. You've got to watch out for the last one.
Yeah.
Twice. He's picked up a wicket with the final ball of an over. First one of the day, and the previous over he got rid of Billy Godalming.
And here he comes. I'm back. Leach is in, over the wicket, bowls across. Deploy, who slices him down to 3rd man for a single. And that brings Madsen onto strike. Deploy been there since the first over, as we said. He's on 74 now, he's played really well. Madsen yet to get off the mark. But a very, very fine cricketer, Wayne Madsen. One of my favourite cricketers on the circuit, I think, in terms of the way he goes about his game, and he's adaptable. He plays white ball cricket almost as well as he plays red ball cricket. I just think he's a tremendous professional. He's done a lot of damage to Worcestershire at various times over the years, and he begins with a beautiful forward defensive, everything well organised, head still, lets the ball come, really good technique, such a good cricketer. Plays that back to the bowler. I'm doing my best to put the mockers on it. No, I'm not really. I'm genuinely a really big fan, honestly. I think he's a fantastic cricketer, Wayne Madsen.
Jason says that flight's pilot training scares the life out of you when you're driving past on the M1. I can imagine it would. Yeah, see one taking off and landing.
Joe Leach in bowls to Madsen, who looks to work this away off his hip, but did he get anything on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He got a glove on it, I think. Not much, but it dribbled away down to a short fine leg. Pennington came in to do the fielding, and Madsen is away, he's off the mark. So we've had a wicket since lunch. Billy Godleman, after a partnership of 137 for the second wicket with Deploy, reaching for one outside off stump, getting a thick outside edge, and a good catch by Ben Cox, moving away to his left. Godleman a bit annoyed, really. He'd had a little flurry just before he got out. I think he just felt he was changing into sort of third, fourth gear, and innings abruptly ended. Leach bounces Deploy, gets onto that quickly, swivels round, pulls it down to long leg where Tom Felder's the fielding. They pick up a single, 145 for 2. Very comfortable with that, wasn't he? Short ball onto it so quickly. Our effect mic is picking up some clanging, you can probably hear.
I was trying to see whereabouts the ground staff were working, but I can't see them anywhere.
Some maintenance work going on.
I'll put my greasy head on the window now, look at that.
Yeah, Deployed, just how comfortable he was getting onto that ball just suggests to me that he's a player that's grown up on fast bouncy pitches. So quickly onto it. That's a good one from Leach to Madsen, but he left it. It went away off the pitch, and Madsen shaped to push at it and then just pulled his bat away at the end. At the last minute. Good technique again.
He's got a career average of 45 or thereabouts, Lears Deploy, mostly in South Africa.
Yeah.
Most of his innings, but he has played one or two really good knocks. He got the joint fastest white ball half century against Yorkshire a couple of seasons ago for Derbyshire.
Here's Leach again into Madsen. Bowls, and that is a good one. I think he did play that one. I'm just going to have another look at have to look at a replay. I think he might have pushed at that one. It was the last ball again. Leach saving the best for last in his bowling generally this morning. Anyway, 145 for 2 at the end of that over. Deploy 75, Madsen 1, and the one man to go since lunch. Godleman caught, Cox bowled Leach for 50.
The cameraman's got the shakes after his lunchtime break then. That's better. Got onto a more stable one. Connection goes. I think he played at it. They'll show a replay, another replay of that, I'm sure. Delivery by Joe Leach. Oh dear, look at that. They're not going to show a replay, are they? Here's Dylan Pennington from the racecourse end balls to Deploy, who plays it back to the bowler. I think he was trying to play it into the leg side. Not sure where that banging's coming from, but it's very, very irritating. So I'll just turn it down a touch. I don't want to lose the atmos from outside, though, because I know a lot of people are yearning to be here. It'd be a shame if you couldn't hear what was happening outside at the county ground. 145 for 2, Deploy on 75. One shy of his shirt number as Pennington bowls to him, and he turns that into the leg side to move on to 76. And Derbyshire 2, 146 for 2. Remarkably, just the 2 wickets to have fallen today after Derbyshire were put into bat, having lost the toss. Both of them have gone to the Worcestershire skipper, Joe Leach. Pennington's got 3 slips in place as he runs away from us here at the racecourse end of the county ground. He's in and bowls. That's edged and caught at the second slip, and Madsen's gone. It just bounced a little bit more than he was perhaps expecting. And it went straight into Daryl Mitchell's hands very comfortably indeed. Just above his head, but a really smart catch. And Wayne Madsen's gone, and 1 brings 2. It so often does. It didn't this morning, but it has this afternoon. And Derbyshire 146 for 3.
I was just going to say, I looked through the binoculars in that last over. And the pitch, when you look close up, it still looks a green top. It really does. And you would think if they can get it in the right place, having got those 2, they might now think they can induce something of a collapse. Big wicket, as far as I'm concerned, as I've been singing Madson's praises.
Well,
But
you got
good delivery.
You did for him in the end.
Yeah,
Frank.
it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Seriously, just short of a length.
Yeah.
Probably lifted on him.
I think it just lifted a touch on him,
straight
didn't
enough
it?
for him to have to play it, and good sharp catch by the ever reliable Darryl Mitchell. He's a very, very good slip fielder. Put your best slip fielder at number 2.
There's Matt Critchley, the hero, or one of them, of Edgbaston. A couple of half centuries, striding out, short sleeve shirt on, no messing around from Critch. Likes to get amongst it as quickly as he possibly can. And he will come out to join Lewis to play. And if these two stay together for a while, this could be very entertaining indeed, because they both like to play their strokes. I mean, Critchley is just a stroke player. He's a magician with the bat when he's in the right kind of form. And David Griffin on the BBC Radio Derby podcast. Thank you very much. The reflections on the draw at Edgbaston, David Griffin was saying, and he was quite right too, that even though Derbyshire were playing a First Division county in Warwickshire, the only batsman who looked First Division quality throughout the course of the entire match was Matt Critchley in both of his innings. I hope that hasn't put the hex on him. Although, as we said earlier, I can't actually do that.
David Griffin wouldn't be in any way biased in his opinion about that.
I think he's right. I think he was right.
I'm only joking. I'm sure he was.
I think he was right.
I'm sure he was. No, he's a good cricketer, isn't he, Matt Critchley? I think he's one of those cricketers on the circuit. I genuinely think that there are quite a few, various places around the country, just underrated.
You'll get a go eventually,
for various reasons.
Pennington in and bowls to him, and he turns this into the leg side. Critchley
And
his first delivery.
There is that argument, isn't there, about who you play for. You know, if people argue that if Darryl Mitchell had played for Surrey or Middlesex, he might have had a go at some stage. And
somebody suggested to me that if Matt Critchley played for a more fashionable county and changed his name to Mason Crane, would he get a go for England? And I don't think that's very wide of the mark.
No.
Paul, that message in the game at Edgbaston. Critchley waits, already played for the England Lions. Pushes this out into the offside on his toes to play the shot.
Yeah.
But then you always hear the complaint, oh, well, county cricket's not producing the players. Well, we'll just have a look at, go somewhere else. Don't just stay at one or two places, and don't just watch the teams who are playing at test match grounds. Blimey, how many Nottinghamshire players would get into the England side if they weren't playing at I don't know how many do get in, actually. Nottinghamshire are really struggling there. 94 for 4 against Warwickshire. This next one from Pennington is pushed out into the offside, and they go through for 1. Are they going to come back for a second? I think they probably will. Yeah, no, there was a bit of a delay there, and the throw has gone to the far end to which Matt Critchley was running, and he gets home comfortably enough in the end as Leach had to tumble as he made the stop. It's raining in Chelmsford now. 81 for 8, Essex. Well batted. End of the over here, 148 for 3. Critchley off the mark with a couple, and Deploy having 76. But that hardly seems credible, does it, after what happened there last week? Essex is suddenly 81 for 8 against Durham.
I know.
Durham are probably better batting-wise than they are bowling-wise, without meaning any disrespect to their bowlers. So they will really fancy their chances, and that would be quite a feather in the cap of Durham, and put Essex on the back foot. Of course, the current Bob Willis Trophy champions, I think they're the county champions as well, aren't they, from 2019? So they hold all the silverware.
Joe Leach comes in to bowl to Deploy, the left-hander, who's been somewhat becalmed since lunch. He's only added 8 runs to his lunchtime score. Billy Godleman with a flurry after lunch, and Deploy, the junior partner, having led the way for most of the morning. Mentioned about Darryl Mitchell's slip catching. That was his 290th first-class catch. That's a pretty good effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
Made his debut 16 years ago, admittedly, but 290 catches, and probably 200 of them at slip, I should think. As Leach is in again and bowls to him, and Deploy plays a lovely shot here out through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 4. In fact, he's raced away. Jake Libby in pursuit, not going to pick it up. Nicely timed. That'll teach me to say he's become becalmed, won't it? He goes to 80. 152 for 3.
He is. Having seen him, I don't know what he's been like earlier on in his career, but he seems like a slow starter, so a lunch interval will just slow him down a touch. Whereas, when he first came in, he looked very hesitant, didn't he? But has played anything but since.
He just strikes me as the kind. I said it this morning. The kind of player that if he bats for an hour, he's going to get 25 at least. And he shows again that comfort with the short ball as Leach bangs this one in, and he just swivels round and pulls it, hooks it really, rolls the wrists on it down to backward square where Libby fields, and he gets another single. 81 to him, 153 for 3. It's not always right, and it might be a little bit of a sort of a kind of sweeping statement, but often players that I just think when they're so quick onto the short ball, you think, yeah, this guy grew up in the Southern Hemisphere, you know, sees the length early, doesn't faze him. And for a small man, he plays it really well. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Critchley, who gets a thickish inside edge, but it was thick. He wasn't defeated by the ball. It maybe just came back at him a little bit more than he thought as he looked to push it up to mid on, and he gets a single down to backward square leg. Takes him to 3.
Good to see Critchley batting at 5. He is definitely good enough to bat at 5. He's probably good enough to bat at 4, in all honesty. But just keep moving him up the batting order, give him a bit more responsibility with the bat. He's always got the bowling to fall back on as well, which has come on leaps and bounds in the last 18 months, 2 years.
And here's Leach again. He's in. He bowls to Deploy, drops this down in front of him, and there is no run. 1 man out since lunch then. Billy Godleman came out after lunch looked a different player from the morning and added 20 to his lunchtime score in no time, reaching a 50 off 93 balls with 7 fours, and then almost immediately edging Joe Leach to Ben Cox behind the stumps. And then shortly after that, Wayne Madsen caught at second slip by Darryl Mitchell off Dylan Pennington for just 1. So Leach bowls to Deploy, who's gone to pull this and mishit it completely, scooped it up on the leg side. I think it well, I don't know if it just
I don't think he
died
got
on him
up
a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't seem to get up
almost.
as much as he was expecting.
And there were shouts of catch it as it went up on the onside, but it dropped safely, and he picked up a single. Probably his first full shot since that one he edged through the slips this morning. He keeps the strike. He's 82, 155 for 3.
And now we're both watching the stream. It's miles behind. I think I'll try and catch it up in a moment, but we're just going to see a replay of that shot from Lewis Deploy. Off the final ball again of the... yeah, it just kept a little bit low on him. And as a result, it was played straight up into the air by Lewis Deploy, but it bounced safe. Here's Dylan Pennington continuing from the racecourse end off the back foot. The ball is forced into the offside by Deploy. And there's no run as it's fielded there by Jake Libby. 155 for 3. With that 137 run partnership between Godleman and Deploy, crucial in the context of Derbyshire's start to the season in terms of batting, as Deploy waits and leaves this one outside the off stump to go through to Ben Cox, the keeper. So are these, what kind of clouds are these?
These are strato. You see where they've got the flat base?
Yeah.
That's the strato bit, and the cumulus is the fluffy clouds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have forgotten that by T. You understand? But
cumulus, pretty. They're sort of our most common clouds, really.
My ability to retain information that I have no interest in is pretty much zero. Pennington is in again and bowls and off the back foot, forced into the offside by Deploy.
How many career catches Darryl Mitchell got?
290.
He's very interested. You're interested in.
Yeah, 290.
You asked about the clouds.
Yes, no, I
even though
know.
You're not
I
interested.
know. Well, with dead air, there's nothing worse than dead air on the radio, so I couldn't think of anything to say. In answer to David Lester, yes, we did get some lunch, and Adam News says he's watching on the telly. It's very kind. You would say some very kind words. He says, "What a time to be alive."
Yeah.
There is Pennington in and bowls outside the stump, goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. 155 for 3. Critchley just beginning his innings, only faced the 4 balls for his 3 so far. There's deploy 128 deliveries he's faced now for his 82.
He was 30 odd off 30 deliveries, so he has been reined in a little bit, hasn't he? But,
yeah.
I think he's been reined in partly since they've gone over the wicket to him, generally.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Pushing the ball across him and potentially bringing it back in if they can. Pennington bowls, and that one is pushed up to Joseph at mid-off, and there's no run. Expect to see Alzari Joseph again fairly shortly, you would have thought.
I'm pleased to say that Alzari Joseph has now got some kit, hasn't he, with his name on.
Oh, I never noticed. Yes, he has.
He's got his number. I reckon somebody's been into town to a screen printers. Said maybe they nipped to Pride Park to the club shop to see if they could do it for him.
Number 18 he wears on his back. Hands in his pockets. Takes them out now as Pennington bowls to deploy, goes back into his crease and pushes it back to the bowler. And it's the end of a maiden over from Dylan Pennington. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34 now. But since lunch, 5 overs, 1 for 17. And the important wicket of Wayne Manson for just 1.
It's the short straw, isn't it? That running out. And
although I suppose if you've got to sit on the boundary's edge waiting for people's back and call, you might as well.
Charlie Morris is doing it now. It was Josh Dell was doing it all morning. Josh Dell who's been just sort of brought along as cover in case a batsman got injured on the morning of the game or something like that.
Could be taking turns because there was another of the substitute fielders still sitting outside down there away to our left. He just put another sweater on.
Yeah, it must be chilly for them. Here's Joe Leach, starts a new over from the City end. Bowls to Critchley, who goes for a walk down the pitch and missed that by quite a long way, and it seemed away, and it was taken by Cox, and Critchley realised how far he'd gone and turned round and sort of did a quick step back into his crease. Slightly comic moment.
He doesn't like to be still at any stage, Matt Critchley. So I'd imagine when he's just about to face a delivery, that's the worst moment of his time out on a cricket pitch because he's always on the move. When he's fielding, he's a nightmare.
He was well beaten by that one, and he kind of knew it. Here's Leach again into him, bowls, and he plays forward to this. Squirts it away square on the offside, fielded by Barnard in the gully. I'll do one more ball.
Okay.
I hope they'll be there for me.
Well, I didn't want you to miss one, having them missed you. That would. I know it's like payback, isn't it? Well, you weren't there for me before, so I'm not going to be there for you this time.
I have been in text contact with the studio.
Excellent.
To make it clear that
you won't stand for it.
I was inconvenienced.
Oof. Strongly worded text has been fired off.
Here's Leach. In again, he bowls to Critchley, plays very studiously forward and up to mid-off. The newly numbered Alzari Joseph does the fielding. And with that, I'll pass you over to Dave Fletcher, and I'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Frank Watson, at Frank Watson58, at Fletch Sport on Twitter if you want to get in touch with either of us about anything, really. We're always happy to talk about a subject that we know nothing about. It's what we do for most of the time. Coming for an update on BBC Radio Derby as well in a moment as Leach bowls a short delivery and it's turned around the corner nicely by Matt Critchley. Is he going to get 4? No. Fielder's come around. He's going to come back for the second though, and he's going to get back comfortably for the second. And as a result, he moves on to 5 and Derbyshire 257 4-3. Ben Cox whipped the bails off, and he's left it to Paul Baldwin to come in from square leg to replace the furniture. Very nice dark blue. I think it's dark blue. It could be turquoise, that kind of colour anyway. The Stumps and bails this season. Well, it'll be the same blue as the board at the far end, of course, won't it, for the LV County Championship. Here is Leach again, in and bowls, and that one's driven out into the offside, but straight to Jake Libby, and there's no run. Alzari Joseph with his newly numbered long sleeve top is wheeling his arms around, which suggests it won't be too long before we see him return. Good to see him back in action. Bowled a couple of very short bounces in his one of his spells this morning. Went straight over Ben Cox's head and away for 4 byes. Here's Leach in and bowls, and is driven but not timed by Critchley, and again it's straight to Libby out in the offside. End of the Leach over, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53 his figures, 1 for 23 since lunch. Derbyshire 157 for 3. About to update Sally. Yeah, they've lost 2. Good afternoon, Sally. They've lost 2 since lunch. Billy Godleman got to 50, and he was caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of the Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach. And then Wayne Madsen didn't last too long. 8 deliveries, he was out for 1, caught by Daryl Mitchell at second slip. The 290th catch of Mitchell's career. That was off the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Godleman and Lewis Deploy put on 137 for the second wicket. Deploy's still out there. He's on 82 now. He's been joined by Matt Critchley, who's got 5, and Derbyshire, who lost the toss first thing this morning and were put into batter 157 for 3. There's a sharp delivery there from the West Indian fast bowler Alzari Joseph that Lewis Deploy did very well to get out of the way of. He's actually picked up 2 runs for it as well. Well, yes, I'm always pretty relaxed, I think. I'm quite a relaxed character. Well, yeah, so if I relaxed anymore, I'd probably just be lying down in bed or something. But yeah, I mean, I watch an awful lot of cricket. I do watch a lot of cricket on television. I watch a lot of sport on television, basically. And I've just moved into a new house to me. It's not a new house. It's quite an old house at an end terrace. And there's a significant amount of painting to do. But if there's something good on the radio, and there always is, isn't there, between 2 and 6 on a weekday, there's always something good on the radio there. Now, I listen to the radio and do some painting, so I don't mind a bit of that. Don't mind a bit of that at all. So Alzari Joseph is back. And the first delivery was an absolute snorter. It just seemed to climb a little bit on Lewis Deploy. Surprised him, surprised me. He's moved on to 84. 159 for 3. 2 slips in place. There's Joseph from the racecourse end, a much smaller, shorter run-up than Pennington's bowls. That's turned around the corner nicely by Lewis Deploy. He moves to 88. He gets 4 for that. It was very fine. Very much the underside or the under edge of the bat, but got enough on it and sent it on its way. 163 for 3. Deploy 88 from 133 deliveries. Good strike rate. That was his 10th 4. And he's going along really nicely now, the South African. I keep calling him the young South African. Everybody's young compared to me, of course. So therefore I describe everybody as young. It'd be young Billy Godleman. Lewis Deploy is in his early 20s, I think. I'll double check as a bouncer from Alzari Joseph. Deploy ducks underneath it. He's 26, so that's young, isn't it? Blimey. He's nothing but a baby. Formerly played for the Free State in South Africa. Joseph turns at the top of his mark. He's in and bowls to Deploy, who leaves this one alone. Gets the bat as far away from where the ball may potentially have been as possible. And it goes through to Ben Cox. Yes, I'm reminded that conversation I had with Sally Pepper may have sounded one-sided, and will have sounded one-sided to those of you listening online. And but it was the question was, what do I do to relax? Not much really. Here's Joseph. Sets off. In and bowls, and again it's left alone by Deploy outside the off stump, goes through to Ben Cox. And it's the end of the over. 6 runs from it, all of them to Deploy, who's moved on to 88. Critchley has 5 and Derbyshire 163 for 3.
Yeah, another over that Joseph will feel a bit frustrated by. Didn't conceded the runs, and then when he did straighten up a little bit, he was just a bit too wide and a bit too wayward, wasn't he? He hasn't quite made the batsman play enough. Just get the impression he's only bowled at left-handers, really.
Yes, but that first ball was quite a nasty one, wasn't it? And Deploy wasn't in full control of the shot. I've just started to speak to Sally Pepper on FM, and I actually let out a little cry.
Yeah,
I thought he was in bother, Deploy.
You did manage to speak to somebody else then, which is more than I did.
Have you still not? You've been missed out again. I don't know why you're here, Frank. To be honest, you could have stayed at home and watched it on the telly, couldn't you?
Well, I'm here to talk over the stream with you, obviously, Dave. But FM listeners might be getting a bit frustrated, I suppose.
Yes.
But they want to know what's happened, and particularly as Worcestershire have picked up a couple of wickets since lunch.
Yes.
They won't know about. Anyway, Ed Barnard's back into the attack at the City end, moving in now to bowl to Matt Critchley. He's in, he bowls, and that one carries good carry and bounce through to the keeper Cox, left alone by Critchley. Barnard, I thought, bowled pretty well this morning. He asked a few questions, went past the bat a few times, didn't get any wickets, but was fairly tidy. And he's continuing in the bright sunshine now, moving towards us. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Critchley drives him straight down the ground, and there's a very good stop by Alzari Joseph, diving to his right at mid-off. I can think of a few overseas fast bowlers in years gone by who wouldn't have even had a go at that.
No.
And so can you. He just tumbled to his right, and it looked like 4 all the way. I think Critchley probably hit that and thought, yeah, here we go. Watch it go to the ropes, but it didn't. It's Barnard again, bowls, and his length is better this time. Pulls his length back, Critchley having driven that half volley. And that's fielded by the bowler. 163 for 3. I think we're getting into a bit of a war of words now.
But with base. Excellent. Excellent.
They came to me, but I wasn't there. Not true. It's Barnard again, bowls. Critchley, beautiful shot. Great shot. Over pitch on leg stump. Eased through mid-wicket, between the man at mid-wicket and the man at mid-on, and racing away down to what used to be the pavilion here at the racecourse ground at Derby. And clatters into the boards down there. Lovely boundary from Critchley. He's on 9, his first boundary. Deploys 88, 167 for 3.
Yeah, they've had a few pavilions over the years.
Yeah, the changing rooms, you couldn't see the pitch from the changing room.
One of the old jockeys' quarters, weren't they, from the old racecourse for a long, long time.
There's Barnard in once more. He bowls, and Critchley drives again sweetly through the offside this time, beating the field. D'Oliveira is in pursuit. We'll pull it up just inside the rope. They'll get 2. And Critchley moves into double figures. Fluent, lovely to watch. 169 for 3. And Barnard, little bit too full in this over and paying the price for it. Comes in again now. And bowls to Critchley, who drives again. This time a better length, and it's up to the fielder Alzari Joseph at mid-off. End of the over then. 169 for 3. 2 men out since lunch. Godleman 50 and Madsen, a rare failure against Worcestershire, making only 1.
Yeah, talk about the pavilions. The many years ago, where the hotel now stands is where the pitch was. So it's shifted around here at the Incora County Ground, now very much settled in its current position, of course, but it's not that long ago since they turned the pitch by 90 degrees to prevent the problems of the setting sun for the batsmen. Players now housed in the pavilion away to the left-hand side, which is also the Elite Performance Centre. Here's Alzari Joseph. Hasn't got a number on the back of his shirt, just his sweater, and this one's turned into the leg side by deploy for a single. Oliveira does the fielding. Deploy moves on to 89. Critchley on 11, 171. 170. 4-3. Moved mid. Check of the scoreboard. That was a worry. The 44th over tee will be taken when there are 36 overs remaining. Well, at the moment, that's 21 overs away, so a good long session this afternoon for the bowlers as Critchley goes back into his crease and pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. I've been told that you were able to see the aircraft on the stream. We couldn't see it here. Well, at least I couldn't spot it. So added excitement on the Derbyshire County Cricket Club stream with the pictures of an aircraft. Here's Alzari Joseph in and bowls, and Critchley plays this out into the ground, but nicely towards the cover boundary. They come back for a second, but they can stop running because the ball's hit the rope. And that's another boundary for Matt Critchley. He moves on to 15, 174 for 3 off the back foot. Just a push as much as anything, but using the pace that Joseph's putting on the ball as he delivers it to guide it up the hill towards the boundary, towards the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side for 4 more.
Interesting scores from elsewhere. Essex at 81 for 8.
Oh, but yes, yeah. It's raining though, isn't it?
Play due to restart at 2:45.
Yeah.
Notts are 105 for 5 against Warwickshire at Trent-Bridge.
Joseph's in again and bowls to Critchley. Gets a bit of an inside edge on that, out into the mid-wicket region. He'll pick up a single.
Hampshire 143 for 3 against Middlesex at the Rose Bowl. I think Somerset are 162 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Taunton. Leicestershire 86 without loss against Surrey at the Oval, but it's raining. Glamorgan 178 for 5 against Sussex, and Yorkshire 178 for 4 away at Kent. Canterbury, presumably Lancashire 128 for 2 at home to Northants. They're up to date.
Alzari Joseph continuing from the racecourse end, bowls to deploy, turns it into the leg side, the left-hander. Picks up another single. Or it's a different plane, this one. This is a freight plane that's going to Los Angeles. How exciting. I was listening to the Dodgers match when I got up this morning.
Are you a fan? You're a fan, right?
Well, I follow the Padres, the San Diego Padres, but yeah, I pay my £1.70 a month so that I have all the radio commentaries from the baseball. Love it, absolutely love it. There's Joseph again. 3 slips in place, and it's a short delivery, and well, bless him. Ben Cox can do nothing about that. He's taken his floppy hat off and is looking back almost incredulously.
17 buys there.
Because that one has flown all the way through for 4 more buys. 176 for 3. Derbyshire move on to. And that was another short delivery. I mean, they're sharp, short deliveries. But unfortunately, it's still rising when it reaches the wicket-keeper, so he can't do much about it, can he? He did parry one earlier today, but high as he jumped on that occasion. In fact, the score's moved on to 180 for 3. They were just slightly behind there with those 4 byes. Yeah, it's not really what Joe Leach wants from his overseas quick, is it?
He's not happy, Ben Cox.
No.
I know that.
Well,
I know that face. He's not happy.
I was just looking at his career stats, and in fairness, in first-class cricket, he's got 125 wickets, Alzari Joseph, at 27.5. And in Test cricket, he's got 38 wickets at 39.4, which is a little expensive. So perhaps he's going to surprise us with the bat, where in Test cricket he averages 14, and in first class he averages 15.
He's actually not a bad. He's got 280s in Test cricket, I think. In Bangladesh, I think, which isn't the easiest place to bat. But I mean, he's not the finished article. They've not signed a bloke who's already got 250 Test wickets or something like that. I think they know he's a work in progress. But I'm prepared to give him a bit of leeway today. He's new to the country and everything else, and it's cold. But those balls that he's banged in as short as that, my argument would be, what are you trying to achieve with that, really? He's not making the batsman play. You're not getting it anywhere near his head. When it's that short, he's just ducking, and he doesn't even need to duck. It's Barnard in, round the wicket, bowl to the left-handed deploy who drives up to mid-off. I mean, I was an opening batter. If I faced somebody who was sharp on a pretty quick pitch, and did, on many occasions, I mean, somebody bangs one in nearer them than you're quite relieved, really, because you don't even have to worry about it. It's the one that's halfway down that's climbing into your rib cage that rattles you, and that's what he's struggling for, I think, here today. Barnard in, bowls, and hits deploy on the pads. No shot offered, but he's well wide of off stumps. There's a sort of strangled appeal.
Yeah, they always talk about aiming for the armpit, don't they? If that's where the fast bowler's bouncer ends up darting towards, then you've got a problem as a batsman.
You get really uncomfortable. But it's, you see one, especially on a good hard deck where it's carried through. You see him bang one in by his own shins or something, his own toes. I think, well, I can forget about that one. Here's Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed deploy. Again, bowls, good one. This one leaves him off the pitch. He played at that, went quite late too, and carried on going. And Ben Cox diving away to his left to take. Took a good catch to get rid of Godleman, Cox, and Mitchell took a good catch at second slip. Sharp catch off Dylan Pennington's bowling to get rid of Wayne Madsen, so often a thorn in the Derbyshire side. But since then, Critchley has been fluent and man in form. He's on 16, and Deploy has moved on to 90. Steers this one from Barnard down into the gully where Dollar fields. It's been a good 90 from Deploy. He was a little bit iffy early on in the first half an hour this morning, but every right to be, given the circumstances. Could have gone, could have been caught at third slip. But since then, well, he had a little flurry, scored very quickly up to 50, and since then he's just moved along nicely. Waits again now, and he gets turned round by this one, taken on the pad. I think there's quite a bit of bat involved in that. Might need to see the replay.
Sounded it, didn't it?
Tim Robinson certainly wasn't interested. Just having a look at the replay now. No, we're not. We're looking at a side-on view. But anyway, that was not very helpful, was it?
No.
180 for 3. And it was not out. Barnard slightly frustrated. But yeah,
if ever the stream's not helpful, we just blame Elliot.
Yeah.
He's in charge.
In comes Barnard again. He bowled outside the off stump, left alone by Deploy. Yeah, he went to his 50 Deploy off 78 balls. And now, what's he faced now? He's faced, well, 143, 144. So he's slowed down quite considerably. I suppose that's testament to the bowlers. He's lost the strike a bit. Godleman was in a bit more aggressive mood after lunch. But anyway, 180 for 3.
He's certainly given the impression of slowing down, but his 50 came off 78 balls. So if you double that, 156. If he gets to 100 in the next 16, there'll be a sort of even-paced half centuries, won't there? But you're right. It does feel like he's slowed right down.
It also feels, and this might be the case, that he's lost the strike a fair bit, doesn't it?
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
since lunch. Billy Godleman. I mean, Billy Godleman hardly faced a ball for about half an hour this morning.
No, he fell a long way behind, didn't he? He only faced 94 balls in total.
Better than you think, you know. Early on, green top, didn't face much. Good batting.
That's why they don't watch it from the non-strikers then. Yeah. Joseph bowls a full delivery to Matt Critchley, who drives it back. Joseph got something on the ball as it sped past him, but they still get through for a single. Pennington does the fielding. Pennington in a very, very bright green Worcestershire cap.
Quite new.
Looks like it's come straight out of the box, that one. If indeed caps are kept in boxes. Jake Libby's is very green as well when you look at...
He's another one, he's only just joined.
Yeah, you look at Joe Leach's. Yeah. Looks like it's been on the back shelf of the car for a while.
Look at Daryl Mitchell's. It's,
it's probably got no colour in it at all.
Held together with sticky tape.
It's Joseph. In again, balls to deploy. Drives it up to Leach with a tumble. Pulls off the stop.
Yeah, I've played in a few teams where it's a sort of badge of honour, really, how bleached your cap is, you know. Alex Stewart had an England cap that was almost white. It faded so much from being in the Caribbean. I mean, I've known players who put them in the back window of the car, so they deliberately get the sun on them.
Get the sun to fade them away.
Vanity.
Is Joseph bowls to deploy, just turns this into the leg side up towards the square leg umpire for a single. Paul Baldwin just watches it go past him. No, he doesn't, because it's Tim Robinson. Watches it go past him and marches across to the other side from square leg to square leg. I was once batting as a youngster, so it's a long time ago now. I had quite long hair, which is potentially difficult to imagine. And my cap fell off and landed on the stumps.
Really?
Yeah. And there's a
wicket
keeper who plays for Blackrod, where my lad plays, as Joseph is in and bowls, and this one is punched very nicely off the back foot by Matt Critchley for 4 runs out to the point boundary. Really nice. Got up nice and high and just punched it away. And Critchley moves on to 21 already from 22 deliveries.
He's a man in form, and he just
get that long-term contract out.
Doesn't look capable of mistiming anything, does he, today? Tremendous.
He's turning his shoelace up. Yeah, the wicketkeeper wore a cap for years and years and years that his late father had given him when he was a young lad, and he only retired it last year, and it's going up in a nice frame in the cricket club, which should be good. He was presented with a new cap as a replacement. 186 for 3. Critchley on to 21, as I say, from 22 deliveries. That was his 3rd 4. And one of the slips is coming out now. So just 2 slips for Alzari Joseph. 43 runs he's conceded in his 7 overs and 4 balls. 19 in 2 overs and 4 balls in this current spell. He sets off from the racecourse end, bowls to Critchley on his leg stump, and he pushes it up to Joe Leach at mid-on, and there's no run.
I've kept my caps. I think not all of them, but I've certainly got a good half a dozen or so in a bag somewhere upstairs. They've different clubs and places that I've played, and it's a nice. It's sort of small enough to keep, aren't they? Not not they don't get in the way really. Just have a look at them every now and again and go a bit misty-eyed.
Joseph bowls short, leg stumpish, and it's turned around the corner by Critchley. He hasn't timed that at all. And there's a comfortable piece of fielding down there for Gareth Roderick coming in from the long leg boundary. Final ball of the Joseph over, 0 for 44 from 8 overs for him. Critchley's got 22, deploy 91, and Derbyshire 187 for 3 after 46 overs. So not quite at the halfway stage of the day's play yet, with the extra overs that we're playing today and tomorrow.
Yeah, don't go misty-eyed as in the sense of missing the cricket. Just realise how old you are, and you think how long ago it was that I played for that team. Is it? But they are nice to keep. I think just a few little memories of teams you've played for and so on. bet Wayne Madsen's got a few caps tucked away.
Well, the one that he wears when he's fielding is very faded, the Derbyshire cap.
Anyway, Critchley on strike now. For me, the most fluent batter we've seen all day. You talked him up, Dave, quite rightly, because he's looked absolutely superb, hasn't he? There's Barnard into him, bowls, and just blocks this sort of, well, I was going to say off the back foot, but it wasn't. He leaned on the front foot. A lot of players would have been off the back foot, but he's quite tall, and he played it off the front foot quite high up in front of him, punched it out on the offside. 187 for 3.
Just seems to have so much time.
Yeah. I know I'm risking boring young listeners, but talking about front foot, back foot and so on, sometimes when a player plays a ball like that bounces quite high and he goes forward, you think, actually, we ought to be saying goes back, but it's on the front foot. Tom Graveney told me he never played off the back foot. Never, ever played off the back foot. He said every single time, even when he poked and pulled, if you analyse it and you stopped a video or watched it,
his first move was forward.
His weight was on his left foot. Yeah, it's Barnard in, bowls to Critchley, drives up to mid-off. There's no run, which just goes to show you that there's more than one way to play the game, and sometimes some of the conventions of the game. If you were asked, you'd look at. I mean, there'll only be a few people listening who saw Tom Graveney. But such a great player, and you would have said pretty conventional, really. But there you go, he wasn't really that conventional at all. As Matt Critchley punches this one up to mid-off, where Joe Leach does the fielding, and he ever played off the front foot, he reckons, even against the West Indies and the Aussies and everything else. Very interesting.
So I'd have been playing them from the pavilion.
Saw him get 100 at Edgbaston against the West Indies in '68, I think. Fantastic innings. '66 in mind. What a shot that is. Beautiful shot from Creek. That's the shot that tells you if a player is top class. That back foot between the bowler and mid-on, high left elbow, just gets in behind it. That is absolutely top class. That was magnificent. Great day, there's nobody in the ground, and he just played a shot from heaven. That really was an absolutely magnificent cricket shot. Great shot. 26 to Critchley. Pleasure to watch. Got to go and do an update.
Oh. As Barnard bowls, this one's guided to backward point by Critchley. 26 from 28 deliveries, Matt Critchley. Does like to get on with it, likes to play his shots if he can, and in the form that he currently finds himself in, half centuries in each of the innings at Edgbaston, going to the 80s. Second time around, drives this one up to Leach at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 191 for 3. Deploy has 91. Critchley has 26. He got 64 and 83 in the opening game of the season, and picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 22, when Warwickshire batted first time around. So clearly the outstanding player of that match, and the outstanding player of the season so far. We'll be updating fairly shortly. Frank Watson's just gone next door to update listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester. We'll be updating listeners to BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly during this Alzari Joseph over. He's in to bowl to Leas Deploy, who just dabs it into the leg side, backward of square, down towards long leg effectively. Picks up another single to move on to 92. 192 for 3. Over it says -1, no idea how. Never understood it. Don't want anybody to explain it to me. So Joseph's handed the ball by Joe Leach. He's going to run around about 20 yards. He sets off on his in and bowls. And this one is up in the air. Is it a catch? No, it's dropped into no man's land. And Critchley picks up another run. 193 for 5. Sure, umpire Baldwin signalled one for the over there. Not entirely sure. Well, you've got to really bang it in to get it over or up to Matt Critchley's head height. Far, far taller than Leas Deploy, who's just stretching out the hamstrings at the far end, tapping down a little area on the pitch as he steps up his concentration again. 193 for 3. Deploy on 92. Joseph bowls a short 1-2, and this time Ben Cox can claim it. Again, he had to leave the floor as he leapt up. And these two have already added 47 for the 4th wicket off just 10 overs. So the scoring rate picking up, which is always a good thing. Overall, it's over 4 and over Derbyshire are going out. Says that on the bottom of the screen. Here's Joseph in and bowls, and it's defended into the leg side by Duploy. They scamper through for a quick single. He moves on to 93. We'll be updating listeners on BBC Radio Derby, FM and AM fairly shortly. Sally Swinford currently reading the 3 o'clock news. I say fairly shortly, probably within the next 30 seconds or so. Still 20 overs to go until tea. We could be here for quite some time. Joseph on his way in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Critchley. Dylan Pennington comes in to do the fielding. There's no run. 1 ball left in the Alzari Joseph over. 2 slips. Point man out on the cover boundary. Cover closer in mid-off, wide mid-on, and 2 men deep on the leg side as Critchley defends this. Into the offside, and there's no run. Update coming up. Derbyshire 194 for 3 now. 2 wickets have fallen since lunch. Billy Godleman for 50 and Wayne Madsen for 1. But Leas Deploy is still there and he's batting really nicely. 93 from 149 deliveries. Matt Critchley's joined him. He's on 27. They've added 48 so far for the 4th wicket off just 62 deliveries, and Derbyshire 194 for 3. Just a little break here as 1 or 2 sweaters are removed by the substitute fielder, the Worcestershire substitute fielder. Sorry, Joseph putting his sweater back on. And we're going to see Daryl Mitchell with the ball in hand for the first time in this match. Often picks up a wicket. Magnificent bowler in white ball cricket due to his entire lack of pace. And it's something that I'm sure Leas Deploy will be well aware of. Barnard 3 overs for 10 runs in that latest spell. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 38 in total. Just Ricky Vessels in at slip. As Leas Deploy continues to stretch out the hamstrings. Now prepares himself. A short run up for Mitchell, as you might expect. His first delivery goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's just had a moment next door as Frank. I'll ask him if he wants to tell you what happened, and if he doesn't, I will. But that was very amusing. I hope nothing's broken. And nothing of him or the equipment. It was just destroyed. Mitchell bowls, and that's played off the back foot out towards the man sweeping on the offside. Deploy picks up another single, moves to 94, 195, 4-3. field, swaps around for the right-handed Matt Critchley. Lots of pointing going on here at the moment. I think he might have broken something, Frank, next door. That's not good news at all. I have a spare though, so he'd be all right for today. Mitchell into Matt Critchley, who just guides this beautifully backward of square on the offside for a single. He moves on to 28, 196 for 3. But a swing out sister on BBC Radio Derby at the moment. You don't hear that very often. Very much my university era. May have been slightly besotted. Here's Mitchell in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Leas Deploy. Goes through to Ben Cox. Got the helmet on now. As you would expect, standing up to the stumps for Daryl Mitchell, who's no real pace. Very successful first day back at the county ground in 575 days for Derbyshire. As Mitchell bowls and it's pushed into the offside by Deploy, and there's no run. You wouldn't think you'd miss saying Incora county ground, would you? But I admit that I have. It's good to be back on home soil. Mitchell's in, bowls to Deploy, who pushes this one out into the leg side. There's no run into the first over ball by Daryl Mitchell. 2 runs came from it. 196 for 3, Deploy 94, Critchley 28. Now, I haven't told the listeners what that big crash was.
That was.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to tell them or I was going to be forced to tell them.
It's always a good idea to take your headphones off before you walk away from the equipment, isn't it? Otherwise, the equipment gets dragged behind you, which is what apparently happened. But it's all...
Is it working?
It's all working.
Oh, that's
Thank
good.
the Lord.
I've got a spare one.
Yeah, I was worried though.
But,
I really was. But anyway, yeah, and I managed to update FM listeners as well. So it was a successful venture out of the box. Alzari Joseph will continue moving away from us to bowl to Critchley. Bowls and Critchley flicks him away off his hip and takes a single. Thinks about 2, but says no, wait there, because Tom Fell came in quite quickly to field. Critchley moves on to 29, very fluent. He's played the shot of the day for me, an absolute gem of a back foot drive back past the bowler, Ed Barnard, between the bowler and mid-on, just to the onside of the stumps off the back foot. High left elbow, the perfect back foot drive, great shot. I always think any player that can play that shot is got something a bit special. It was beautiful. He's on 29, 94, Deploy in sight of 100, facing Joseph short, and again he shows that ease with which he gets onto the short delivery and just swivels round and rolls the wrists on it and picks up another single out to D'Oliveira at deep backward square. 95 now to Leas Deploy. Came in at the end of the first over this morning and has played really, really well. Good shape, the home side here. Bright sunshine. Pitch flattening out, and they've done really well after losing that early wicket this morning, mainly thanks to that excellent second wicket partnership between Billy Godleman and Leas Deploy. 137 they added, as this one from Joseph is short, but Critchley very, very easily ducks down underneath it. Didn't take his eyes off it either, and just allowed it to go over his right shoulder really through to Ben Cox. Good pace from Joseph today, but his direction hasn't been particularly consistent, and a few times he's banged it in short and it's cleared Ben Cox and gone for 4 byes. 3 times I think. This one's better, but just sort of Critchley on his toes, just punches up through mid-on and picks up 2 more as Dylan Pennington comes back to do the fielding. Critchley goes to 31. The 200 is up for Derbyshire. Deploy on 95. Joseph, interesting after that one. He sort of stood at the end of his follow through, you know, with his arms on his hips in frustration, as if to say, you know, what have I got to do to get any kind of response maybe from this pitch? I don't know. Comes in again now. He's in, he bowls, and this one's whipped away by Critchley. And there's a misfield at deep backward square leg this time by Fell. So they come back for 2 as Roderick completes the job down there. It was a wait there, but when they saw the fumble, they came back for 2. So slightly untidy cricket. 202 for 3. Critchley goes to 33. One thing I will say for Joseph, I know he's only bowled a few overs, but he's run in quite willingly, hasn't he? He doesn't look as though he doesn't fancy it. He's giving it a real good go. But as yet, hasn't quite got things. He looks to me as though he's got the tools. He's just got to get it all sorted out, get a bit of rhythm going. He bowls short. Critchley swivels, heaves this away down to long leg. Roderick fields, good fielding this time. Tumbling stop to his left. And they only get a single, which means Critchley will keep the strike. Joseph, hands on hips, looks a bit fed up. And it's 203 for 3. Deploy 95. Critchley 34. The 2 men out into lunch. Godleman caught Cox, bowled Leach for 50. And Madsen caught Mitchell, bowled Pennington for 1.
The thing about this pitch is it doesn't really look like one that you may have come across in Antigua any time. You can't see your face in it.
No.
You get those shiny surfaces with the grass rolled in. This is a proper Derbyshire greenish. The green is slowly disappearing as I wouldn't say the sun was baking it, but the sun is on it. And you wonder how many times he'll have come up against a pitch like this. Not too many, I fancy, over the course of his career. Essex 92 for 9. Will they get to 3 figures?
Hide the glee in your voice, David.
They haven't, because they've just been dismissed for 96 by Durham.
Well, there you go.
That is absolutely astonishing. Down at Chelmsford, well, last week they batted and batted and batted. Today they've batted for 41 and a half overs and made 96 runs.
And there'll be a certain Mr. Emerson who'll be lapping it up, I should think. He'll be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because Don Topley will be furious. So I don't know. I think I'd rather have Martin happy, if I'm honest. than miss out on Toppers being miserable. Notts 133 for 6 against Warwickshire now. That game being played at Trent Bridge. They're the scores in the 2 other games in this group. Group 1, quite right too. Group 1. 203 for 3 Derbyshire as Mitchell begins a new over with a very full delivery on leg stump that's turned away by Matt Critchley out to the towards the square leg boundary. Picks up a single. D'Oliveira does the fielding and they move on to 204 for 3. But the Derbyshire score is stacks up very favourably with what's going on around the country at the moment, which is excellent news. That's always a decent indication as to how well a side's doing. As Deploy waits and goes back into the crease, pushes it out into the offside, picks up a single and moves to within a boundary of a century.
Daryl Mitchell.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
Ben Cox has just lobbed the ball, but he's lobbed it straight onto the back of Gareth Roderick's head as he was moving from one side of the pitch to the other. It was very unfortunate. Sorry, Frank, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you carry on. You're calling again.
There's Mitchell in and bowls, and that one is guided by Critchley out towards the cover boundary this time for another single. 206 for 3.
I was just going to say, Daryl Mitchell, very much an occasional bowler, and he is a bit of a golden arm. You know, he picks up the odd wicket here. A good white ball bowler takes the pace off and all that. But if you're in your 90s and you're just looking to get your first 100 of the season, there's worse blokes to be bowling at you than Daryl Mitchell.
It's not going to hurt if it hits you, is it?
No, he's Deploy will be thinking, just keep your head here, just nurdle it round.
Deploy on 96 then as Mitchell bowls to him wide of the off stump, leaves it alone, allows it to pass through to the wicket keeper, who this time doesn't throw it onto a teammate's head, which is always good news. It was just slightly comical. There was never any danger of an injury, which is why I was able to laugh. Clearly, if somebody gets clonked on the head with a cricket ball, it can be quite unpleasant. Mitchell from the City End bowls. Deploy leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Mitchell's follow-through is almost as long as his run-up.
He runs through sometimes. He runs round in a big circle and just goes back. Yeah, yeah.
Very much just out of the power play bowler in T20 cricket. Certainly, he kills a T20 game stone dead, doesn't he? He's in, bowls, and this one is forced into the offside by Deploy. Fancies 2 here, but there's a big cry of no because D'Oliveira's onto it quickly. So just the 1 for Leas Deploy takes him on to 97. He's edging closer. It's the end of the over. Derbyshire 207 for 3 now. Deploy 97. Critchley 36. Partnership 61 off 81 balls.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, Critchley's just been superb, isn't he? Absolutely
It's
superb.
very much how he plays.
Lovely to watch. Really, really enjoyed it.
So can Deploy get to 3 figures? And if he does, he's going to have to do it off
D'Oliveira.
He replaces Alzari Joseph after 5 overs for 30 in his second spell, 10 overs for 54 in all for the West Indian. Players scattering.
So D'Oliveira around the wicket, players scattering, although it's similar field to the one he bowled to this morning, isn't it? It got backward point on the boundary, extra cover and long off. Left-hander, bear in mind, and a slip, and then on the leg side, short fine, deep square, mid-wicket, straight catcher at sort of short mid-on and then long on. Dot ball, first ball, outside the off-stump, pushed out on the offside. Deploy, 97 not out. Fine innings. Following a pair last week, especially fine innings. This one a bit flatter from D'Oliveira. Hurried onto him a little bit.
His last knock was a first bowler in the second innings, like before wicket.
Waits now as D'Oliveira comes around the wicket again. Bowls to him. Full. Oh, and he drives at that. Missed it. It cocks his gloves and dropped down on the offside. Nowhere near the stumps, but a rare full shot. Maybe a few little nerves. Waits again now. D'Oliveira's in, bowls to him, drives this one out on the offside. Good shot, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover. And that's Jake Libby. And there's no run. Bit more traffic moving now in the distance, far end at the city end. Bright sunshine. D'Oliveira again bowls. Good delivery, straight, driven on the onside. Good diving stop by the bowler, moving to his left. No addition. So, little bit of tension building perhaps as D'Oliveira bowls again to Deploy. He plays defensively out on the offside end of a maiden over. Good over from Brett D'Oliveira. 207 for 3. Deploy 97. Critchley 36.
He didn't score too many off D'Oliveira before lunch from memory, because he would have had lunch in mind at that stage. He eventually went to the lunch interval on 68 not out. He's moved on to 97 now. Maybe at the non-striker's end for the new Daryl Mitchell over. Mitchell 2 overs for 6. Just applying the brakes a touch, which is what Worcestershire needed. Batsmen have had a little chat in the middle of the pitch. Man close in on the offside for Critchley. Here comes Mitchell from the city end. Balls to Critchley, drives it straight back to the bowler and then scampers back into his crease. Can't keep still. Likes to be on the move. Often fields in the slip cordon where he's very much the joker in the pack. Along with Madsen and Deploy. He's ready now as Mitchell, no more than about 8-9 yards, bowls to him and he defends it straight back to Daryl Mitchell. And there's no run. We've just ground to a halt a touch here, which is how things happen on a day of county cricket. Ebbs and flows. Critchley waits and turns this one up to mid-wicket. Mitchell raises his hands. If Critchley hadn't have hit that one, he might have been in trouble, but he hasn't looked like not hitting one yet. So as a result, it was more an ooh and an ah than anything else. This time Critchley turns it into the leg side for a single. D'Oliveira comes in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. Critchley moves to 37, 208 for 3. It brings Lewis de Ploy back on to strike. 97 not out. But he'll just have a couple of balls of this Daryl Mitchell over to face. De Ploy waits and guides this out into the offside up towards D'Oliveira, who's now patrolling the cover boundary to the left-hander. He goes through to 98. Derbyshire to 209 for 3. Cricket from the Incora County Ground, being brought to you by BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester. Frank Watson alongside me as Mitchell is in and bowls. That is slapped out to the cover region by Matt Critchley. Picks up a single and steals the strike. He moves on to 38. De Ploy has 98 and Derbyshire 210 for 3. 11 overs from the tea interval.
Tweet from Mr. Ferguson, who says he's following us from Wolverhampton whilst working. Do you think lack of another spinner will cost Worcestershire? Someone to hold up an end and keep the scores down? Well, yeah, I think my answer to that is that Worcestershire feel they lack a spinner, really, let's be honest. A proper frontline spinner. Brett D'Oliveira did a good job at Chelmsford, done a pretty good job today. He's not a massive spinner of the ball. He's a batting all-rounder, really. Daryl Mitchell doing a tidy job at keeping things tight. Jake Libby bowls a bit of off-spin, but it's that word another that I'm not sure about in that tweet, lack of another spinner. I think Worcestershire know that their attack isn't really balanced because they haven't really got a top-class spinner. As D'Oliveira begins a new over with a dot ball, as Critchley pushes it back up the pitch. Do let us know what you think, though. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Dave is at Fletch Sport.
Yes.
Fletch Sport, and we're happy to hear your views. In fact, it keeps us going during the day as Critchley tries a little ramp shot against D'Oliveira this time.
Don't do that.
Modern cricketer doesn't need to do that.
No, don't do
need
that.
to do it. No,
Just
doesn't
play
need
properly.
To. Just playing so well. There is a gap there, but even so,
It's hard
he's
to,
played so
hard
well.
to access, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's better as he gets a ball on leg stump and just clips it up to mid-wicket, Libby Fields. Yeah, helps us get through the day, really, hearing views from the listeners. Sometimes as D'Oliveira bowls again, and this one's pushed out on the onside by Critchley. 38 to Critchley now. He's played very fluently. 210 for 3. Derbyshire in a very, very nice position. As D'Oliveira bowls, and this time, well, Critchley goes for that little ramp shot and gets it, even though they saw it coming. It was a full toss. The wicketkeeper Cox and the first slip Mitchell both knew he was going to do it, so they both went piling across the leg side. So we ended up with Critchley down on one knee playing a ramp, Cox at leg slip, and Mitchell at, well, wicketkeeper, and the ball went between the two of them and it went down to the boundary. So Critchley goes to 42.
Brilliant.
So he did access it.
Yes, he did. I beg his
It's,
pardon. I'll
yeah.
never doubt him again.
214 for 3. D'Oliveira bowls again to Critchley, and now he gets a single as he turns this one out on the leg side, and Libby moves to his right from mid-wicket to do the fielding, and Critchley will keep the strike, which means De Ploy is still on 98, and it's 215 for 3, and we've had 54 overs.
Derby Dazzler's been in touch. He was in touch during the game at Edgbaston. Says much better start this week, especially on that green top. Pitch looks at its best now. It's certainly looking less green, but it's still quite green. Enjoying the coverage as always. What's for tea tonight? Sheesh or Donna? Well, no, I'm at home, so it's just normal food at home. It's only when I go to an away game that it's.
What's your journey from home, Dave?
Out to the kebab shop.
How long does your journey take?
About an hour and a half.
Same as me then. Same as me on this one.
Are you going home every night?
Yeah.
It's okay. Getting the radio, listen to No, don't get into the radio. Get into the car and listen to the radio. So there'll be some.
Yeah.
With some Europa League stuff on. There seems to be a change of bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, Barnard again.
Barnard to come back from the city end. I've just been followed by somebody there that fascinates me. They're from Bloemfontein.
All right.
BVB Bloemfontein. So it's somebody van somebody. Let us know who you are.
I think I'm right in saying we've talked a bit about birds, haven't we, today? We talked about herons and magpies.
Indeed. There's Barnard in balls to Critchley, who mistimes a drive up to mid-on. There's no run.
Did you know that I'm fairly keen ornithologist. I'm not a twitcher, but I'm reasonably interested. And I've always liked swallows in particular, lovely birds and harbingers of summer and everything. Saw my first two about 10 days ago, because my father-in-law lives on a farm, or used to. He used to farm it, doesn't anymore.
Barnard bowls down the leg side. That one, he tried to flick it away, did Matt Critchley, but failed to make contact.
I am going somewhere with this, and they have a barn where the same swallows come back, and they nest in the same barn every year. The same swallows come back. It's fantastic, and they came back last week while we were sitting there. It was wonderful. We were sitting in the garden, social distancing, and they came back. But do you know that? I think it's about 90% of the swallows that come to these shores every year go back to the gardens of Bloemfontein.
Oh, right. No, I didn't know that.
And they're alone. It's incredible.
Barnard in and bowls, and perhaps that's why he's following us, to find out where all the swallows have gone, pushed out towards the cover boundary by Critchley.
But you know, that many birds that come to the UK, and they nearly all, and they know from ringing them and everything else, they nearly all go back to the gardens of Bloomington. Amazing. Speaking of going back.
And amazing. Frank's going to do an update. Be amazing if his equipment stays on the desk. These are very soundproof rooms, but the crash was quite extraordinary. So it's Elias Deploy on strike. He's on 98. 216 for 3. In comes Barnard. It's defended into the leg side. And there's no run. We have got a message now from BVB Bloemfontein, which I shall get to in the fullness of time, as this one is pushed out by Deploy up towards mid-off. I don't mind a baby bell either. We'll be updating Sally Pepper fairly shortly. So apologies for the one-sided conversation if we have one. Barnard in his 11th over, 2 deliveries of it left, 0 for 39 so far. He comes in and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this out into the leg side, and he remains on 98. In fact, that was the last ball of the over, so I misled everybody, and apologies for that. I thought he still had another one to go. 55 overs gone. 216 for 3, but we're definitely on Elias Deploy century watch here. Fielders having a bit of a chat amongst themselves. I'm not entirely sure what the delay is. I'll tell you what the delay is. Ed Barnard is replacing his left boot. It's going to take him a few moments to replace that boot. Left boot. So D'Oliveira just throws a couple of balls, a couple of practice balls to Jake Libby. Critchley on strike then. He's got 44. Waits and chops that out into the offside for a single. 50. Why would you do that? 50-45. Deep fried baby bells is what they're currently talking about over on BBC. Right, yeah, Derby. This one is bowled him. Deploy's gone for 98. Went straight through his legs as he tried to play it into the leg side. And Theus Deploy's hopes of a century following the pair that he got at Edgbaston have ended with him on 98. 170 deliveries he faced. 10 fours. But he's gone, and Derbyshire at 217 for 4. He will be hugely, hugely disappointed. Leas Deploy. I've got a question from him from BBB Bloemfontein, who is Renan Steenekamp. Apologies for the pronunciation, Renan. Watching the Derbyshire games from South Africa on YouTube. Very enjoyable day so far. Deploy all class, absolutely. Does this underline his class, seeing as he's batting on a green top? I think so, he says. Yeah, I think it probably does. Now Derbyshire have got to just rebuild a little bit after losing that wicket. Real shame for Leas Deploy. Not entirely sure what kind of shot he was trying to play there. Hello to Keith Wayne. Rostered holiday, he says. Can't get much better at the moment under the circumstances. Derbyshire on the laptop and a glass of cider next to me with the sunshine coming in through the window gives the impression that summer is here. Thanks for getting in touch, Keith. That was at fletchcricket@gmail.com. Here comes Harvey Hussain. Does it? It is Harvey Hussain as well. So that means that Anuj Dal is going to drop down to 7. Hussain and Critchley batted beautifully in the second innings at Edgbaston. Century stand. Quite surprised to see Harvey Hussain coming out. So Harvey Hussain and Matt Critchley have a little bit of a discussion before Hussain takes up his place at the strikers end, the far end. Wicket for Brett D'Oliveira, 1 for 10 from 6 overs and 2 balls. He has bowled pretty well, Brett D'Oliveira. So what can he do here? Can he get Worcestershire back into this game? 217 for 4, Derbyshire. D'Oliveira is in and Hussain defends. And there's no run. Look, the onus now falls on Matt Critchley's shoulders, although Harvey Hussain batted beautifully in the second innings at Edgbaston for his 78 not out. They were the stars of the final day, of course, at taking Derbyshire from 71 for 5 in a very precarious position at the end of day 3. And goes D'Oliveira again. This one is chopped away by Hussain, but there's no run as it goes straight to the fielder at extra cover. D'Oliveira tosses himself a catch and he comes in and bowls, and that one is defended straight back to the bowler. It's the end of a successful Brett D'Oliveira over. 1 for 10 from 7 overs in this spell. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. He got the wicket of Leas Deploy for 98. I'll just stay on for a moment, Frank, because I haven't done my update yet,
Yeah,
so
no problem.
that's all right.
Yeah. It's my third wicket next door.
Yeah, yeah.
I must go more
Must
often.
go on sitting there full time.
yeah.
Here comes the update. For listeners on FM. Oh, Sally. Latest deploy bowled by Brett D'Oliveira for 98 just a few moments ago. Not entirely sure what kind of shot he was trying to play. Certainly trying to play the ball into the leg side. It went through his legs and trickled onto the stumps. He looked very crestfallen as he left the field. So the first century of the season will have to wait. It means that one of the heroes of the final day at Edgbaston, Harvey Hussain has come out to join Matt Critchley. Critchley, who is currently on 45. Hussain, who scored 78 not out against Warwickshire last Sunday, has yet to get off the mark. And Derbyshire, who were asked to bat this morning after losing the toss, have now lost Lears deploy for 98 and they're 217 for 4.
As Ed Barnard comes in from the city end and bowls a short one to Critchley, which just flies away over the batsman's left shoulder. And Ben Cox, who's had a busy day behind the stumps, mainly throwing himself around to try and get hold of short deliveries from Alzari Joseph, several of which have gone over his head. He makes a good save that time. 217 for 4. So 3 wickets this afternoon for Worcestershire. Barnard coming in now to bowl to Critchley. Critchley drives up to mid-off. And again, there's no addition. Critchley's been really fluent for his 45. One of those innings where I clearly, obviously remember that one magnificent back foot drive. But other than that, it's just where's he got 45 runs from? It's just, it's just happened, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
In comes Barnard again. And bowls to Critchley, who's forward again, pushing into the offside. Fielded by Libby at short extra cover. So it's been a really interesting day's cricket. It's just a pleasure to be here, to be honest. My first day of cricket this season, in the flesh, as it were, not watching on the feed, and it's a delight to be here. Shame the spectators aren't. Shame the sun's gone, but it's been interesting and challenging and competitive. As Barnard bowls and Critchley drives straight past the stumps on the onside, gets a single. Leach moving across to his left, another tumbling stop. Made some good saves today. The Worcestershire skipper is a big man, Joe Leach. He has to get down quite a long way, and big frame, and he's done well. He's been quite busy and has made several stops that have significantly saved runs. 218 for 4. Harvey Hussain is on strike, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Right-hander.
Means that Anuj Dal's going to back down at 7, having come in at 3 at Birmingham, which seems slightly odd.
Anyway, it's Barnard in, bowls to Hussain, who's forward, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I've got a question for you. Well, it's a point more than a question from Vince
End
Shirley.
of the over, yeah. Far away.
He thanks us for the commentary and all that kind of thing. He's in Belper. He was saying to a friend, if Mitchell's bowling, it says to him that Worcestershire are a bowler short, therefore it seems odd that they would put Derbyshire in. Are they a bowler short, do you think?
No.
Excellent, thank you very much.
No, I don't think they are. I can see where he's coming from, but I have got an answer to that, really. I mean, 6th bowler, so they've used 5, so you would say no. But also, he does occasionally pick up a wicket in that little, they might bring him on just for a little spell.
Oliveira begins a new over. That one just didn't quite get up as much as I think Critchley was expecting it to.
Googly, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't pick him if I was out there.
I can usually. Well, he played for the club where I coach, so I've seen quite a lot of him.
And again, and balls. That one keeps really low.
That did keep low.
And Critchley did well to keep that one out, in all honesty, and pushed it up to mid-on for a single, but that one barely bounced. When you've got 219 for 4 on the board, you probably don't mind seeing a bit of variable bounce towards the end of day 1 too much. But that's the first one that's misbehaved in any way. And generally, as we've discussed, the carry has been pretty good, so it seems like a decent pitch.
A silly point, didn't you?
Yeah, we're going to get the fielding pads and that kind of thing on.
How many overs when we have tea?
36. So we've got how many overs to go? 43.
Six after this.
Yeah, 6 after this one. So it'll be about 4 o'clock, won't it? Which isn't great news because I'll have an update and then they want to have a chat with me about something. So whoop-de-doo. Just about time to put a tea bag in a cup.
I'll do that.
You won't be able to do the other thing that I desperately need to do at 4 o'clock as well.
I know, I won't. I don't really want to do that either.
Black socks. Not a big fan. Well, or unless it's the skin. Is it a
it's
skin?
Ricky Vessels. He doesn't. He's not. No, it is a skin.
I thought it was.
He's come out thinking he's just going to stand at slip all day, so he doesn't need to worry too much. And he wants to stay warm. Yeah, it's a skin to stay warm.
It goes a long way up those legs of his.
I don't blame them.
No, I don't.
The umpires have got their long johns on as well. They had snoods, didn't they, at Chelmsford last week? The umpires had white gloves and snoods.
Yeah, Richard Illingworth at Birmingham had a snood on.
Yeah.
Looked like the Invisible Man.
Yeah.
219 for 4 then, all the palaver about putting the pads on for Ricky Vessels, and he's just putting the protector in as well. I don't blame him for that either. He's now in place at short leg. And D'Oliveira comes in and bowls to Harvey Hussain, who goes back into his crease and pushes it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 219 for 4 in the 58th over of the day's play. The first day back here for 575, of course, at the county ground for Derbyshire. There was plenty of cricket here last year. A run off that delivery. Pakistan as well were here as the England women, as off the back foot it's pushed into the offside. A complete misread by the man at shortish cover, and Hussain is off the mark with a couple. He just seemed to completely misread that.
I have a theory on Hussain's promotion up the order.
Excellent.
Ahead of Dal.
Love it.
Did you notice how long it took him to emerge?
I think Dal was somewhere else.
Yeah, I do. I might be wrong. I've just got the feeling that you made me think of it by saying I couldn't do the other thing you needed to do.
This was pushed out into the offside by Hussain.
But he did take quite a long time to appear. It was unusual. They usually cross on the pitch, don't they? And I just reckon they might have said, "Half quick, get your gloves. He's not ready," or something like that.
Somebody's querying my description of Richard Illingworth as the Invisible Man, but when he wrapped himself up in the sheeting,
I know what you
he
mean.
looked like the Invisible Man.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
I think there's only one person in the world that hasn't understood that particular analogy.
You have to be of a certain vintage to be fair.
Oh, this correspondent's of a certain vintage. He's had his jab. He's an old man, like the rest of us. 221 for 4 at the end of the over. Hussain 2, Critchley 47.
Pennington coming on. They're ringing the changes, aren't they, with the bowlers? Worcestershire. I think Joe Leach is quite sensible in doing that. He gave that. We had that Darryl Mitchell discussion. He bowled 3 overs, quite tidily, I thought. And it was at that time when Deploy was nearing 100, and I think he might have just been teasing him a little bit.
Yeah.
3 overs for 9. I'll run through the figures, actually. We haven't done that for a while. So here's Pennington, starting the 59th over of the day, and he aborts run up. Got quite close too, but realised he hadn't quite got it right. He's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Leach 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53. Joseph 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 54. Barnard 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 40. D'Oliveira 8 overs now, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. As Pennington is in and bowls to Critchley, who tucks this away on the onside for a single. 1 for 13, I think, D'Oliveira. My scorecard hasn't updated. Yes. Single to Critchley.
Yeah, it is.
And he moves to 47, 221 for 4. Actually, I think the scoreboard might be a little bit behind. 222 for 4, and he moves to 48. Harvey Hussain on strike, wearing 16. Diminutive figure. Good all-round cricketer, good wicket-keeper, and tidy batsman. Pennington is in, bowls to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. And as I learnt from a certain tweet last night from a certain photographer friend of yours, Harvey Hussain made 100 against Worcestershire at New Road in 2016,
yes,
which I didn't remember.
My first season.
Yeah.
Yeah. 78 not out at Birmingham in the second innings as well last week, so bit of nick.
It's funny, isn't it, how, I suppose, it's hard to say. You know he's a keeper, so you kind of, it might not make sense what I'm about to say, but he looks like a keeper when he's batting.
Yes, he does.
Pennington in bowls, and he's forward, pushing this back to the bowler. You know, just something about the way keepers just move and carry themselves.
I interviewed Harvey after the game on Sunday, and suggested to him that his partnership with Matt Critchley is the most fidgety partnership possibly on the county circuit, and he didn't take too kindly to it, actually.
But you know what I mean? He's doing it now.
But
he's a little running on the spot.
He can't keep still, can he?
No.
Which is exactly what he's like behind the stumps, as you'd expect. So, I know what you mean, exactly what you mean.
Has quite got as many characteristics behind the stumps as Carl Cricken used to have. He gets his first boundary here, a wide one from Pennington that he drives out. It wasn't entirely in control of the shot, sliced it wide of Barnard at the diving gully, but it brings him 4 and he goes to 6, 226 for 4. Yeah, Carl Cricken, famous son of these parts, and a good mate of mine, and somebody I stay in touch with now. He's up at Lancashire, but you know, when he was behind the stumps, standing back, it'd be a fidget here and a push there, and the gloves would be banged together, and then a swing round.
That's what they're like, though, isn't it?
Never stopped,
No.
Crick, never stopped.
No.
I bet there's a few people listening who remember Crick fondly.
His birthday last week.
Yeah, it was indeed.
Yeah.
I sent him a message. In comes Pennington and bowls, and the same pushes this out on the onside. And here's something not a lot of people know,
Excellent.
Dave, about Carl Cricken. His dad kept wicket for Worcestershire.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Even though he's from your neck of the woods, very much, isn't he? From Horwich, I think, isn't he?
Well, that's Horwich is where I live.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he played at Horwich RMI.
He did. But I think Crick's dad, he was the understudy wicketkeeper at Worcestershire to Roy Booth in the 60s. And he played just only 2 or 3 times, I think, in the first team. But he did actually keep wicket for Worcestershire. Yeah.
Coached here
Good
as well.
man. Good man. Yeah, he did indeed. Yeah, when they got promoted. Yeah. Here's Pennington. Bowls to Hussain, who is going to get another boundary here. And again, no, he's not. He's going to get 2. Deep backward square. Ozori Joseph moving round, but it was an airy shot, really, thickish inside edge, and again, it prompted excitement from the fielders, as did his boundary on the offside earlier. But he's pretty much unperturbed. Harvey Hussain moves to 8. Matt Critchley has 48, 228 for 4. 3 men out in this session. Godalman 50, Madsen 1, and Duploy for an excellent 98. Be very disappointed not to have brought up 3 figures. He faced 170 balls and hit 10 fours, and shared a partnership for the 4th wicket with Matt Critchley of 71.
Yes, it took him a while to drag himself off, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's how disappointed he was. Unsurprisingly. Here is Brett D'Oliveira to continue. He's driven, but not timed by, and there's a misfield as well.
It's
so
that area there, there's been a few.
It does allow them to get through for a single. Yeah, there is just a little area. It was Barnard who misfielded, and there are 3 practice pitches. In fact, one of those pitches will be the pitch that they played against Cardiff students on, I'm sure. And there are some footmarks there, which have just unsettled the fielders in that particular region. Critchley moves to 49, 229 for 4. Hussain goes back into his crease and defends this one back to D'Oliveira. There's no run. Barnard gives him an extra round of applause as if to make up for the misfield a few moments ago. D'Oliveira bowled, driven straight back to him by Hussain, who has to scamper back into his crease, although D'Oliveira didn't take the ball cleanly as it was driven back to him. 1 for 14. Brett D'Oliveira bowls to Hussain, who very watchfully pushes that back to the bowler. And there's no run. Approaching the end of the over, the mid-on and mid-off become long on and long off. Happy to give Hussain a run, possibly down the ground, as he drives it straight to Jake Libby, who stops it and then isn't entirely sure where the ball is. So he scampers around on the ground and eventually finds it. And tosses it back to D'Oliveira, who's in again. A couple of steps down the track by Hussain, misses the ball.
I think he squeezed it off.
Do you think he squeezed it?
Yeah, just off his pad.
It went through to, I wasn't sure if it had gone, hit Cox's pads and gone to the slip or the other way around, if it had hit Hussain's, but either way, Hussain survives one there. Scary little moment for him on 8. Critchley's got 49, 229 for 4.
Here we go, Brian Cricken, Carl's dad. I was a bit wrong with my time. He went to Worcestershire in 1969 from Lancashire, for whom he had played lots of second team cricket, but only twice in the first team. But was again unable to dislodge the first choice keeper. It wasn't Roy Booth, it was Rodney Cass, and was selected only once against Cambridge University, taking 2 catches and being dismissed for 4. So there you go. The move didn't work out. Pennington bowls the first ball of a new over to Matt Critchley, who pushes out on the offside defensively. There's no run, but he did play for Worcestershire a little bit, so there you are. So a link between the two counties. An unlikely
got
link.
past Farouk Engineer at Lancashire, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, an unlikely link, and somebody called Keith Goodwin apparently.
Oh, right.
Yeah, who I don't remember, but I do, of course, remember Farouk Engineer. In comes Dylan Pennington. Bowls short to Critchley, who slaps it away on the onside. A sort of tennis shot. Rolled his wrists over the top, picks up a single. Applause for his 50 for Critchley from his teammates. 230 for 4. Critchley's played really well for his 50. And he's slowed down a little bit recently with the wickets going down, but a very fluent and very attractive innings. The details of it.
Go on.
Well, no, go on.
Oh, go on. No, well,
66 balls?
Yeah, 66 balls, 5 fours. Harvey Hussain's picked up a boundary down to the third man area, which is vacant. It was almost an involuntary shot.
Steered it, didn't he?
16th time that Matt Critchley has passed 50. In his first class career, he's made just 3 centuries.
So that's the next stage then, really, isn't it, for him, conversion?
Yeah.
So that 4 to Hussain takes him to 12, and it's 234 for 4 now. Pennington being just not quite as accurate from that City end as he was this morning from this racecourse end. He's in his 13th over. 1 for 45 so far. He bowls outside the off stump. Better delivery, good length, left alone by Harvey Hussain, just leaning onto the front foot and then lifting his bat clear. So, remind me again, T, so we were in the
36 overs.
36 overs, so 3 after this. So it's going to be a bit later than 4 o'clock, isn't it? 4, something like that.
That's probably good
Probably
timing.
good timing.
Ish. Ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tea's never a perfect science, is it?
No.
Got some fruit though.
Pennington in. Bowls to Hussain, drives uppishly. Well, very uppishly, but through a big gap between Barnard at gully and Libby at cover, and 4 more to Hussain, and more applause from the field as if to say, you know, could have gone anywhere. He's lucky to get away with it, but Hussain won't mind. He's picking up boundaries with regularity now.
Would you recognise the Derbyshire player up on the balcony at the top there? I wouldn't.
Have a look.
Well, I would, but I haven't got any.
Hussain's gone to 16. It's 238 for 4. Try not to.
You're right. You stayed on. You haven't pulled anything off there.
Try not to pull anything off. Right on the top.
Yeah, he's just standing up now.
In the white.
Yeah.
Let's get my binoculars.
He's going to disappear. Oh, he's got his. You'll see his number. No, he's
It
gone.
looked like Luke Sutton, but I'm not sure. That's who it looked like. As he had long hair.
I don't think it was him.
Here's Pennington in again. Bowl, short.
Long hair.
Left alone, taken by Cox. I read an article about his latest sort of book. He's written a second book.
He has,
and, I read an article about it the other day. End of the over. 238 for 4, Hussain 16, Critchley 50, and I'll have to see if I can have another look.
Well, he's there. It looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice. If he's got long hair, I'd say Finn Hudson-Prentice because he's growing his hair.
He's got a number on his
number
back.
33.
Yeah,
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Yeah.
I remember seeing him a couple of years ago. He's good. I was impressed with him. He bowled well.
Yeah, no, he's good all-round cricketer. Yeah. Good all-round cricketer.
No, when you asked me if I recognised him, the reason I said Luke Sutton, I thought it must be somebody not playing in this game.
Oh, no,
so,
definitely playing in this game.
Yeah.
Key member. D'Oliveira begins a new over, and Critchley just cuts it away up towards the point boundary for a single. Moves to 51, 239 for 4.
Well, if there was a man in form at all, it's Critchley, isn't it? I mean, that's 3 consecutive 50s at the start of the season. It takes some doing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Good stuff. 64 and 83 at Edgbaston. Fluent 50 today. Looking good.
First class average this season in excess of 60. It's in excess of 100 as this one is pushed up towards deep mid-on by Harvey Hussain. It's fielded there by Leach. Yeah, it's over 100 is average at the moment with this not out. Must be close to being top of the averages, I'd have thought. As D'Oliveira is in and he goes for a little paddle around the corner. He'll pick up 2 runs here, will Matt Critchley. Another product of the one-day game, that shot.
Absolutely.
53, he moves on to 242 for 4.
We talked about this a lot on air in the last year or two. I mean, batsmen now they're almost like golfers with more clubs in their bag, aren't they, than they used to be, because they can play those sorts of shots when there's a gap there. And they've become so good at them. I was a little bit suspicious as a coach at first when people started doing it, because they weren't always that good at it and it could get them out.
Defends that one into the onside.
But now they've become so adept at many of these shots that it isn't really a high-risk shot anymore, and therefore
I don't mind that paddle. It's the one where he tries to flick it over his head that I'm slightly concerned about in first-class cricket. But, if it works, it works. He picks up a single by just pushing this one up towards Joe Leach at deepish mid-on.
I agree with you, and I think you only need to start doing these things when the other avenues of scoring have been closed off.
Yeah.
You don't just do it for the sake of it, which they sometimes do.
Hussain on strike. It's a full delivery from D'Oliveira and pushes it back towards the bowler, who's sprawled on the floor as he tried to stop it. End of the over. 10 bowled by Brett D'Oliveira now. 1 for 19. Terrific figures for him. 1 for 15 from his 6 overs in this spell. Hussain has 17. Critchley 54 and Derbyshire 243 for 4 after 62 overs. And we are a couple of overs away from the tea interval on day 1 of this game here at the Incora County Ground.
I think I'll just be able to do a couple of balls of this over, and then I'll have to go and see if the equipment's still working next door. The radio equipment, I hasten to add, before anybody gets the wrong impression.
I have nothing to add.
Having collapsed it all a few minutes ago, here's Pennington coming into bowl to Critchley. Bowls, Critchley drives off the back foot smartly up to mid-off. Good run, because Leach only had a short distance to go to his left, but Critchley called Hussain straight away and through they went. So 1 more added to the total. They moved things on quickly, these two.
Yeah.
30, nearly 30 added, 20, 28 added, 27 for this wicket.
Something,
no time.
certainly.
27. 27. My maths isn't that bad, but sometimes you get in the area and
it's close enough, isn't it?
Can't specify. Here's Pennington in bowls to Hussain, who goes on the back foot, pushes out on the offside, fielded by Jake Libby, and with that I will move next door to give an update to BBC Hereford Worcester FM listeners and leave you with Dave Fletcher.
Thanks, Frank. I'm not doing any maths. People know that is not necessarily my thing. Just a good job there aren't too many figures involved in cricket. Pennington on his way in again from the city end. Bowls to Hussain, clips it into the leg side. And there's no run. Good piece of fielding there by Gareth Roderick. Update follows the 4 o'clock news for various technical reasons. And I will be having a conversation with Sally Pepper, so stand by for another one-sided conversation. 2:44 for 4, Derbyshire, with 8 deliveries left until the tea interval. Oh, edged by Hussain, an involuntary shot, and it goes in between first and second slip. And you can hear it crash into the boards down below us. He picks up a boundary, moves on to 21. Derbyshire to 248 for 4. Genuine edge, though, by Harvey Hussain, the wicketkeeper batsman. These two added 3 figures at Edgbaston. I should know, shouldn't I, really? Griff stat alert, you ready? Stand by. It'll come after this delivery from Dylan Pennington. He's in and bowls, and Hussain pushes it out into the offside. Good piece of fielding by Libby, moving around to his right-hand side, prevents a run from being scored. David Griffin informs us that Lewis deploys dismissal for 98. Is the 323rd dismissal in the 90s in first-class matches by Derbyshire batsmen. He was the 30th man to be out on 98. Barnett and Wells both managed it twice. And the first out for 98 since Billy Godleman in 2017. Excellent work by David Griffin. As the next delivery is played on 1 foot by Harvey Hussain up to mid-on. And there's no run. So the final over before tea is about to be bowled. Looks like Brett D'Oliveira will continue. Or will he? Where is he? Yes, he's removed his cap. So D'Oliveira will bowl the 7th over of this spell and take us through to the tea interval. He'll be bowling to Matt Critchley, who's on 55. Harvey Hussain at the other end on 21, although a little bit fortunate with his last boundary, and this one is played back to him by Critchley to D'Oliveira, and there's no run. This could work out perfectly if they play a song after the news. In goes D'Oliveira again, bowls, and that's defended by Critchley immaculately. He knows when tea is. D'Oliveira fields after his follow through. 4 balls to go. Critchley pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, update now. D'Oliveira bowls, pushed by Critchley. It's 249 for 4 now. Derbyshire. Matt Critchley's just moved on to 56. He's there with Harvey Hussain, who's on 21. We've got 1 ball remaining before the tea interval. The men out this afternoon as D'Oliveira bowls that final delivery before tea. Billy Godleman for 50, Wayne Madsen for 1, and Leas Deploy, I've miscounted, there's another one. Leas Deploy for 98. He added 71 for the 4th wicket with Matt Critchley after Billy Godleman and Leas Deploy had added 137 for the 2nd wicket. That is tea, and Derbyshire at 249 for 4. I was multitasking, trying to keep my eye on what was going on out there, and I've just miscalculated. Yeah. Well, we don't actually get any tea, so it'll be a cup of tea, and I brought some fruit.
After this remaining in the day, so we should finish about 6ish, maybe a tad later.
Definitely a tad.
Yeah, and then we can reflect properly on a day that hasn't perhaps gone as we expected it to. As Joseph comes in and bowls to Critchley, who drives off the back foot again into the covers. Calls weight and changes that to a no as Jake Libby does a tumbling stop at extra cover. And why I say that is because Worcestershire won the toss on a fairly green looking pitch this morning and made a breakthrough in the very first over when Lewis Rees was LBW to Joe Leach for 3, and we thought, could be looking at a tough morning's batting here and a few wickets tumbling, but in fact not the case, and no more wickets fell in the morning session. Joseph is in again, bowls short, quick to Critchley, good one, well avoided by the batsman. So at lunch, if you're just joining us, at lunch it was 117 for 1, with Loose Deploy on 68 and Billy Godleman on 30. After lunch, Godleman accelerated quickly to bring up his 50 and then was out almost immediately, caught by Ben Cox off Joe Leach, diving Ben Cox away to his left. And then Wayne Madsen went quickly, caught it slip by Darryl Mitchell off Dylan Pennington for 1. But then a good partnership for the 4th wicket of 71 between Deploy and Critchley, as Critchley swivels round on this one and pulls Joseph down to long leg for a single, which takes him to 59, and he'll keep the strike. It's 252 for 4. And just to finish, Deploy, who made 98, was the 4th man out in the afternoon session. It was 217 for 4 when he was bowled by Brett D'Oliveira, and since then Harvey Hussain, 21 not out, and Matt Critchley now 59, have made good progress. It's 252 for 4.
These two have added 35 runs from the 58 balls between them. 252 for 4. Our update is around about 25 from now on, so Frank will be back before I do my update, which will just mess it around a touch, but hey ho, can't have everything. Hugh Lloyd has just been on BBC Radio Derby FM talking about the return to the county ground for 575 days. First ball of a new Brett D'Oliveira over is driven by Critchley up to Tom Fell at a deep mid-off. Critchley moves on to 60. Hussain has 21, Derbyshire 253 for 4. Ricky Vessel's in close on the offside for Harvey Hussain, who just watches this ball turn away from him and go through to wicket-keeper Ben Cox. There is a no run. Hussain waits and pushes this out to Alzari Joseph, who's fielding at backward point. Two bonus points for Derbyshire, one for Worcestershire so far, as this one is played off the back foot by Hussain into the offside. D'Oliveira tosses himself a catch. There is a slip in place. His hands are deep in his pockets as D'Oliveira comes in and bowls, and Hussain pushes it out to Vessels, the offside. And there's no run. David McCardle, who's worried about being a jinx on the Derbyshire batsman, said he turned on the first ball he watched. Godleman got out. Go away, David. Go away. Harvey Hussain pushes this back into the offside. It's the end of the over. Just the one run off the first delivery. 35 overs to go today, which is going to take them, it's 2 hours for 32 overs. So that's 6:30. Plus the other 2, so around about 6:45, I would have thought. We'll wait and see. Well, that's the kind of time I think we're looking at. Alzari Joseph to continue from the city end. Bowling to Matt Critchley on 60 from 83 balls. Just the 5-4s in his 60 so far, so that'll tell you that it's not been that easy, and this one's very wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to go through to the keeper by Critchley. I thought for one moment that Ben Cox was picking up one of the helmets to go and stand up to Alzari Joseph, but he isn't, I'm pleased to say. That would have been slightly mad. He's just aligning the two helmets that are out there on the pitch at the moment for the Worcestershire fielders behind him. Now he waits, having had a chat with Ricky Vessels, for Joseph to bowl, and it's pushed out into the offside. Jake Libby is there to do the fielding, and there's no run. 253 for 4 elsewhere. Durham are 42 for 1 after 16 overs in reply to Essex's 96 all out. Astonishing game down at Chelmsford in this group, and Nottinghamshire are now 196 for 7 against Warwickshire. They've played 63 overs at Trent Bridge after Nottinghamshire chose to bat first. Joseph is in and bowls, and that's played nicely into the offside by Matt Critchley, but on this occasion he can't beat the fielder in the covers, and there's no run. Hampshire are 207 for 6 against Middlesex at Southampton. Lancashire 197 for 4 against Northants at Old Trafford. Yorkshire at 253 for 6 against Kent at Canterbury. Glamorgan 256 for 6 against Sussex in Cardiff. Somerset 231 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Taunton. As Joseph bowls, and that's crashed out towards the cover boundary. They pick up 1 run as it's fielded out there in the deep. Critchley moves on to 61, 254 for 4, and the only other score I hadn't given you, Leicestershire are 139 for 1 against Surrey in a game that's been affected by the weather down at the Oval. Here, 254 for 4, Critchley 61, Hussain 21. Update into the BBC Radio Derby Sports News fairly shortly. Here comes Alzari Joseph then. 5th ball of the over, short. Hussain ducks out of the way. Just sways backwards as it goes past his nose. Just listening to the weather forecast. Okay, through to the weekend, which is good news. Derbyshire in a very good position here against Worcestershire. 254 for 4, having lost the toss and been asked to bat. Joseph to complete the over. Hussain pushes it up to Leach at mid-off, and there's no run. End of Joseph's 12th over. 0 for 58, 2 maidens in there as well. Critchley 61, Hussain 21, Derbyshire are 254 for 4. Around about 2 hours to go, so yeah, that'll be about 6:40, that kind of time potentially when we finish, if the light holds, which it could do. It could do. I don't want to be facing old Zari Joseph in bad light. Update for the sport coming up. Early stages of the final session of the day. Derbyshire 254 for 4 with Matt Critchley on on 61 and Harvey Hussain on 21. Earlier today, Leicester Ploy out for 98, too shy of the first Derbyshire century of the season. He added 71 for the 4th wicket, with Matt Critchley having added 137 with Billy Godleman for the 2nd wicket, Godleman making 50. Lewis Rees and Maine Madsen both out cheaply, but Derbyshire, who lost the toss this morning and were put into bat, have done very well indeed. 254 for 4. See, there was a big appeal there, but the ball clearly hit the bat first of Matt Critchley. He's now gone through for a single. Harvey Hussain on strike, picks up a single himself as he just strokes the ball out towards Tom Fell at deep mid off. The same moves to 22. Critchley 62, 256 for 4. Always makes me laugh when a bowler appeals frivolously. This one is punched by Matt Critchley up towards deep mid on this time. Leach is there. Libby came across to try to cut it off but couldn't. 257 for 4. Critchley on to 63. These two will be looking to get themselves going again after the tea interval. Next delivery is pushed up by Hussain to Libby at mid-wicket. And the final ball of the over was a wide one, and Hussain reaches a long way for it, chops it away down to backward point. It's cut off before it reaches the boundary, but they come back for 2. Hussain moves on to 24. Critchley has 63, and Derbyshire are 259 for 4, and we have 32 overs remaining, which is effectively 2 hours cricket. So the two batsmen have a bit of a chat in the middle of the pitch while the Worcestershire fielders get ready for the next Alzari Joseph over. It'll be his 3rd in this spell, his 13th overall, 0 for 58 at the moment. The big West Indies international. Tall man. Bowls at a decent pace. Did it pass without incident, Frank?
Fortunately.
Excellent. Joseph is in short, and it's pulled in front of square by Matt Critchley. Filled it out in the deep, so they just get through for a single. He moves on to 64, 260 for 4.
You done yours yet?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'll do this over now.
Yeah, not a problem. Sorry, yes, I should have
That's
said
fine.
I should have said I've done it.
Alzari Joseph, yeah, he seems to have. I mean, I don't know whether it's because we're behind now, but I'm appreciating the pace a little bit more now. 1 or 2 that have fizzed through to Ben Cox in this spell, but just needs to just perhaps lower the sights about a foot to really discomfort the batsman. He's in now, bowls. That's more like it. Hussain, quite a small man, gets in behind that, plays it nicely down on the offside, but he was hurried. And it did hit the bat quite hard. I think he's bowled pretty quickly. Yes,
he has. I'm saying if the light closes in, it doesn't look like it's going to necessarily, but you wouldn't be facing Alzari Joseph in iffy light, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
Or even under the floodlights here, because they're slightly iffy.
Yeah, I've never really mattered under floodlights, but I don't think it's quite the same as proper bright sunlight. Joseph is in, bowls the same, plays that nicely. Up on his toes, drops it down the offside. And there's a classic moment. Ed Barnard picks up at gully, deep gully. I don't think there was even a chance of a run out, but he decided to have a shy anyway. And then as he threw, he slipped. And it looked at one stage as he felt his hamstring as though he might have done himself an injury, but I think he's all right.
He threw it almost like one of those Alzari Joseph bouncers from this end. They were closer to him than they were to the stumps.
It was because he slipped on it. I mean, he's a top fielder, but that was not a good moment. And I dare say he'll get a bit of stick about it.
He's just stretching that left hamstring, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. That'd be a disaster, wouldn't it? Get injured like that. Anyway, it was a single. 261 for 4. Joseph bowled. Oh! I thought he got his man. That was what he was bowling for. He bounced Critchley and he played a sort of uncontrolled cut shot. And it looked, I thought it was going to go to Barnard at that. He'd gone to a kind of almost short third man, very deep sort of 7th slip. But it went 5 yards to his left and down to third man for 4. I think Joseph really thought he'd got his man there. Would have been a good bit of bowling if he had, but it was just wide of the fielder. So it's another boundary to Matt Critchley, 68, but he was beaten for pace there. And Barnard's still feeling that hamstring. Darryl Mitchell's now going down to, it's going to be a fly slip, I reckon. Maybe he's going to third man.
Yeah, it's gone quite.
It's a fly slip, really. Sort of short, halfway back at third man, really. Now he's saying, do you want me all the way back or do you want me halfway back? And Barnard, still tweaking the hammy, has gone into backward point.
Yeah, he's going closer to the boundary
Mitchell's
now, isn't he?
going
He's only a
back.
couple of yards away from the boundary now. Daryl Mitchell down below us.
Here comes Joseph in, and he bowls short outside the off stump. Getting a bit fed up, I think. That one's a bit wide. Critchley leaves it alone. There you are, Daryl Mitchell. That's the old cap that we were talking about. It's a proper one. It's
Yeah.
a proper old faded
Seen some action.
Worcestershire cap. 16 seasons. I wonder if it's the first one he had. I don't know. Probably. Tend to guard them, don't they? Look after them.
Yes.
16th season as a professional cricketer for Daryl Mitchell, chairman of the PCA now as well, of course. He's at third man now, just the one slip, Ricky Vessels. As Joseph comes in once more and bowls, and Critchley goes in behind this, forces back up to the bowler. Good contest developed in that over, end of the over. Barnard still occasionally touching that hamstring. 265 for 4. Hussain 25, Critchley 68. It's funny, isn't it, when a player gets injured now, they just keep touching it. There's nothing you can... It's not going to make any difference if you've hurt your hamstring, if you touch it, but you do, don't you? And I don't know, if you hurt your finger, you just...
I usually do. I usually pull my hamstring coming down the stairs these days.
Assume that you know, the arthritic inflammation of your knee will be helped by touching it with your hand. We all do it, I'm sure. I'm sure we do. Anyway, he's in extra cover now, and it's Oliveira to bowl.
He's going to bowl to Harvey Hussain, who goes back into his crease and chops it out. 2 extra cover, and there's no run. To Ed Barnard, who's fielding in those footmarks. Perhaps he could do with just getting away from those as well.
The Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah. Big no from Harvey Hussain as he pushes this one out into the offside.
There've been about 5 missed fields in that area today. Oliveira, Barnard. Yeah.
It's a good place to avoid. He's standing right in them. He doesn't care. Oliveira bowls, and it's straight to Barnard. Of course it is. The ball's going to follow him now. Now that he's just got a little bit of a concern about himself. He looks okay. He looks okay, to be fair. Oliveira bowls. This one is pushed up towards mid-off this time. It's fielded by Tom Fell, who comes in from his position 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, perhaps half. He's a bit closer than Joe Leach, who is 2/3 of the way back. Fuller delivery, turned into the leg side by Harvey Hussain. Libby goes around to do the fielding. Picks up, they get through for the single. Hussain to 26, 266 for 4. The ridiculousness of that game down at Chelmsford, it's quite staggering, really. As this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Matt Critchley, and there's no run as Alzari Joseph picks up. It's the end of the over. 266 for 4. Essex having been bowled out for 96 in 16 overs. Durham are 42 for 1. So they've pretty much halved the deficit. They trail by 54. It's tea at Chelmsford, so that one will be going late into the night. There was a bit of weather around a little bit earlier on, so that's why they're a little bit late arriving at the tea interval. Keep a close eye on that one, and of course the game at Trent Bridge where Notts are 214 for 8 now, and that's quite a decent fight back by Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire.
Should we have some bowling figures?
Why
if
not?
you're just joining us, Worcestershire's bowling figures today. Leach 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 53. Pennington 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 55. Alzari Joseph, who's about to bowl his 14th over, so far 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 64. Ed Barnard 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40. And Brett Oliveira, economical and accurate. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Daryl Mitchell just 3 overs, no wicket for 9. So Alzari Joseph to continue, bowling to Harvey Hussain, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, who is on 26, not out. Joseph having hurried Critchley in that last over, now trying to do the same to Hussain. He's got his second slip back in. Daryl Mitchell's come up from third man, and Joseph bowls. And he does bowl a quick delivery, but Hussain plays it very nicely out on the offside. Plenty of time. pushes it into the covers and takes a single to move to 27. 267 for 4. Darryl Mitchell goes back down to third man. One slip now. Man out on the deep square leg boundary, man out on the cover boundary. 3 saving 1 in front of the wicket on the offside. 1 doing that job on the onside, sort of wideish mid-wicket area. And a man down at long leg. Joseph into Critchley. Bowls short. Critchley pulls away on the onside, uppishly, but bounces well short of Gareth Roderick out at deep square leg. And they take another single.
You're not entirely in control of that shot, was he? But as you say, there's vast acres out there around Paul Baldwin, the square leg umpire. Nobody within 30 yards of him.
No, it was on him. It was on him a little bit quicker than he thought, maybe, but there was no danger in it. 2 slips again. Hussain waits. Joseph still seeking that first Worcestershire wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's a nice shot from Harvey Hussain, given a bit of room, and he plays a sort of cut, a straightish bat away behind square on the offside. Pennington does the fielding, and they take another single. 269 for 4. Hussain 28. Look very composed, actually. Made runs at Edgbaston last week, as we heard. These two both made good runs for Derbyshire in their first game. Harvey Hussain made 78 not out in the second innings down there. Joseph comes in short, and Critchley swings this one away on the leg side. Much more in control of that one, rolling the wrists on top of it, picks up a single. Run a ball this over for these two. Looks very, very comfortable now. You know, this pitch, we've been thought it looked a bit green, and it did look a bit green this morning. It still looks a bit green, but it's played pretty well. And you have to say that if the batsmen are playing a bowler of this pace with the amount of ease that they are at the moment, it can't be a bad surface. Here he comes again, bowl short, really quick that one, but they're saying small anyway, just ducks underneath it and cleared his head by 3 or 4 feet, I should think.
You may have heard a smattering of applause, and I couldn't work out what it was for, but it's a 50-50 partnership between these two. It came up in 89 balls, Critchley with 23 of them from 39, Hussain with 27 of them from 50. So the third half-century partnership of the day, 1-century partnership among those.
Here's Joseph again. He's in. He bowls to Hussain, better, fuller, straighter, and Hussain pushes up to mid-off. Fielded by Joe Leach. End of the over. Pretty uneventful stuff at the moment from a Worcestershire point of view. Just got to keep plugging away, seek another breakthrough, but Derbyshire making very good progress. 71 overs gone, 270 for 4. Going to be looking for maximum batting points for sure. And well, Worcestershire, well, they've just got to hang in there, make sure the wheels don't come off, haven't they? Keep it tight, keep it tidy.
I've got the impression that if Joseph gets 1 wicket, and he unlocks the secret to getting wickets at Derby, he may well go on and get a few more, but he's wicketless at the moment. Here's D'Oliveira beginning a new over to Critchley. That one didn't bounce, and it's punched by Critchley off the back foot up to Leach at deep mid-on, and there's no run. Well, the odd one from this end has just kept a little bit low as he bowls again, and this is a full delivery that Hussain pushes up to Leach, and he picks up a single as well. So a couple of singles to begin the over. Hussain on to 29, Critchley 71, 272 for 4. 29 overs to go today, so around about 20 to 7, I would have thought. Although if D'Oliveira bowls a lot of them, it might be slightly earlier than that. He bowls this one, and it's pushed into the offside by Critchley, and the sun is out at the moment, but there are dark clouds around, but it's bright enough. No hint of the lights being used so far today. Dances down the pitch this time, Critchley. They go through for a quick single as the ball beats D'Oliveira as he dives to his left in his follow-through, and he picks up another single. He's on to 72, 273 for 4. Critchley, the 100th ball that Matt Critchley has faced in this innings, so he's had more time out in the middle than anybody else over the course of the first couple of matches, as Hussain turns this latest delivery from D'Oliveira into the leg side. Libby moves around from mid-wicket to square leg to do the fielding. They pick up another single, just milking D'Oliveira at the moment. 274 for 4. Hussain on to 30. There's a slip and a leg slip in place as D'Oliveira bowls, and Critchley just leans back and cuts that one away, but straight to Joseph fielding at point. He removes his cap and his sweater because it was the final ball of the over. 274 for 4, 72 to Critchley, 30 to Hussain. And Joseph to continue the attack from the City end. I'm not sure there is actually a rush hour anymore, certainly not at the moment. A lot of people working from home still, I know. And, welcome along if you are listening while you're working from home. I know one or two people are. Boosting our figures, good to see.
Boosting our figures, but unfortunately the fact that we're not on medium wave anymore for Hereford and Worcester listeners has disappointed a few from what I've heard today, which is beyond our control, I'm afraid. Here's Alzari Joseph from the City end, bowls, short, quick, but a repeat of the scenario in the previous over he bowled to Hussain, where he ducks down underneath it and it clears his head. Be really interested to know what Alzari Joseph's thoughts are on county cricket after his first experience. Maybe we'll get a chance to speak to him in the next few days.
You'll speak to him.
Be interested to see what he thinks about playing at Derby on a cold Thursday morning.
Well, if the word cold doesn't crop up in one of his answers, I'd be surprised.
And it's warmer than it used to be, isn't it? This ground, since they sort of turned it around and built it up. Joseph again to Hussain, times this nicely. Square on the offside, picks up a single. Pennington on the boundary does the fielding. So Hussain goes to 31 and 275 for 4.
Further plans in the future, I'm not sure how concrete they are, but for the whole of the side away to our right, the scoreboard side, to be filled in with seats. They've got rid of the terracing that's behind the permanent temporary stand that used to be seats.
I mean, there was a time when you had that great big grass bank and everybody used to park on it here. Where we are now.
Yeah, where we are now.
Yeah, and I mean, the ground changed beyond recognition. Joseph in, bowls to Critchley, short. Critchley slaps him away on the leg side, tennis style almost. Gets a single down to deep fine leg where Tom Feller's the fielder. There's two slaps, aren't there? You described a Critchley square slap earlier. Perfect word for it. That wide one when somebody just flat bats.
Yes.
And then I always think that sort of tennis style pull shot deserves it's a slap as well. It's almost the sound. It's an onomatopoeic label for that shot, isn't it? Almost. It's just nothing else quite sums it up for me. As Joseph comes in again and bowls, and this one's better, straighter. But Hussain handles it well. For a small guy, he gets up on his toes and just nudges it down on the onside. D'Oliveira comes in from mid-wicket to field. And they take another single. And so Worcestershire's cricket so far this season has seen that high-scoring game down at Chelmsford, where wickets were hard to come by. And the same today. Anybody would think it was August, not April.
Yeah, well, Essex have found wickets and runs hard to come by against Durham.
Yeah.
Presumably on a different surface, but same square.
In comes Joseph in, bowls, and first false shot from Critchley really for a while, and Joseph is frustrated by that as he gets an inside edge and it goes for 4 to deep long leg really, and a moral victory for the bowler, but 4 runs for the batsman. Takes Critchley to 77.
Not the first inside edge we've seen from Matt Critchley. With him, a man who plays as many shots as he does is bound to play a false one every now and then, isn't he?
And because he's trying to force it, it goes quite a long way when he gets a thick edge.
Yeah.
His hands are quite quick, aren't they? Joseph, reflecting on life on the county circuit, comes in once more and bowls short to Critchley, who swings this one round to a long leg for a single. And that's the end of the over. A frustrated Alzari Joseph stands with his hands on his hips, and he's just having a little word with Critchley. Probably says, I do this all the time, mate. 78 to Critchley, 32 to Hussain, 282 for 4 off 73 overs.
65, the partnership now from 106 balls, so again they've got on with it.
I'm going to go and take another wicket after this over. I think.
When you go
wait,
next
you wait.
door. Yeah, I know. We've rarely been together when the wickets have fallen, have we?
Once, I think.
Yeah.
Once. Yeah, the Madsen wicket. That's the only one. It's bizarre, isn't it?
They only take wickets either at the top of the hour or on the half hour.
But of course, it's nonsense.
Well, it clearly,
it's got nothing to do.
It's clearly nonsense. But it's happening.
Life is nonsense.
Somebody who I thought much better of last night told me he'd stayed in a haunted hotel.
Really?
I said, well, you haven't, have you? No. I said, definitely, no, you haven't. Here's, I won't tell you who it was, Brett D'Oliveira in and bowls to Critchley.
Well, do tell me.
Pushes this up towards the offside. There's a shy at the stumps at the far end. The stumps are broken by Ben Cox. Harvey Hussain just about got there in time. Must have been close though. Bessel still got his hands on his head. It was a sharp single. It was a decent throw as well in the end, coming in from Tom Fell. Umpire Robinson just goes back to sort the stumps and bails out. You can call those wickets. You can call what the bowler gets as his reward for dismissing a batsman wickets if you want, but don't call that bit of grass a wicket.
Do you think we're going to get inundated with tweets from people who've seen ghosts now?
Oh, well, hopefully. Back into his crease goes, as I pushes it out into the offside. Critchley moved on to 79 with that single. No, well, I wouldn't have thought so because they don't exist, so nobody's seen a ghost, clearly. Here it is, D'Oliveira again, and again it's pushed out into the offside.
You're tempting fate now. Does fate exist?
I'm not so sure it does,
only
really.
As an abstract concept.
Yeah,
a
bit like time. Here's D'Oliveira, bowls and Hussain defends. And there's no run. I don't think I can do much about them panning on the stream, so I'll ignore that one. Here's D'Oliveira again, bowls a flatter delivery, and that one is slapped back at him by Harvey Hussain.
We found a third slap.
Yeah, that was a straight slap.
You could hear it. You could hear the slap.
283 for 4. Approaching the end of the 74th over, and that one is a much nicer looking shot by Hussain. Good tumbling stop by Leach at deep mid-on. They get through for a single. Hussain pinches the strike. He moves on to 32. Critchley has 79 and Derbyshire 283 for 4. Frank's going next door again to destroy some more BBC equipment, and we'll be back in the fullness of time. I did offer him, if his wasn't working, I've got a spare device that will get us or get him on air, but then I realised that I'd be lending my own equipment to a man who's destroyed the BBC's equipment. So when I say destroyed, it still works. Before any of the BBC hierarchy jump all over us. 284 for 4. Update at 5 o'clock. Relatively shortly. And we're going to see a change of bowling on Zari Joseph. 5 overs, 0 for 22. His latest spell. That's 15 overs, 0 for 76 for the big West Indian. And he's going to be replaced by, it looks like, Ed Barnard. To me it is Ed Barnard from the City end. And he's on his way in, just a one slip in place now as he comes in and bowls to Hussain, who pushes this one out to Libby at cover. And Brett D'Oliveira is running around like a young pup. He's not that old anyway, but he's running around like a young pup. comes Barnard again. In and bowls. That one is guided by Hussain down to Daryl Mitchell, the third man. They go through for a single. $285 for 4. Turn the cue up a bit, otherwise I might miss it. Matt Critchley back on strike. He's got 79. Hussain has 34. They've added 68 for the 5th wicket. And he pushes this out into the offside. Beats the first man in at cover, but not the extra cover, which is why he's there, of course. Libby cleans things up after it beat Roderick. Emergency service is busy in the background, somewhere near the Pentagon Island. Critchley waits. Barnard's next delivery is pushed out into the offside, picked up nicely by D'Oliveira. He strikes the stumps with his throw. That's a terrific piece of fielding, but Critchley had already made his ground, and he moves on to 80, 286 for 4. Derbyshire, remember, put into bat this morning after they lost the toss. 50 from Godleman, 98 from Deploy, 80 from Matt Critchley. And Harvey Hussain, who just plays this out into the offside. Good piece of fielding by D'Oliveira. Prevents a run from being taken this time. He's on 34. Barnard's in again, bowls. This one is guided very nicely by Harvey Hussain. Out into the offside. End of the over, 286 for 4. Hussain pinches the strike. He moves on to 35. Critchley has 8. And they've added 70 so far for the 5th wicket. Batsmen have a chat. Looks like D'Oliveira is going to be replaced at this end. Does he know he's coming in now? He's just taking his time. Update coming up. 287 for 4 now. Derbyshire, Matt Critchley on 80. Harvey Hussain on 35. They've added 70 so far for the 5th wicket. That was after the dismissal of Lewis Deploy on 98, just too shy of the first 100 for Derbyshire this season. Earlier on today, Billy Godleman made 50, and all this after Derbyshire lost the toss first thing this morning and were asked to bat. Derbyshire in their first innings, 287 for 4. That delivery is pushed into the offside. But I may have apologies. I may just have ruined the stream temporarily by turning the volume down. We're back on again as this one is played out as the offside by Hussain. Picks up another single, moves on to 36. And Derbyshire to 288 for 4. 3 deliveries left of this D'Oliveira over. It's his 17th. He's in now and bowls to Critchley, who defends this one back to the bowler. Dell on as a 12th man for Worcestershire, just down below us, bearded figure. Rubbing his hands together against the cold. D'Oliveira is in and bowls, and Critchley pushes this back to the bowler, who does the fielding and then tosses the ball away to Pennington. Pennington gives it to Fell. Fell gives it to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira's on his way in again, and Critchley turns this into the leg side for a single. Final ball of the over, if I'm not very much mistaken. 289 for 4. Critchley on 81, Hussain on 36. 72 runs added for the 5th wicket. And the players have a little break for a hand sanitisation break. And clearly I do the same. Scores elsewhere then in the county championship. Day 1 of round 2 today. Elsewhere in this group, they've resumed at Chelmsford after tea, where Durham are 50 for 1 in reply to Essex's 54 for 1, I beg your pardon, in reply to Essex's 96. And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 226 for 8 against Warwickshire. Hampshire are 225 for 7 against Middlesex at Southampton. Lancashire 218 for 6 at Old Trafford against Northamptonshire. Yorkshire are 278 for 6 against Kent at Canterbury. Glamorgan 284 for 8 against Sussex in Cardiff. Somerset 257 for 7 against Gloucestershire at Taunton. And they're off a bad light now at the Oval, where Leicestershire are 151 for 2 after 52 overs against Surrey. So the minnows against the First Division side isn't quite working out as many people expected it might.
Ed Barnard to continue from the City end. Comes in now to bowl to Critchley, who is forward to this one, pushing out on the onside. No run. Tidy in the last few overs from Worcestershire, I think. And it needed to be. They don't want to let Derbyshire get away. And Critchley, having started so fluently, has been reined in just a little bit. But this partnership now worth 72. And fairly untroubled 72, it must be said. Certainly no chances have been offered. Barnard is in again, bowls to Critchley, who drives at this, and he gets lucky this time as he gets an outside edge down to third man, and it goes for 4. Signalled by umpire Robinson. Fortunate, that was a full shot, but yeah. Critchley won't mind. He goes on to 81. So 2 shy of his second innings score at Edgbaston last week. And he's a man in form, 3 consecutive 50s. The game's probably feels pretty easy to Matt Critchley at the moment. You need to savour these periods in your career, because you're going to get those where you think you've cracked it and suddenly you get 3 noughts on the trot or something.
Like golf, isn't it?
Barnard in again, bowls, and Critchley pushes up to mid-on. Joseph the fielder, reflecting on his first day in county cricket and thinking it's probably a bit tougher than I thought. I don't know, I wonder what he did think. I wonder if you're an overseas test bowler and you get signed up, you think, go over to England and bowl on a few green tops and knock a few people over, and then you find out that actually they can play a bit, these blokes.
Yes, yeah, never heard of any of them.
Yeah. In comes Barnard again, bowls to Critchley, who drives on the offside and gets sent back by Hussain as Libby comes in to do the field. And that was a brilliant throw by D'Oliveira, wasn't it, in the previous
hit the stumps at the far end.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Off balance, flying round and hit the stumps at the far end.
Only Critchley hadn't been home by a yard.
Yeah, but no, you know, if he hadn't been, you'd have been talking about it for weeks.
Terrific piece of fielding, yeah.
It astonishes me the frequency with which all these guys can do that sort of thing now. Barnard in, bowls to Critchley, slightly fuller. Critchley overbalances a little bit, squeezes it up to Joseph at mid-on, no run. I mean, there was a time 30 years ago where, you know, every team had one, didn't they, maybe, a really good fielder who could hit the stumps. But now they're everywhere.
Derbyshire rarely hit the stumps.
Well, it's an aspect of the game that has improved.
Beyond
unquestionably.
Unquestionably.
Beyond recognition.
Yeah.
There's Barnard in again, bowls to Critchley, who plays a loose shot. It's a bad shot, really. It wasn't a great ball either. Wide outside the off stump, but he didn't move his feet very much and threw the hands at it and could easily have nicked it and would have been really annoyed with himself if he'd have got out in such a sloppy way. But he didn't. He got away with it. He's on 85. He's played really well. And Derbyshire 293 for 4, and they've scored them at a fair lick as well, because they only had 77 overs. So yeah, pretty fast scoring, really.
3.81.
Yeah, not bad at all.
By my
That's not bad
calculations in my head.
Yeah, you said your maths wasn't very.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when the idea of scoring at 4 and over in red ball cricket was first introduced by Steve Waugh. People thought, no, you can't do that. Well, it's commonplace now.
It's the spirit of the game. D'Oliveira to continue, bowls to Hussain, who just backs off and guides that to Joseph at point. And there's no run. Yeah, Critchley doesn't want to throw it away here.
No.
Got into the 80s, second innings against Warwickshire, as Hussain forces this up towards the point boundary. They think about coming back for a second, but again, erring on the side of caution, and probably wisely, they turn down the option of a second, and Hussain moves on to 37, 294 for 4. He made 83 second time around, so it's his high score for the season, Matt Critchley, at 85. He waits and punches this down the ground towards Leach at deep mid-on. One more to the total. He moves to 86, 295 for 4. So quite like a scoreboard that's quick, and I don't mind a scoreboard that's slow, but I don't like one that's quick, slow. Which is what's happening today. It's almost catching me out. Beautiful guide by Harvey Hussain out towards the cover boundary for a single. And he moves on to 38, 296 for 4 now. And while the boundaries aren't coming, they continue to rotate the strike, which is exactly what they would have been taught to do from a very early age. As Critchley guides this next Oliveira delivery to Zari Joseph at backward point. Critchley waits, clips it into the leg side. There might be 2 here, there will be 2 here, as the ball is eventually picked up by Dylan Pennington. Get back comfortably for a second from the final ball of the over. Matt Critchley's moved to 88 now. Harvey Hussain has 38 and Derbyshire 298 for 4. A lot of 8s there. A lot of 8s.
Critchley now, yeah, 88. Just having seen Deploy go on 98 earlier today, he's going to be even more conscious, thinking to himself, just get to those 3 figures.
Well, if he's out for 98, it'd be remarkable, because he'd be the 324th dismissal in the 90s in first-class cricket by a Derbyshire batsman, and the 31st on 98.
Amazing.
Only because David Griffin tweeted about Leah's deploys some time ago.
I discovered an incredible fact about scores at last year. I'm just going to try. I might have to do a little bit of research, but it was to do with Daryl Mitchell's highest ever score.
Yeah.
I believe it's 298.
Oh.
I'll have to check it. And I believe, I'll say, as Hussain steers this behind square for a single, which takes him on to 39, and the total to 219 for 4. Somebody tweeted or something about Daryl Mitchell and what's his high score or whatever, and we checked it. And when I checked it, he was dismissed, I think it was for 298. I'll have to check it all.
It is 298.
Yeah.
So
well, it was the only time, or only the second time in the history of first-class cricket that somebody's been out for that score.
Yeah, that would be possible.
Incredible, really. His Barnard ball, slower ball. Hasn't been much variation of pace today, but it is in his armoury, and he holds that one back. And Critchley was leaning into the shot and then had to just check it and pushed it out on the offside. There's no run.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we're likely to speak to Leas Deploy at the close of play. And obviously it'll be about how disappointed he was to miss out on a century. But would you not rather have 98 to your name, especially coming off the back of a pair at Edgbaston, than 30-odd?
Yeah, it's only 2 runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Barnard in, bowls, Critchley cuts, down to third man. And there is Daryl Mitchell. the aforementioned, who does the fielding and returns to Ben Cox. 300 up for Derbyshire in the 79th over, so that's their third batting point. And, well, yeah, no reason why they shouldn't be targeting a full hand, I wouldn't have thought. Barnard is in and bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Harvey Hussain. Fielded by Gareth Roderick, who's had a quiet day. He's been grazing out on the boundary for most of it. Probably pretty chilly. I think they're all pretty chilly. Substitute fielder is on for Worcestershire, I've noticed.
Dell.
Josh Dell. Boy I know very well. Plays at my club. Former Cheltenham College boy. Good batter. Limited opportunities. Quite a few runs in the second team. Barnard is in, bowls, and Critchley advances down the pitch. Hussain, beg your pardon, advances down the pitch. Barnard maybe saw him coming. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Drove up to Roderick again at extra cover. No run. So you got Vessel's been in at slip most of the day. Just occasionally donning the helmet and going in a sort of short extra when D'Oliveira's bowling. But the one slip catch today taken by Mitchell at second slip to get rid of Wayne Madsen. As Barnard in, bowls to Hussain, tucks this one away on the onside. I think the bowler thought he was going to miss it. He played it so late.
Get it underneath his bat, didn't he?
Squeezed it out, didn't he, to mid-on. Got a single, kept the strike, moved on to 40. One of those innings again for Hussain. He's just ticked it along very nicely. No great histrionics, no wonderful shots, just played a very, very good supportive role, really. 40 off 76 balls. He's hit 4 boundaries. Matt Critchley on 89. Partnership now. What is it?
84.
Done it again, haven't I? Yeah.
84.
84. Very good. 84, and it's been without. Is it?
No, my screen.
It's been without. It's been without any kind of great anxiety from the batting point of view. They've been very, very solid, these two. 301 for 4 with 21 overs left in the day.
I just feel a bit sorry for Harvey Hussain, and I know he wouldn't want my pity, but he was the backup keeper when I first started. Tom Poynton tried to make a comeback when I was first here in 2016 and eventually succumbed to injury. Harvey Hussain got an opportunity. He's on strike now and goes back into the leg side and just guides this out to the man fielding deep point. Gareth Roderick, and they go through for a single. Well, then they brought Gary Wilson in, Darren Smith in, and he had to fight for his place, and he fought for his place. As D'Oliveira is in and Critchley defends it out into the offside. And then last season they brought Brooke Guest in from Lancashire and had to fight for his place, and he fought for his place. Guest still here, obviously, as D'Oliveira is in, and that one is just turned into the leg side, possibly off a pad by Matt Critchley. And then the overseas signings, Ben McDermott, one of the finest batsmen in T20 cricket and white ball cricket, who's also a wicket keeper. So we'll have to fight for his place again. As D'Oliveira bowls, that one is just padded away by Critchley.
Well, he can't do much more, can he, at the moment? And,
no,
well, with
absolutely.
the bat anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's also he's got other strings, isn't he? Am I right in saying that? I think I don't think cricket's a sort of be all and the end all in his life. I think he's got other sort of opportunities, shall we say, for earning a living. I think.
Right.
I'll explain that a bit more in a minute. Sorry, there was a dot ball there.
Yes, it was a dot ball, and that one is turned into the leg side by Critchley again, probably off pad. There's a man in at leg slip. There's no run. End of the D'Oliveira over. His 19th, 1 for 41. His figures: Hussain 41, Critchley 89, 302 for 4. Was he a life model? Or?
I might be talking rubbish here, and his parents might be listening. They might tweet in and say, "For goodness' sake, what do you want to know about?" No, I just have a feeling that he when he, in that period of fighting for his place and everything, when it wasn't certain that he was going to pursue a full-time career in county cricket, I think he had other strings. And I have a friend whose company employed him for a short time in the winter on a sort of internship.
Right.
And I just know that they were hugely impressed by his capability.
Well, he's an impressive young man.
Yeah,
yeah. Whenever you talk
hugely
to him.
impressed by his capabilities. You know, nothing to do with cricket whatsoever. I just, you know, it's just when you say about how, you know, I don't know the lad at all, but I'm guessing that he just, you know, he's probably just got a pretty balanced approach to it.
Yeah.
I've got to fight for my place. That's all I can do. Get runs, play, keep well, you know. And take that approach, which is great.
I know he wants to play T20 cricket because he captained the second team in T20 cricket last year and got runs. He can score quickly. So,
but if you're a cricketer and that's it, and you've got, you know, I always say there's footballers that don't make it and they get rejected when they're 19 or 20 and they've set their heart on it. It must be really heartbreaking.
Different calibre though, cricketers, aren't they?
Yeah, well, maybe some of them. Here's Leach, short to Hussain, banged in. That looked like a loosener from somebody who's stiffened up after doing quite a bit of bowling earlier in the day, didn't it? Joe Leach didn't really put a lot into that. It was a real loosener. He sort of landed halfway down and staying on his toes, just pushed it out on the offside. He's bowled well at times today, Leach. Got 2 wickets, bowled some good deliveries, but hasn't really appeared to hit a great rhythm. 302 for 4 as he moves in now again from the city end. Big man hits the deck hard again, this one down the leg side, taken by a sprawling Ben Cox, who's had a tough day. I think Ben Cox, I think if I were him as an ex-keeper, I've got a bit of sympathy. 17 byes, I think probably certainly 13 or 14 of those were over his head from Alzari Joseph, and He's been pretty athletic, really, and that's not easy on a day like this, to be throwing yourself around all over the place. Here's Leach again from the city end, moves in towards us, bustling, characteristic runner, ball to Hussain, who's almost caught at mid-wicket by Gareth Roderick.
Should have been.
I think it carried, I think. He dived forward, and he just couldn't quite hang on to it. Maybe it was a chance, maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure if it's Gareth Roderick or Tom Fell. It's actually Tom Fell. But couldn't quite hang on. Dive forward, 2 hands to it. It was just carried. Unlucky. Joe Leach could have had his third. First real false shot by R.V. Hussain. Leach is in and bowls, and this one on the offside is uppish and lands just short of Ed Bard, who's in a catching position, probably, 4 strips away on the offside and about 6 yards, 7 yards in front of square. So an odd position, and I think it's something they've seen with Hussain, who's not the tallest, and they put that man in there. It's the first time it's ever looked like going to him in the air. Landed just short of him. So here's Leach again in bowls, and Hussain leaves this one outside the off stump. So a little mini contest going on at the moment, which is quite interesting. 302 for 4. Hussain 41. Critchley 89.
I just noticed the ball as it went through. That's the new ball, isn't it?
Ah. Yeah, it
I
is.
believe.
You're right, and they've taken it this over. I didn't see any sign
no, I
from the
didn't.
umpire
I didn't
at all.
either. But I just saw the the gold glistening on it, which wouldn't be glistening on it if it was.
Well, why wouldn't you take it as well?
Yeah.
I think, which means we'll see the end of D'Oliveira, I would think, and we'll probably have Pennington on at this end. There's Leach again, bowls, and again that one is rather fortuitously played by Hussain, edged, steered, but with soft enough hands down to third man for a single, which means he keeps the strike, and the total goes to 303 for 4 at the end of the 81st over. We're not going to see D'Oliveira replace, so he's going to bowl with the new ball.
No, Pennington's removed his sweater and his cap down here.
D'Oliveira's just teasing Pennington, I think, taking his cap off. I was pretty sure it would be Pennington.
Killing himself laughing, Brett D'Oliveira, for some reason. something's tickled him.
I think that's it. I think he was looking as a he was going to have a ball. Got me, but Pennington was out of my.
Might be a slight waste of the new ball.
Yeah.
With the greatest of
unless they might
respect.
just have done it for one over just to see whether it would turn a bit or whatever. You never quite know. But I wouldn't have thought that the leg spinner would be very comfortable bowling with a new ball anyway. Does it occasionally with a white ball? But yeah, it would be a waste. Well, they'll still be hoping, Worcestershire, that they can nick another couple before the end of the day. Certainly could change the complexion of things if they could do that.
Still 19 overs remaining
19
today.
19 overs, you'd still be thinking, could have them 7 or 8 down, it would change things. But scored at a fair rate. It's been good from Derbyshire, I think, today. Here's Pennington moving away from us. In bowls and nearly picks up a wicket. As Harvey was saying, did everything he could to try and get a nick to that. Just didn't move his feet, just had a little wave at it. Yeah, not a very good shot at all. And Matt Critchley's gone down to just tell him that, I think.
Yeah.
Not in those terms, but he's...
Come on, Harv.
Come on, Harv.
We've added 86.
Yeah, dig in. Don't let it go. It's just that, you can just imagine, can't you, that concentration just beginning to wane a little bit after a long time out there.
Yes.
New ball. Here's Pennington. In once more. Bowls to Hussain, and again plays a loose shot, way front foot this time, but not much foot movement and a long way from him, and he could easily have nicked it, and the most he would have got really is a single down to third man, so it's not even a percentage shot. Not his best couple of minutes. He'll be saying to himself, come on, concentrate, focus, watch the ball, don't play if you don't have to. Pennington in once more. Right arm over the wicket. Bowles to Hussain, this one wider, and Hussain does get a grip of his movements and lets that one go. Doesn't get drawn into the shot. Lets it go, and it's through to Ben Cox. And I'm going to have to leave you, Dave, and go and do an update.
Not a problem. Frankly, I was just checking there that it was... They came together at Birmingham in the second innings with Derbyshire on 71 for 5 and took them up to 184 for 6, so added 113 for the 6th wicket there. They're together as a 5th wicket. As they just struggling a little bit with the stream signal, so I might have to dial down and dial back. Yeah, it's gone. That delivery, and that's not necessarily a good thing. Well, we'll try it again. You may be hearing some strange things in your ears as this next delivery strikes the pad of Harvey Hussain. Fortunately, nothing untoward happened. Need to find a telephone number now, so bear with, as they say. If I can find my piece of paper, there it is. Pennington. Well, it's not great. Not great. Might have to dip away in a moment after I've done it. Oh, that one goes straight through Harvey Hussain and is all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. I have no idea why we've suddenly gone off the stream. So the bad news is that light there is suddenly started flashing. All the ISDNs seem to have stopped working because Frank can't get on next door either, which is bad news. We'll have a look into it in a moment when we're both in the same room, and I'll go around and try and sort it out. But as things stand, apologies, we have gone off. We're still on the stream though, so that's good news. And at the moment, Derbyshire are 307 for 4 with Matt Critchley on 89, Harvey Hussain on 46. Might be back. And it is ringing this time as in comes Leach. And that one is guided away down towards backward point. And they get through for a single. Critchley moves on to 90. Apologies if you've been listening to us online. We appear to be back now, which is good news. Beyond our control, as the ISDN line just had a little moment. Here's making a strange noise though, I don't like it. Here comes Leach, he's in and bowls, and that one strikes the pad of Harvey Hussain. And there's no run. Both lights on my box are perfectly good. I might come out in a cold sweat. And the score remains 308 for 4. Critchley on 90. Hussain on 46. We've seen a couple of half centuries already prior to Matt Critchley's. This one is defended by Harvey Hussain up to a very straight mid-on. Just the second over. Leach has bowled with the new ball, one from Pennington as well, and so far just 6 runs have come from it. 2 slips, backward point, man close in on the offside forward of square as this next delivery is left alone by Harvey Hussain to go through to the keeper. Thanks, Ed. 308 for 4. It remains. We'll go through the scores again soon, but we're going to update BBC Radio Derby's sports news momentarily. Durham now lead by 2. Leach is in, bowls to Hussain, pushes it into the... Yes, they have. 91 runs the 5th wicket has put on so far. Matt Critchley on 90, Harvey Hussain on 46, so aiming to become the 3rd batsman to reach a half century. Matt Critchley hoping to become the first man to get a century for Derbyshire this season. That we thought Leicester Ploy was going to get there, but he was bowled by Brett D'Oliveira when he'd reached 98. The ball actually went through his legs, no idea how. Perhaps so slow that it was through his shot. Didn't know exactly whether to hit it onto the leg side or the offside. As it was, he didn't hit it at all. Earlier on today, Billy Godleman made 50. This all after Derbyshire lost the toss and were put into bat. Lewis Rees was out cheaply at the end of the first over. Wayne Madsen made just 1. But there's been a succession of decent partnerships since then. 137 for the 2nd wicket, Godleman and Deploy, and 71 for the 4th wicket, Deploy and Critchley. Now Critchley's added 91 runs with Hussain for the 5th wicket, and Derbyshire are 308 for 4.
And it's Dylan Pennington to carry on from the racecourse end.
Just for my own peace of mind, did you have ISDN trouble next door?
No.
Excellent.
What happened? Just went, did it?
Yeah, we went offline and
strange.
Yeah, now it's come back.
Pennington in now. Bowls to Critchley. And Critchley indicating that that one didn't bounce as he thought it would, and he took a hand off the bat as he kind of fended it away to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. Unlucky in that last over, Pennington, with that one that he inside edged down to fine leg for 4. Could easily have gone onto the stumps, or could have been a catch for Ben Cox. Bowled pretty well, I think, Pennington today, without much luck. Good delivery to get rid of Madsen in the afternoon session. Comes in now again and bowls. And Critchley again, slightly discomforted by this as he looks to punch it away on the onside. It is the new ball, of course, so it'll be coming on to the bat a little bit more quickly and a little bit harder than the one before. Equally, it goes off the bat a bit harder as well if you're in and you get used to it. Just this first 3 or 4, 5 or 6 overs with it, where the bowlers will hope they might just get a little advantage. Pennington in again, bowls full wide, and you can tell how hard it is by the sound of it as that hits the bat. Yeah, up to mid off. Sometimes the one ball is harder than another. Nobody really knows why. They're made in exactly the same way, but sometimes some balls just seem a bit harder and sound a bit different on the bat. And this one, it does. It sounds like a bit of a conker, we used to call it, I think. It sounded like that. Anyway, Critchley on strike. Pennington in. Bowls to him, and he again plays up to mid-on. Again, that you can probably hear it on our effects mic. A really loud, clonky sort of sound from this new ball. 2 slips in place. Vessels and Mitchell, the ever-present duo almost throughout the day. Hands in pockets or tucked under their armpits, trying to keep warm. It's been chilly all day, all over the country, I suspect. 308 for 4 as Pennington is in again. Bowls to Critchley, who gets a run as he whips this down to long leg. Fielded there by Gareth Roderick. And another single taken, 309 for 4. Few alarms, it must be said, few alarms. Really. Had that one where Hussain fended one out to mid-wicket and was nearly caught by Fell, but an inside edge to the boundary, but no real problems for the batsman. Pennington again. He's in, he bowls outside the off stump. That's gone through to Cox, low down, end of the over. Umpire Baldwin, gloved and snooded and no doubt long-johned against the cold. Calls over. There are 16 left in the day. 91 Critchley, 46 Hussain, 309 for 4 Derbyshire.
Yeah, about an hour's worth of cricket left today. Durham are 104 for 2. That's a lead of 8 runs over Essex at Chelmsford. Remarkable. Nottinghamshire 243 for 8 against Warwickshire. They're just approaching new ball time at Trent Bridge. So things might happen there fairly shortly. As Leach begins a new over from the City end. He's in and bowls to Critchley, who forces this one up to mid-off. It's fielded by Libby, and there's no run. Hampshire 249 for 7 against Middlesex at Southampton. Lancashire 236 for 7 against Northants at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 299 for 8 against Kent in Canterbury. Glamorgan were bowled out for 285 by Sussex in Cardiff. Sussex currently 10 without loss. In reply, as Leach sets off again from the far end and bowls outside the off stump. Critchley has absolutely nothing to do with it. Somerset 299 for 8 against Gloucestershire at Taunton, and Leicestershire they're back on at Surrey. They're now 159 for 2, but they only bowled 54 overs at the Oval due to a combination of rain and bad light. So you bang up to date. You can listen to all commentaries, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. All 9 matches available for you. But why would you want to leave the Incora County Ground? Leach is in and bowls. That's driven away by Matt Critchley. There's a chase around the boundary over on the far side for Gareth Roderick, but he gives up pretty quickly, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and Matt Critchley moves to 95 and Derbyshire to 313 for 4. So he's closing in, as Leas Deploy was. Critchley just asks the umpire how many balls left in the over. 3, I fancy. 2 for 59. Now Leach, who's in again and bowls, and Critchley plays that one away very nicely, straight to Roderick out on the cover boundary for a single. He moves on to 96. Derbyshire to 314 for 4. Very infrequently that we have a choice of batsmen who've done well to interview at the end of a day's play. There was a possibility, just 2 more runs for Deploy, and there might have been 2 centurions on the same day, but it wasn't to be. Harvey Hussain, 4 away from his half-century. Waits as Leach balls. That's uppish on his dropped. That's a fairly straightforward drop as well, I'm afraid, from Ed Barnard. He's got his head pressed against the floor, and Hussain, well, it was too uppish as he played it out into the offside. And again, Matt Critchley goes over and has a word with him, and that's twice he's been dropped in the 40s. He was dropped once on 41, now he's been dropped on 46.
That's really annoying for Worcestershire because they've planned that, and with that field there, you know, they've put him specifically there for Hussain, not for anybody else. And you love it when a plan comes off. It's horrible when a plan nearly comes off.
Leach is in again, angry, I imagine, and this one is driven up towards Alzari Joseph, who bends down and almost without any effort whatsoever stops it, picks it up with his left hand and keeps them down to a single. Harvey Hussain pinches the strike, he moves to 47. Critchley's got 96, Derbyshire 315 for 4, but it should have been 5.
Yeah, and well, you could almost say if you wanted it to go to anybody, it would be Ed Barnard, because he is a brilliant fielder and a particularly good catcher. But it's a cold day, and they don't always stick on cold days, I'm afraid, and that could be costly. And as I say, it was he was in that position that I described as about 6 or 7 yards in front of square, about 4 strips away on the offside, specifically for Hussain, and it so nearly came off. Here's Pennington, bowls down the leg side, loose delivery, going to be 4 leg byes, I think. 4 byes. Ben Cox.
Poor old Ben Cox. He looks like he's had a shocker, doesn't it? But he hasn't. He hasn't.
It does. It looks like he's had a shocker. That's 21 byes. It looks awful. And he hasn't. 319 for 4. As an ex-keeper myself, I have every sympathy with Ben Cox, as he knows.
It's the century partnership between these 202 from 179 balls.
Yeah. Again. They had a great partnership last week, didn't they?
113 on Sunday.
Here's Pennington again in bowls, and this time Hussain pushes out on the offside. Yeah, it was a loose delivery, that first one, wide down the leg side. But it must have gone a bit late because Cox didn't get anywhere near it. But it wasn't signal wides. I think it went past the batsman and then just faded away. 319 for 4. Hussain has 47. Critchley has 96 now. In sight of how many 100 did you say he's got before?
3, I think.
3. Yeah, he's 4th 100 then. As Hussain drives this one out in the offside. Good fielding by Tom Fell this time at extra cover. And there's no addition. So, if you're just joining us, Joe Leach got a wicket in the first over of the day this morning. Lewis Rees LBW for 3, but then Billy Godleman and Lewis Deploy took the score to lunch, 117 for 1 at lunch, and they had gone to 141 before Godleman was second out for 50. Break off as Pennington is in again, and bowl to Hussain, who steers this one down to third man for 4. Wide, given room, played it nicely, got on top of it, and that's his 50, Harvey Hussain.
102 balls, 6th 4.
102 balls and 6 fours. Well played, Harvey Hussain. So where was I? I was saying that when Godleman was out, that was 141 for 2, 146 for 3 then when Wayne Madsen was caught at slip by Mitchell off Pennington for just 1, but then another big partnership before Deploy was bowled by D'Oliveira for 98, and that brought these two together. Here's Pennington into Hussain, lets that go outside the off stump. So they came together at 217 for 4, so they've added 106 for this 5th wicket in good time, and they've built on that excellent partnership that they had last week in the second innings of the game against Warwickshire, when Harvey Hussain made 78 not out and Matt Critchley made 83. Well, Critchley now 96 not out, Hussain 51. Really good position for the home side.
Nobody wants to hear that. I don't know where it was coming from.
Here's Pennington again. Bowl to Hussain. Just brings the bat down on this one, just plays it down by his feet. And that's the end of what was quite an expensive over, 323 for 4.
Yeah, another good over for Derbyshire. These two have added 106, as Frank was saying. 113 it was on Sunday, when Critchley was in full flow. He was very much the senior partner, and in the century stand, Critchley got 51 of them from 80 deliveries, the same 47 of them from 99. So very much an equal partnership, the century partnership for the 5th wicket. 323 for 4 as Joe Leach begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Matt Critchley, who crashes this away, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, and it's a century for Matt Critchley. He celebrates by waving his bat around and then takes his helmet off, acknowledges the applause from the Derbyshire players in the Players' Pavilion away to the left-hand side. 137 balls, it was his 10th 4. It's the first century for a Derbyshire batsman this season. He's 100 not out, Derbyshire 327 for 4.
Well played, Matt Critchley. Richly deserved. He's played really well. And for me, he's played that one shot today that I will not forget in a long, long time. That on drive off the back foot, straight down the ground. Absolutely magnificent. I've got a bit of an update on Harvey Hussain.
Oh, excellent.
I'll just take down those details of Critchley's 100.
137 balls, 10 4s, the 4th of his career.
Very good. Yeah, I'll give you that information.
Critchley reached 3 figures, waits and turns this next delivery from Leach into the leg side. And this time there's no run.
I've had a message from Tom Poynton, and it says,
Where?
"Listen to you reflect all day, enjoyed the commentary. Harvey is coming to work in our new business in the winter. Hope to catch up soon. I'll be tuning in every day." I think it's financial advice or something like that. So
that's why I didn't know about it, because I've never needed financial advice. Not having two
if
pennies,
you haven't got any money, you don't need
pennies
it.
to rub together. Blimey, 327 for 4. Leach is in and balls. Oh, that's a bit of a wild swish outside the off stump from Matt Critchley. Actually went underneath the bat. And
I might be wrong.
Ben Cox.
I think it's financial advice. I might be wrong, but anyway, as I suggested, I think he's not a man for whom cricket is the be all and the end all.
He's such a nice young man as well. I mean, they're all young men, aren't they? Even Tom Poynton's young to me, and he's retired. But yeah, when you speak to him, he's very thoughtful. Interesting man to talk to. 327 for 4 as Leach bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Critchley. They've got 1. I think they'll settle for 1 as well. That was Harvey Hussain. You heard screaming no, and he was quite right, as the ball is fielded there in the leg side by Tom Felt. 327 for 4. Critchley, 328 for 4. Critchley moves on to 101. The scoreboard remarkably slow on this occasion. Hussain on 51. So there are milestones all over the show. Here comes Leach again. In and Bowles only beats Hussain, all ends up, goes through to Cox. Just played a defensive shot there and didn't play down the right line at all. As it turned out, was beaten. Lovely delivery from Leach. Worcestershire haven't had an awful lot of luck, but whenever they've had a couple of chances, Hussain dropped twice before he got to his half century, and they're the chances you really have to take when you're not quite backs to the wall, but it's certainly been Derbyshire's day by some considerable distance so far, with 14 overs after this one remaining, as Leach is in and bowls, and Hussain pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Leach just keeps walking. He looks fed up to me. He does look fed up, doesn't he, as he's finished that over.
I think he's a man whose body language is easy to read.
Where's my sweater and cap? Blimey.
Yeah.
He now has both.
Well, Dylan Pennington is going to carry on from the racecourse end. Not quite as seasoned a pro as Joe Leach. Probably still got a bit of a spring in his step, young Dylan. Thinking he can pick up another wicket or two before the end of the day. He's bowled with quite a bit of pace today, and I think he's maybe just been the pick of the bowlers for Worcestershire. He comes in again now and bowls to Critchley, who works this one away on the onside for a single. I say pick of the bowler. I mean, I don't think he's bowled perfectly, and he's bowled a few wayward deliveries, but generally he's been fairly accurate. He's been quite pacey. Picked up the wicket of Wayne Madsen, and he's in his 18th over. He's gone for 65 so far with that one wicket. The bowling load has been spread fairly evenly, as it tends to be by Joe Leach amongst these seamers. I'll give you the figures again in a minute. Haven't had them for a while. 329 for 4. Pennington once more. He's in and bowls, and he beats Hussain outside the off stump, genuinely pushing at that one. Taken by Cox. So Joe Leach, the captain, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 66. Alzari Joseph on debut, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 76. Pacey, but a bit wayward. Ed Barnard, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 50. Brett D'Oliveira, the most economical, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. And Darryl Mitchell, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. And Pennington in his 18th over, 1 for 65 so far. He's in, he bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Hussain, taken by a tumbling Cox. Yeah, Tom Poynton saying he's been watching all day and listening. He'll be sympathetic to Ben Cox, I'm sure, because he'll have had a few days like this where somebody bangs a few in and they go over your head. It's a horrible feeling.
The last day like this that Derbyshire had was up at Durham a few years ago, and they conceded 85 extras in an innings. Darren Smith was behind the stumps for that, who's now head of the Centre of Excellence here. Had a horror day, mainly thanks.
Pennington again in, bowls, and Shane pushes back up the pitch, fielded by Pennington himself, and there's no run. Just thinking,
mainly thanks to Hardisville Jeune, who couldn't actually bowl a straight ball all day, and it was just horrific. It was at Chester Street. You can imagine what the opposition commentator was like. Shocking. Awful.
Just thinking, if Harvey Hussain and Don Poynter are in the same business, and it is finance, it's got to be safe hands or something like that.
Keeping your money.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something like
that. And no fee for that, obviously, but if you want any more, you'll have to pay.
Pennington in, bowls wide again outside the off stump, left alone, and then carried on, fading away a little bit. Cox had to tumble away to his right to take, and no addition. 329 for 4.
I think one from each of us is enough as a suggestion for the company title. As a freebie. Just a sort of little sample of our talent.
You're in safe hands with, what was yours?
Keeping your money.
You're in safe hands by letting us keep your money. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Pennington again. To Hussain, bowls and drives at this one. Loose shot, wide ball, went a bit wider, but Pennington's annoyed at himself that he can't get it just a little bit straighter to start with. End of the over. Sanitisation break.
Ooh.
329 for 4. Hussain 51, Critchley 102. I'll run through the scorecard in case anybody is just joining us for the first time. Lewis Rees, LBW to Joe Leach for 3, first man to go this morning in the first over. Then Billy Godleman after lunch reached his 50 and almost immediately edged Joe Leach through to Ben Cox. That was 141 for 2, became 146 for 3 when Wayne Madsen was really nicely caught by Darryl Mitchell at second slip off Dylan Pennington for 1. And then that was 146 for 3. It was 217 for 4 when Lewis Deploy was bowled by Brett D'Oliveira for 98. That was 249 for 4 at tee, and now 329 for 4 as this partnership has continued to flourish. 112 now added by these two for this 5th wicket.
Don't be stumped. Give us your cash.
Stop it.
Joe Leach. It's got to be. Joe Leach to begin a new over from the City end, bowling to Matt Critchley, who pushes this out into the offside. There's a comfortable single there once it's gone past the man close in at cover.
We'll find out in a minute. It's a roofing business.
Yes. Oh, well, there must be some for that, mustn't there?
Well,
yeah.
No. I only say
clean
that.
slate.
I only say that. Tom's brother Adam runs a landscaping and building business and so on. I think. Anyway,
gardening in the middle. 330 for 4. 103 to Critchley, 51 to Harvey Hussain, who's at the he's at the strikers end now because they ran a single. Of course he did. And he waits. There's Leach's next delivery. He's on target, so he pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Been a terrific day for Derbyshire. After a very good last day at Edgbaston, they were behind the 8 ball on several occasions in the opening round of matches. Of course, nobody enjoyed it when it started snowing. These two have now added 113, which is what they added against Warwickshire on Sunday afternoon. Leach is in again, and when he gets an inside edge onto a pad and dribbles out into the offside, Leach rubs his chin with his right hand, turns around, and we've gone again on the old ISDN front. There we go. Come on, son, you can do it. No, good grief. Apologies if you are watching the stream and you can hear my little machine dialing to get us on the stream on the BBC Sport website as Leach is in and bowls and beats Hussain outside the off stump. Really nice delivery, plenty bit of bounce as well there. It'll come back soon enough. No, but not at the moment. So let's keep trying to make sure the good folk listening online. It's going to irritate me in a minute as Leach is in and bowls, and that one is pushed by Hussain up to mid-on, and there's no run. There we go. Sorted. Leach. Is on his way in from the City end, the Worcestershire skipper, and bowls about 1.5 yards outside the off stump. It goes all the way through to the keeper, who dives away to his right-hand side. And the over comes to an end with Derbyshire on 330 for 4. Hussain has 51, Critchley 103. They've added 113 from 202 balls for the 5th wicket so far. And all is well with the world now that the stream is back up. And apologies once again if for some reason you lost us for a few minutes. There'll be an update, I think, for BBC Radio Derby news fairly shortly. As Pennington is in and bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side by Critchley. And there's no run. The light's starting to fail a little bit. There's plenty of blue sky away to the east, but dark clouds up above, which is a little concern. Although the lights haven't been fired up yet. We can use the lights, of course, here at the Incora County Ground for championship matches. As Pennington, with 2 slips in place, is in again, and Critchley pushes that out into the offside. No run again. Still 11 overs remaining after this. Pennington turns at the top of his mark at the racecourse end. In and bowls, and it's pushed up towards a wide mid-on area. Leach comes around, but is beaten to it by a teammate. Again, there's no run. Just caught a reasonably long glimpse of the stream. Looks good. Looks good. Hope you've enjoyed that over the course of today. I know it's no substitute for being here, and a lot of you want to be here, as this next delivery is played away by Matt Critchley for 4 runs down to the backward point boundary in front of the old Players' Pavilion, the Members' Pavilion as it is now. 4 more to Critchley. They've now added 117 for the 5th wicket. Critchley's moved on to 107, 334 for 4. Update coming up. They've moved on to 334 for 4 now. Matt Critchley, the first centurion for Derbyshire this season, is on 107 not out, and Harvey Hussain has become another man to reach 50. He's 51 not out. They've added 117 so far for the 5th wicket, which beats their 113 that they put on together against Warwickshire at the weekend. 10 overs remaining in the day still, and it's 334 for 4. There goes Pennington again. In and bowls, and Critchley pushes that out into the offside. And there's no run under the Pennington over, just the 1 boundary from it. 117 these two have added. Critchley 107, Hussain 51, Derbyshire 334 for 4. With 10 overs to go today, the lights still haven't come on. So it would suggest that we're going to get through to the bitter end here at the Incora County Ground today, but it'd be anything but bitter from a Derbyshire perspective. Leach and Pennington each bowled 19 overs. Leach 2 for 67, Pennington 1 for 69. And in their current spell, since the new ball was taken 10 overs ago, Leach 0 for 14, Pennington 0 for 14. They've matched each other stride for stride in the bowling stakes. Barnard 0 for 50, D'Oliveira 1 for 41, Joseph 0 for 76, and Darryl Mitchell 0 for 9 from the 3 overs that he bowled. Here comes Joe Leach in and bowls to Harvey Hussain. It's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Still staggered by what's happening down at Chelmsford, in all honesty, and slightly concerned because Derbyshire, well, their next opponents are Durham at Chester Street. Durham are 118 for 4 now, so they've lost a few wickets, but they lead by 22. having bowled Essex out for 96, and Nottinghamshire at 267 for 8 in the 85th over at Trent Bridge. Those two games both in Group 1, along with this one as Leach bowls, and that's beaten Harvey Hussain all ends up. He went walking forward, played and missed. It can't have missed the stumps by much either. And Leach, well, he can barely believe it. Barely believe it that he hasn't picked up a wicket there. It was very close indeed to getting rid of Harvey Hussain. Just walked back to his mark with a wry smile on his face, turns around at the city end and sets off again on his way in. Hussain on 51. And he edges this one down to third man. There is a third man in place down below us. It's Pennington, and he picks up a single, but another genuine edge from Harvey Hussain past the outside of, or the right hand rather, of the second slip, and raced away down to the boundary for the single. 335 for 4, Hussain 52. Brings Critchley back on to strike. He's got 107. They've added 118, these two, in 211 deliveries as Leach is in, and that strikes the pad outside the line of off stump, I fancy, from our vantage point. As a result, the appeal is stifled. Yeah, outside the line, judging by the delivery I've just seen again on the stream. Only 9 overs to go after this. We might get out of here by 7:30. Same again tomorrow with the extra quarter of an hour. Leach is in and bowls, and this one is pushed back to him. He didn't get that timing right at all. It's gone right up his bat handle and has made his right hand go numb. Needs an extra spring in his handle because that one's hurt him. Horrible when that happens.
There'll be lots of younger listeners who won't even know what you mean by a spring in the handle.
Well, there are springs in the handle.
Treble spring handles, remember those?
Do they still have springs in them?
Well, yeah, presume so.
Yeah.
Must do. They're not really springs, are they?
No. Here it is. No, that's why we call them springs, obviously. Critchley plays that one into the leg side, pinches the strike as he picks up a single, moves to 108, Hussain 52. 119 the partnership, 337. No, 336 for 4. Derbyshire with 9 to go.
People will be thinking you have little coils, spring, metal in there, and there were strips of rubber down between the canes. Well, I think they're still there. Treble spring, split cane handle. It used to say it, didn't it, on the bat or something?
They were very proud of it. Whoever made it.
Absolutely. I've got a treble spring.
Barnard's going to bowl from the racecourse, and I don't think he's bowled from this end today.
He hasn't. We'll have a bit more of an idea what he's doing with it when he's watching from behind him. I think bowled pretty well. Usually does, but it's the threat that's been lacking really today, hasn't it? They haven't been awful, but they haven't been threatening enough. As Barnard is in, he bowls, and that one's wide outside the off stump, and Critchley slaps it away out to deep cover for a single. Goes to 109, 337 for 4. There is a school of thought. In fact, I had a tweet today from a Worcestershire fan. Do tweet us, please, by all means. I'm at Frank Watson 58 and Dave is at Fletch Sport. I had a tweet today saying the trouble with the Worcestershire attack is that it's too samey. In comes Barnard again and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox, no run. They're all right arm over. They're all similar pace. We need a bit of variation. I mean, it'd be nice to have a. I think they've identified that it would be good to have a left armer, and we've talked about the lack of a spinner. I'm a big fan of Josh Tongue, who is a little bit quicker, a little bit more hostile than some of the others. That's obviously what they're hoping Alzari Joseph will bring. Here's Barnard again. He's in, bowls, Hussain goes back, pushes out on the offside. No run. Alzari Joseph cuts a pretty sad figure at the moment down at third man, doesn't he? Hands in his pockets, feeling the cold. He's done his best today. He's bowled with a bit of fire, but a little bit wayward. 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 76 on debut. And it's been a long, cold day for him. I'm sure he's had them before, but not much fun. Barnard is in, bowls, and that's a good one. Beats Hussain, and that one did go quite a long way off the pitch, I think. And was taken by Cox, moving across to his right. The other thing, you could say they've been unlucky in the fact that nobody's nicked anything, have they?
No,
really?
no. And when they have, it's gone so far wide of the slip cordon that it's...
Yeah. Ben Cox has had, well, he hasn't had a fruitless day. He caught one good catch and he's diving away to his left. Here's Barnard again. He's in, he bowls, and he's doing his best, Hussain. Flashes at this one. If he'd have got a bat on that, he probably would have got 4.
Yeah.
It was wide, but he missed it. Played under it, really. Taken by Cox. Ricky Vessels. Wonder how many deliveries in his life Ricky Vessels has stood at slip. Or Darryl Mitchell. Darryl Mitchell even was 16th season. Well, not even more, about the same. Wonder how long they've stood at slip for. I watched Alistair Cook doing it last week and thought the same. Here's Barnard again. In, and he bowls, and this one's wide, left alone by Hussain, taken by Cox. Yeah, watched Alistair Cook at Chelmsford last week, standing at slip, and I thought, you know, I wonder how many overs in your life you've stood at slip. He's earned the right now, of course. He's not going to come out of there at Essex, is he?
No.
But yeah, must have done a few. 3:37 for 4, 8 overs left in the day. Estimated time of conclusion?
8 overs left, half an hour.
Yeah, 1:45. That's what I just said to the studio. I think we'll finish about 1:45.
Super.
Quick interview on the road.
Yeah, Zoom interview for me. Make a clip for the morning. Send it in. Do some copy. Terrific.
People think it's a... What time did you get here this morning?
I was here at 8:30.
Yeah, there you go. It's a long day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Long day. Could be worse. Might have to work.
Well, there is that. I probably won't be here at 8:30 tomorrow as Leach is in and bowls to Critchley, who guides this down to backward point. Tumbling stop by D'Oliveira prevents a run from being taken.
There'll be people who've been sitting in offices all day listening to us, or working at home, and they'll be thinking, "Cool, you call that work?"
I do really. Yeah. Somebody's got to do it, but
yeah.
3:37 for 4. We're going to get bombarded now, you realise.
Yeah. At Fletch Sport, if you want to
Thank you.
complain.
Yeah, thanks very much.
At Frank Watson, if you want to appreciate. At Frank Watson, 58, I should say.
Critchley waits and plays rather across the line to that delivery from Leach. Goes out into the leg side. And there's no run. I'll start making my notes slightly smaller because 2 sides of A4 is too many.
The other thing is, of course, we used to
lost.
have third voices, didn't we? So we'd get a break every now and again.
Happy days.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Those
I
days
used to have
have
people who did the clips for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Acklid's already on. Here is this next delivery from Leach, turned into the leg side by Critchley, and it just fools the spin. Just fools Tom Maffell, but he manages to stick out a left arm. And as a result, there is no single mark. Acklid, I do call this work, yes, in the same way that you call what you do work. Mark works for the Derby Telegraph.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
I remember him, yeah.
But it's not a bad way to work. Here's Leach in. Critchley's on the move. Clips it into the leg side. Straight to Fell. And there's no run. 3:37 for 4. 8 overs including this one left in the day. So 7 1/3 overs left. Partnership 120. Derbyshire well on top at the moment. We'll be looking to bat probably up to mid-afternoon tomorrow if they can.
Speaking of Mark, a little anecdote about Mark Acklid.
Oh, excellent.
No, it's not. It may not be of great interest, but
Dot ball from the latest delivery from Leeds played out to the offside.
He wrote a piece in appreciation of Mo Sheikh when he left Derbyshire, Mohammed Sheikh. You remember him?
Mm-hmm.
And Mark wrote this piece about Mo Sheikh, saying how, I mean, if he's listening, well, he obviously is listening. He'll probably ring up and tell me I've got it all wrong. But one of the things that it was talking, I think, about Sheikhy as a kind of journeyman professional cricketer, down to earth, solid bloke.
Reaches in and bowls. That's guided by Critchley.
Great
Backward of square, and Oliveira tumbling stop prevents a run from being taken and made over from Leach. It's his third maiden, 337 for 4 at the end of the over. Hussain 52, Critchley 109.
Yeah, down to earth, solid bloke who had a decent relationship with the press, and just an ordinary bloke who played cricket. Well, I read this, and there was one bit in particular that struck me.
Stand by, Mark. Stand by. This is the bit you've been waiting for.
Because about 3 or 4 years ago, I was working with Sheikhy. We were doing he coaches at Warwickshire, and we were doing one of the age group squads together. And I just read this. I don't know why. Maybe I was looking up his stats or something, and it came up as one of the references or links. And Mark described a game that he was covering. I don't think it was here. I think it was an away game, and it was a really, really hot day. Barnard comes in, bowls Hussain, plays defensively, no run, and the press guys were sat outside, not in the shade,
working, as they would call it. Working. That's what they call it. Working. Yeah.
And it was, the sun was really baking down, and Mo Sheikh, unasked, went and got a sun hat and took it over and placed it on Mark's head, or gave it to Mark or something, because he could see that
his nose was turning red.
Yeah, and Mark said, that was the sign of, that was the sort of bloke he was, really.
Bribed
Hussain works this one away on the leg side, takes a single. Yeah, right, nice things about him.
Bribed by a sun hat, yeah. Remarkable.
No, it was in praise of Mo Sheikh's instinctive generosity, I think that's how I read it anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, please do. But it was a nice story, and I actually told Mo that I'd read this, and he went, "Oh yes, I remember him, Mark." He said so. Yeah, it was nice. It worked.
A memorable character.
338 for 4. Still working away. Still playing in the Birmingham League a bit for Smethwick, Mo Sheikh. Ageless. Seems ageless. Still bowling fairly tightly. Not as quick as he used to be. Is Barnard in again? Bowl. There's a big shot, and he's got him. He's got to Critchley LBW. Looked a good shout, actually. Just angled in a little bit. Hit him in line, I think. Took the pad, flicked, went through to Ben Cox, and Matt Critchley goes. End of a really good innings, though. He's out for 109. LBW to Ed Barnard. Barnard's first success of the innings, and 338 for 5 is the score. So partnership of 121.
Indeed.
For that 5th wicket. Best partnership of the innings so far, and a really good effort by Hussain and Critchley. Matt Critchley's 4th first-class 100 is brought to a close by Ed Barnard. Applause for him around the ground from those that are here. You can probably hear it on our effect mic. A really good innings. His 100 came off 137 balls. His entire innings 159 balls, I think. And it was a really, really good, impressive effort from him.
Anuj Dal comes out to bat.
And, yeah, Anuj Dal coming out. It's a little bit of Nottingham High School and Durban High School, Anuj Dal, but born in this country, I think. Is that right?
Yes, but I think he was born in Staffordshire.
Born in, yeah.
Was he born in
Stoke or something like that?
Newcastle under Lyme.
Yeah. And then must have gone to South Africa and then came back. So a mixture of influences maybe on his cricket.
Good cricketer. Terrific fielder.
I've seen him before, yeah. Anyway, he's out there now. Not a great time to come in with 7 overs remaining. But
scored Norton 4 at Edgbaston.
And he's taking strike now against Ed Barnard. Picks up his first wicket.
In fading light. Thanks very much, Critch.
Yeah. LBW 159 balls and 11 fours. Critchley. Here's Barnard then into Dahl. He bowls and he's got him two. LBW first ball. That looked an even better shot, I thought. Nipped back maybe a little bit more. So Barnard on a hat trick, and Dahl LBW first ball. If he was somewhere else and didn't come in when Hussain did because he wasn't quite ready, he'll be even more fed up now. When he has come in, he's got a first baller. No, I don't know. I know that was just pure conjecture. Really,
I'm not sure that would have been necessarily the thing, but he's having a torrid time of it. He's faced around about 5 deliveries, I think, this season so far. He's made 0, 4 and 0.
Horrible.
Batted
game.
at 3 at Edgbaston in an experiment that has clearly been abandoned. Yeah. And if he's not going to bowl and he's batting at 7, well, I'm not sure that's a particularly good use of resources. But there we are. Big Hudson Prentice next, I imagine.
Horrible.
Scrambling around for his gear.
Yeah, horrible game sometimes. That's it. I mean, that's exactly what I was saying about Matt Critchley needing to enjoy it when it's good, because Anuj Dahl's seeing the other side of professional cricket at the moment, and it can be a cruel game when you're struggling. Three scores like that. But I mean, it happens. Remember Graham Gooch, 4 consecutive noughts, I think, in Championship cricket at one time. So is it Hudson Prentice?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
That's it.
And Ed Barnard on a hat trick.
Mm.
So suddenly things look a little bit different. 338 for 6, with those 2 quick wickets going down. And Worcestershire now be just having a little dream of wrapping things up in the morning. For something around, at 360, 370, they'd be very, very happy with that, given where they were 10 minutes ago. But of course, not to count too many chickens, Hudson Prentice, no mug.
99 on debut against Middlesex, and a wicket with his first delivery for Derbyshire. So
he thought it was an easy game then, you see.
Well, I mean, to be fair to him, he was at Sussex as a youngster, released by them, went to the MCC Young Cricketers, and he's now back in county cricket. So fair play to him.
Well, he waits now, batting on about off stump as Barnard comes in on a hat trick, goes wide on the crease, bangs this one in just short of a length, and it's played defensively off the back foot by Hudson Prentice. So good effort from Ed Barnard. His figures suddenly look a lot better, don't they? 2 for 52 in the 17th over. Tidy, you'd say. It's been a long day, and he's had to wait for his success, but he's finally got some, and he'll feel a lot better for it, I'm sure. He got his first-class 100 at Chelmsford last week, so things are going quite well for him. He's in again and bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives up to mid-on, where Ed Barnard's former schoolmate, now captain Joe Leach, does the fielding. End of the over, 338 for 6. Hussain is 53. Hudson Prentice yet to get off the mark. 2 wickets in that over, both LBW. Matt Critchley out for 109, and Dahl for no score.
Yes, got a feel for Anuj Dahl. He brought in as the number 3. He failed twice at Edgbaston. You're relegated down to 7. And you're out first ball. He's a better cricketer than that, and he will bounce back, I'm sure. The thing going in his favour is that the seconds are currently playing at Northampton, and none of the batsmen there look like they're pressing their claims, or they didn't when I looked last night. I'll have another quick look now as Alzari Joseph returns in the increasing gloom of the Incora County ground and bowls a full delivery outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. He was trying to get one just to duck in. Who can tell? But either way, it was some way wide of the off stump as it went through to the wicket keeper. So we can find out if Derbyshire's seconds are doing anything good. Fingers crossed. Here comes Joseph again in, and bowls, and Hussain just dabs that very nicely indeed for 4 runs to the point boundary. Just waited for it to come onto his bat, and he sent it on its way. He moves on to 57, 342 for 6. I tell a lie, you see. I should have looked at today's scores. Tom Wood's got a century for the seconds, 114 not out. Alex Hughes, 76 not out. They've had 182 so far for the second wicket. After Derbyshire were invited to follow on clearly, as Alzari Joseph is in and bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by Harvey Hussain. And they're the two batsmen you would have thought most likely to come into the minds of coach Dave Houghton. Derbyshire's first innings was a bit of a mess, apart from Nils Priestley's 74, good young all-rounder at Loughborough University. Bowler's got a bit of a tanking now. Northamptonshire declared their first innings on 525 for 4. Here's Joseph in and bowls to Hussain. This one comes off the bat and loops into the leg side, just backward of square, off a thigh pad. Or off a pad, and it is leg by, signalled by umpire Robinson at the far end. 343 for 6. Hussain remains on 57. Here we go, big man, is the cry from one of the fielders. But he's a big man. That game in Northampton has reached its close on day 3. Derbyshire still trailing by 75. Second 11. Here comes Alzari Joseph from the city end, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who takes one off his pads and turns it into the leg side square, gets off the mark with a couple. 345 for 6, 5 away from a 4th batting bonus point.
Here's an interesting one to ponder for you, Fletch. Just trivia, cricket trivia. Do you think sometimes you can tell what part of the country a batsman comes from by the brand of bat that he uses?
Oh, I've no idea.
I have this theory. Yeah. So Finn Hudson Prentice is using a Millichamp and Hall bat. Other bats are available and will be mentioned. and he's got that Sussex background.
Pushes this one out into the offside.
I know Millichamp and Hall based in Somerset, not Sussex. All the Somerset players use them and so on, but they tend to have a fair bit of loyalty now. You've got Matt Critchley and Harvey Hussain using Kipax bats, which are made in Yorkshire. And I don't know any Southern cricketers that use Kipax bats, honestly. Likewise, I don't think I know any Yorkshire cricketers that use Millichamp and Hall. I mean, there are certain constants like Gray Nichols and Gunnar Moore and so on.
Yeah,
but
he's a sort of specialist bat.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really. So, yeah.
I should be thinking about that all the way home tonight.
Kipax, I noticed both of them were using them in that partnership. You don't often see them in the south at all. Barnard starts a new over and he bowls to Hussain, who plays with his Kipax bat out into the covers, fielded by Jake Libby, and I've got to go.
All right. Surprised me a bit there. Frank's sudden departure. He'll be back. Still 5 overs to go after this one. 4 overs to go after this one, 5 including this one. Yes. The next delivery, he beats Harvey Hussain outside the off stump. He's furious with himself. He wafts his bat into the offside. There's no run. Griff stat alert. David Griffin informs us that the century partnership today between Matt Critchley and Harvey Hussain, it's the first pair of batsmen to register 100 partnerships in consecutive innings for Derbyshire since Rogers and Madsen in 2009. Barnard bowled. This one's defended immaculately into the offside by Hussain, and there's no run. So something for Critchley and Hussain to be proud of. 11, 12 years since it last happened. Chris Rogers and Wayne Madsen, the previous pair to do it. Here comes Barnard again and bowls. This one is guided in backward of square, but Around from third man comes Joseph to do the fielding. Picks it up and hurls it back. They get through for a couple more. Hussein moves to 58. And Derbyshire to 59. Sorry, Derbyshire to 347 for 6. I'm sure if you offered Derbyshire 347 for 6 at the close of day one after they'd been put into bat first thing this morning and lost a wicket in the first over, they'd have probably taken it. Barnard is in, and that's a something of nothing shot from Harvey Hussain. Got his leg a long way down the track and then wafted his bat at it. Goes through to the keeper. Did well not to get an edge on that one. Frank was going to do an update without his glasses, which would have been very brave. I've tried that in the past. Seldom works. Barnard in again. Over the wicket, balls to Hussain, who just about manages to persuade me that he pulled his bat inside the line. And it goes through to Ben Cox, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. End of the over, 347 for 6. 4 to go now. So we should get done and dusted by 1:45 after another hard day's toil at the county ground. I say that in jest, of course. Good to be back after 575 days away. A 3-day victory over Sussex the last time we were here. And Alzari Joseph to bowl what is like to be his penultimate over of the day, assuming he bowls the final one from the city end as well. He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice pushes it out into the offside. Up towards Leach at mid-off. And there's no run. They'll be reaching stumps around the country, I would have thought, by now. In fact, most of the games are live. Nottinghamshire have finally been bowled out for 273 against Warwickshire. The innings break there. In fact, Warwickshire have just started their reply 4 without loss. Essex, well, Durham are 143 for 5 now. That's a lead of 47 over Essex, who were bowled out earlier today for 96 at Chelmsford. They have reached stumps at Taunton as Joseph comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, pushes it up to Leach at mid-off. Somerset 312, Gloucestershire in reply 13 without loss in that one. Stumps at Old Trafford as well after 100 overs, where Lancashire are 264 for 8. Yorkshire 356 for 8 against Kent at Canterbury. Hampshire 280 for 8 against Middlesex at Southampton. Joseph's in again and bowls way wide of the offside. Hudson Prentice has nothing to do with it as he goes through to Cox. Plenty of runs in Cardiff, where Glamorgan were dismissed for 285 and Sussex in reply are 85 without loss after 17 overs, trailing by 200. And at the Oval, Leicestershire 185 for 3 against Surrey, but they've only bowled 66 overs down there because of the weather. 347 for 6 here, Derbyshire, as Joseph is in and bowls a full delivery that's driven nicely by Finn Hudson Prentice for his first boundary up towards the long on region. The man at mid-on came across, couldn't get there. It was D'Oliveira, and he has to now climb the fence at the far end to retrieve the ball. Hudson Prentice onto 6, the 350's up for Derbyshire, 351 for 6. That's a 4th batting bonus point. And it comes up in the 97th over. Have we got the ball back yet? We haven't got the ball back yet. It's gone underneath the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Remarkable. He eventually retrieves it and throws it back. He'll have to get over the fence as well now. He's a diminutive figure, D'Oliveira. It now appears that we're going to be speaking To Matt Critchley, Gary says, great start to our home campaign. Temperatures, well, they've been low. Looks an amazing pitch. Do you think the ground has had helped? Well, it had a bit of a break. You're right, Gary. And this one is a wild play and a miss by Hudson Prentice, and it crashes into Cox and rebounds away to square leg. That was a sharp delivery from Alzari Joseph. 351 for 6. Sane 59. Hudson Prentice 6. Oh, another Griff stat. Matt Critchley's century was the 350th scored across all formats of the game for Derbyshire at Derby. His next delivery beats Finn Hudson Prentice outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper end of the over. 351 for 6, Hussain 59, Hudson Prentice 6. There have been 305 in first class cricket and 45 in List A. The very first was scored by John Platt, you remember him, against Yorkshire in 1877, when the square was somewhere else probably, and certainly facing a different direction. So 3 overs to go. 351 for 6. Derbyshire. Century today for Matt Critchley, he made 109. Half century for Leas Deploy, he made 98. Billy Godwin also made 50. Harvey Hussain has got 59 as Barnard is in again, and he's charged by Hussain, who ends up just basically playing the ball with his thigh, and there's no run. Writing all these down. The 350th 100 at Derby by a Derbyshire batsman. In comes Barnard again, bowls and is driven by Hussain, but straight to the fielder. And there's no run.
Sorry about that, we had an overrunning feature.
Ah, yes.
As you get from time to time. So 2 overs left after this.
It's enough, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
it's been quite a long day. It's been a long day for us. It's been a long day out there in the cold.
Such hard work.
Barnard in, bowls to Hussain, who plays this to mid wicket, and there's no run. He seems to have had his little silly session, Hussain, where he played a few loose shots,
Yes.
for 5 or 10 minutes, and now he's senior partner again. He's just knuckled down again, and he's playing for tomorrow now, I think. 59 not out. Good innings. He's faced 139 balls. Barnard is in again. Bowls to him. Short, wide, cuts, and picks out the fielder in that position that he was dropped in, which is, I don't know what you'd call it, really. I don't think that position has a name.
No, well, it's not point, is it? Because he's in front of square.
Front of square, about 3 yards in front of square, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips away from the batsman. Short cover, I suppose. As Barnard comes in again to bowl to Hussain, who waits back raised, leaves that alone outside the off stump, taken by Cox. 351 for 6 in the 98th over. So 4 batting bonus points for Derbyshire, 2 bowling points for Worcestershire, and are they going to go for the? Yeah, they've got to come back in the morning and go for that extra point. 10 overs.
Yeah, I think so.
Comes Barnard in again, bowls to Hussain, and that's a lovely shot, hammered through the covers, beautiful. It wanted hitting. It was a wide half volley, and he got right through it and smashed it past that man at short cover, and it raced away to the boundary. Last ball of the over, end of the over, 2 left in the day. 355 for 6. Hussain 63 not out, continuing his excellent form from last week. Finn Hudson Prentice on 6.
You were next door when I was just saying that's the 350th century by a Derbyshire batsman on this ground in all formats of the game. 305 first class, 45 list A. First one, 1877 by John Platts against Yorkshire.
Fantastic.
That's going to get wheeled out in the sports programme fairly shortly.
Yeah, so it should.
Griff, he's across it all. There's Joseph from the city end, bowls outside the off stump. Hudson Prentice leaves alone as it goes through to Ben Cox, the keeper. Everywhere else they're still going like we are, apart from those honoured now stumps at Canterbury, where Yorkshire have reached 358 for 8 in their first 100 overs of the match. Closing in on the close at Southampton and elsewhere. If anywhere else closes, we'll bring it to you. Joseph in, and ball's edged and caught brilliantly, diving to his right by Ben Cox.
Catch.
Absolutely brilliant catch, diving away, and he was very close to the ground when he hauled it in, and Alzari Joseph has his first wicket for Worcestershire. Derbyshire 355 for 6. Hudson Prentice goes 4-6.
Yeah, great catch, great catch. Lovely moment for a wicketkeeper, but at the end of a long cold day, I think he deserves great credit for that, concentrating right to the end and diving away to his right, taking I mean, it's a bit like goalkeeper saves. Some of the high ones sometimes diving away look great, but they're not that difficult. But that was on the way down, wasn't it?
It was very low.
Low,
yeah.
and also really sharp. So first wicket for Alzari Joseph. He'll be very pleased with that. Finn Hudson Prentice gone for 6, and it's 355 for 7. And Worcestershire just fighting back a little bit at the end of the day, just adding a little bit of credit, shall we say, for the bowlers.
Mikey Cohen strides out, another left-hander coming to the crease. The South African with the French passport. Harvey Hussain goes halfway to meet him and says, I'm on 63 here, don't mess this up. It gives me another opportunity to mention that, of course, Cohen was at the crease with Finn Hudson Prentice when Derbyshire beat Notts last August at Trent Bridge. I think I'm going to try and get 2 mentions a day, if I possibly can. Made 30 not out that day, which I believe is his highest score in first-class cricket. But I wouldn't swear to it without checking, which I really should do. That was one of the finest days in my time covering Derbyshire, so it bears repetition. 1 for 86 from 17 overs and 2 balls, Alzari Joseph. Mixed bag, I would suggest. Mixed bag. Cohen takes guard, he's ready now as Joseph comes in and bowls to him. A full delivery, strikes him on the pad, he's gone. First ball, leg before wicket.
On the foot, was it?
And Alzari Joseph has 2 in 2, and he will be on a hat-trick now, just as Ed Barnard was a little earlier in this session. Mikey Cohen goes for 0 first ball. What a day of contrasts it's been.
Absolutely stone dead.
Yeah, it didn't look great from behind, to be honest, as far as Cohen was concerned. But Alzari Joseph picks up another wicket. 355 for 8 now, Derbyshire. And that 5th batting bonus point looks quite a long way away, although Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors can both hold a bat. Poor old Mikey Cohen goes first ball for 0. Not much he could do about it, really. I don't think he had the... when you've just come in and you get a delivery like that, you've got absolutely no chance, and his shoulders are slumped as he makes his way up the steps over and it's up to the players' pavilion, away to our left-hand side, and Ben Aitchison strides out.
So 4 wickets in 6 overs? Just trying to work it out.
You're going to suggest a fight back now, aren't you?
No, I'm just thinking how the game's just accelerated a little bit towards its conclusion.
Yeah, since 20 past 6, or 18 minutes past 6, they've picked up the wickets of Critchley, Dahl, Hudson Prentice and Cohen. So it's a sort of fight back, but Derbyshire were put into bat this morning and they've got 355 runs on the board. So
no, I wasn't suggesting it was an evening of the scales, as it were, but just hastening the game on a little bit.
Yes, indeed, which is no bad thing. Let's have a look. It'll tell us, I think, on here.
Be interesting to start with a hat trick, wouldn't it? For your first wickets for your county.
Yes.
That would be quite something. Alzari Joseph, can he do it? 3 slips waiting. New batsman is Aitchison. Ben Aitchison waits now as Joseph is in, bowls, and well, it was good effort. It was a good, as hat trick balls go, a Yorker is a decent effort at this time of day. And he got it right in the block hole, but Aitchison was equal to it and dug it out quite expertly, actually.
A better hat-trick ball than Ed Barnard, certainly.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah, Critchley fell in the 94th over.
Right.
So 4 overs
so
later,
4 overs,
Cohen
4
went.
wickets in 4 overs.
Yeah. Dahl went in the same over, of course. And then Hudson Prentice and Cohen in the same over.
Joseph again in. Bowls to Aitchison, outside off stump, left alone. Sense a little bit of nerve now, though. Wouldn't surprise me if another one went down before the end of the day. Well, not if Hussein's on strike last over, but Joseph warmed to his task at last. You said it earlier, didn't you? If he just gets that 1 wicket and just sort of...
Yes, he might get a second.
Mentally just
claim
feels
full responsibility for the 2-in-2 balls.
You did say that, though. Yeah. Here comes Joseph again. Then he's in. He bowls, and Aitchison is beaten by that one's a good one. Just goes away. He's bowling a better length now, isn't he? Just pitching it up a little bit more. Just too short, I thought.
Coming down the hill, I don't know whether that makes any difference to him.
End of the over. 1 over left in the day. 355 for 8.
6 deliveries before we start work. And they're going to be bowled by Dylan Pennington. It's a very strange looking scorecard, that, isn't it? There's a 3, a 1, a 6.
Yeah.
A couple of noughts.
Yeah. 2 first ballers, yeah.
And there's a century and 3 other half centuries. It's a very strange scorecard. The highlight clearly Matt Critchley's century. His 4th in first-class cricket as Pennington comes in and bowls. Barnard. Is it Barnard?
Yeah.
It is Barnard, yes, of course it is. Barnard bowls and is defended by Hussain back down the track, and there's no run. So even under cricket's ludicrous situation that we get into when we get a wicket in the final over of the day, they'd all go off now anyway. So Derbyshire will be back batting tomorrow at some point. As Hussain guides this very aerially down to 3rd man for a single and exposes Ben Aitchison to the final 4 deliveries of play, potentially. He moves on to 64, Harvey Hussain, 356 for 8. Sounding chipper again now. The Worcestershire fielders. Barnard turns at the top of his mark. Aitchison's ready. 3 slips in place. He crouches and guides this very nicely out into the offside, out towards extra cover. He comes back for the second. They'll get 3. The ball will be hauled in by Pennington. And they get 3 runs. Aitchison off the mark, 359 for 8. With 3 deliveries to go today, and the sun comes out again for one last time. Shadows very, very long. And the square pretty much in shade from the trees away to our right-hand side. Blue skies up above. Horrible driving into it later. This one is turned to the leg side by Hussain for a single. He moves to 65, 360 for 8. Get the sunglasses out. I ought to wipe the windows, really. I'm driving in with the low sun this morning. I looked in my rearview mirror and could barely see anything. So I'll have to give them a little wipe later on. 360 for 8. Aitchison on 3 on strike. 2 balls left in the day. Barnard bowls it. It's pushed out into the offside. There's no run. Not sure how it's going to work over on FM when we finish, but this is the final ball of the day. We'll be off the commentary stream fairly sharpish. Just letting Elliot know. The final ball of the opening day at the Incora County Ground is defended by Aitchison down the ground. And that will be that. Harvey Hussain unbeaten on 65. Ben Aitchison on 3. Derbyshire 360 for 8 after 100 overs of their first innings. So tomorrow they'd need to go at 4 and over the last 2 pairs if they're to get to that 5th batting bonus point. Just 1 more wicket required for Worcestershire to get their 3rd bowling point. And we've seen 2 players almost get hat-tricks. Ed Barnard with 2 in 2, Alzari Joseph with 2 in 2 as 4 wickets fell in 4 overs in the final session. Worcestershire battling back. And the stream live from the Incora County Ground will be back tomorrow.